Leclerc bowls a very full ball, which is chipped in the air and is caught, and that is it. That is the game. Sune Loose takes the catch at mid-off. England have been bowled out for 194. They lose this match by 125 runs. South Africa stride into the final, and they have marmalised England today.
Well, hello, welcome to the international summer here on Test Match Special under a mix of blue and cloudy skies at Chester Street. It is England women up against New Zealand, the first of 3 one-day internationals at the start of what will be such a busy few months here on TMS. We've already seen some thrilling cricket across the domestic scene, but now the international game returns on these shores on a chilly morning here in the northeast of England for a series that promises so much in teaching us a little bit about England's women ahead of a massive summer, a T20 World Cup on home soil, as well as white ball series and an historic test match against India at Lord's to boot. So much to look forward to. And we can't wait to bring you every ball of every single game. We heard here a moment ago the end of England's World Cup campaign in India. That 6 months ago feels a long old time. They've not played since then. And so there is an awful lot of catching up to do in terms of what we will discuss and some fascinating team news as well. England won the toss a short time ago. They've elected to have a bowl first. And the two captains have been out in the middle with Emily Windsor, starting first with stand-in England skipper Charlie Dean.
So Charlie, first toss as captain, you've won it and you've chose the bowl. Why?
Yeah, I think it looks a really good pitch. We're hoping that if it does something, it will do something early. So get out there as a team and enjoy a good start.
And it's a very new look one-day international team we see with debuts from Gibson, Grewcock and Courtine Coleman. What can we expect to see from these girls?
Yeah, it's really exciting. We feel like we're really looking forward with this ODI team. Jodie's going to start up top for us, having a left-hander and someone of her quality up there is it feels a really exciting time. It's probably something that she's not done before, but for our England team, it feels like she slots in really well. So and Tilly's been fantastic domestically for a few years now, so it feels perfect that she has her opportunity. And Danny Gibson debuting and vice captaining. I'm not sure how often that happens, but she's a brilliant person to have in our side.
And personally for yourself, first time captain in England, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited. It sort of came out of the blue a little bit, but I feel ready and I'm really excited to lead this really promising group out today.
And finally, start of an international summer, an exciting one ahead. How's the feeling amongst the group?
Yeah, we're really looking forward to our T20 World Cup this summer. This feels like the start of something for us, and hopefully we can hit the ground running and start well and all eyes on that World Cup.
Thank you. Good luck. So Mealy lost the toss and you're batting first. What would you have done had you won the toss?
Yeah, we would have had a bowl as well, probably just because of the rain yesterday, it being under covers. But happy to go out and bat too.
And in terms of your team, you've got a mixture of experience amongst yourself and Susie Bates, but also some unfamiliar faces. What can we expect and who can we look out for this ODI series?
Yeah, it's a really nice balance within our group. I guess our last series, I thought the way the team played, different players stepped up. I thought Maddie Green with the bat had a brilliant series, but we've got some young players coming through, the likes of, I think, Izzy Gaze and Izzy Sharp with the bat are two players to look out for.
And yourself coming here, obviously T20 champions, it's the start of a summer in England for you. What's the feeling amongst the group and how are you going to go about this ODI series then into the T20s?
Yeah, we've got a lot of time together. It's a long summer ahead for us. So I think one thing that's great about our group is we really enjoy each other's company and get along well. So I think there's a balance of that when you spend a lot of time together. But when we go out and play cricket, they're games for your country and you want to win. So putting our best foot forward to be really competitive.
Perfect. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thoughts of the two skippers alongside Emily Windsor, who's part of our team here at Chester Street. As I say, it's a chilly old morning here in early May, but somebody who is a hardy northern soul that's used to this sort of weather. England legendary fast bowler Catherine Sciver-Brunt, who I'm delighted to say is with us, as is World Cup winner Alex Hartley. Lovely to see you both. And first things first, Alex, this is an England team who haven't played for for 6 months, and they have made, from that last ODI, that defeat in the World Cup semi-final, not 1, not 2, 7 changes.
How good? How good. I think when you look at a 50-over World Cup, they come around every 4 years, and, there's been a lot of changes. Tammy Beaumont, Kate Cross no longer involved. And you think, actually, with the next World Cup being so far away, why not try and get some youngsters in? Why not try and look at who's next? Can you get a left-hander at the top of the order like England have done? We all know England have been missing left-handers throughout their batting for such a long period of time now. I think, we've only had Lydia Greenway and Tash Farrant as left-handers as what I can remember, and Tash Farrant was a number 11 batter. So, look, I think it's really exciting to have so many changes, so many youngsters coming through, and 3 debutants today as well.
Yeah, indeed, as we were hearing. Danny Gibson has been a part of the England setup for a long time, but names that are less familiar, Catherine, Jodie Grucock and Tilly Courtine-Coleman, this thrilling young spinner. I mean, there's a lot to be excited about.
There is. First and foremost, great humans, lovely additions to any sort of team environment, so they'll fit in straight away. Quite quiet, so they've got to find their feet quite quick. Obviously, we know it can be a savage world, so best of luck to them. And so far, everything I'm hearing, they're doing really well. I know Lottie's a huge fan of both of them, and has been raving about Tilly, hasn't she? Now, what seems like
10 years.
It's a bit like Lauren Bell early in her. You sort of knew all about her well before she got the opportunity to play. So it's an exciting one. Shall I go through the England team? I think so. Emma Lamb, Jodie Grucock, who opened the batting together. So last year's opening duo that were so successful, Amy Jones, drops down the order, having scored those back-to-back hundreds at the start of last year, but she's down at 6. So it's Lamb and Grucock to open. Former captain Heather Knight. Maya Bouchier is back in favour as a selection. She bats at 4. Freya Kemp, who I wonder if she's going to increasingly become a batter as opposed to a batting all-rounder, but injuries have rather put paid to things for her of late. Amy Jones, Danny Gibson on ODI debut. Charlie Dean is the stand-in captain in the absence of Nat Siver-Brunt, who's injured. Lauren Filer, Lauren Bell, and then Tilly Courtine-Coleman. So, no Sophie Eccleston, who is in the squad and handed out a cap earlier, Alex, but she doesn't play today.
Yeah, she's not been playing for Lancs, so I presume she's got a niggle or something, or she's, not quite ready to play. But, we all know Charlotte Edwards has been massive on playing county cricket and preparing for international cricket by playing county cricket. I mean, I haven't actually got a clue, so I'm just putting the puzzle pieces together here. But she hasn't been playing for Lancashire, so I would presume that might be why, or just a great opportunity to throw Tilly Courtine-Coleman in and say, show us what you're made of. Yeah,
and I spoke to her down at the Utility Bowl the other day, Tilly Courtine-Coleman, and she was utterly thrilled to be getting the opportunity. She seems somebody who, world at her feet, but as an 18-year-old getting a £105,000 contract to play in the 100.
Made sick.
I mean, you two are looking and thinking, why was I not born 10 years later?
I played for free.
Yeah, I know. I bought my kit. So it's she seems like somebody who is very much part of the new wave.
Yeah, and also no better player to be learning off than being in a squad with Sophie Eccleston. She's been the world's #1 bowler for such a long period of time. I mean, Sophie was only 16 when she made her debut, and she's only 27 now. She's been playing cricket for such a long time. So an amazing opportunity for Courtine-Coleman to learn from the world's best as well.
And I like the competition too. Like Soph, it's never really been pushed. She's always really known, like, I'm the best at left arm spin. That this is my job. This is what I do. But there's a couple of people in there really, really close to where she's at, and I just love that she's going to be pushed to see what more can we get out of Sophie Eccleston.
Two teams are emerging onto the field, and so we'll have the anthems in just a moment, but I'll quickly rush through the New Zealand side with Susie Bates, who retires imminently, Georgia Plimmer, Mealy Kerr, the captain, Maddie Green, Brooke Halliday, Izzy Gaze keeps wicket, Izzy Sharp, Jess Kerr, Nancy Patel, Rosemary Mayer, and Bree Illing. So some slightly less familiar names, no debutants in this side, but Nancy Patel and Izzy Sharp are on their first overseas tours, so they are getting sort of early opportunities in their international careers. So the England side in a rather fetching sky blue jersey. New Zealand have gone for the bold decision of wearing all black, actually, as per usual. Right then, here come the anthems. New Zealand first. Oh, it's a belter, isn't it? I do like the New Zealand national anthem. And here comes the national anthem of England. I like that too. Well, there we go, the two sides going through the formalities ahead of this game, and we'll see Susie Bates head to the middle shortly, having made her ODI debut over 20 years ago, which is rather startling.
Older than Tilly Corting-Coleman.
Yeah, well, indeed. I know. Extraordinary, isn't it, really? And having played a mesmeric number of matches, her career is coming to an end. She's played 181 women's ODIs and 181 women's T20s, which is a good effort, isn't it? I mean, yeah, you're wincing at the prospect of having bowled that many overs, Catherine.
My body hurts you just saying that. The pain.
It's no wonder she's gone from a seamer to a spinner.
Yeah, honestly,
She did right. She did right.
You should have done that years ago. Alex.
I went short run up, to be fair.
You practiced your leggies for a while, didn't you?
I did. I thought that would be. Do you know that could have been the one? Only one bad ball and over I did.
Yeah.
That year. 5 for in a club game.
Well, there you go. What might have been. So it's going to be Bates and Blimmer to open the batting for New Zealand. And Charlie Dean does lead out England, as we hear the stadium announcer here at Chester Street stating. She rushes out. And how is Nat, by the way, Catherine, in terms of that injury?
She's all good. She's frustrated, if anything. She wanted to obviously run out first game of the season, even though it's freezing and nobody wants to be out there. But yeah, she's just frustrated. She's done lots of background work and preparation and build up for this. So it was sad that she couldn't get the captain stuff going from the off. But she's excited to see what everybody else can do, and it's an opportunity for Maya Boucher to come back in and just see what that bit of sourness, that bit of disappointment might, transfer into today.
We shall see. Lots of little things to get stuck into, and we'll continue to do that as we go through this game and indeed this series. Catherine, thank you very much for the time being. We'll hear plenty more from Catherine Sciver-Brunt as part of our team here at Chester Street. Alex is going to stay alongside me. We've got Phil Long, our scorer, as well. Lovely to see Phil, who's just revealed he had his first haircut since Guwahati recently.
I thought he was looking fresh. He forgot the tash though, didn't he?
They missed a bit. And we got Lauren Bell at the far end of the ground, the Lumley end, ready to have a bowl here with, as I say, the sun shining and a fresh morning.
Yeah, speaking of Guwahati, last time England played an ODI 193 days ago. Just to put that in a quick bit of perspective, in the meantime, South Africa women have played 25 internationals.
Wowza.
10 ODIs and 15 T20s.
Different summers.
Well, honestly, you know, it's amazing how you learn something new every day when I'm around you.
Look at that other side of the world. They have their winters where our summers, their summers where our winters.
Yes, you should see what happens with the water going down a plug hole as well.
It's a rumour.
Right, we're on Sports Extra 3 all day. We'll be on Sports Extra as well around the Premier League football, but we're ready to go here. The international summer starts now, as here comes Lauren Bell bounding in from the far end of the ground. Susie Bates on strike, and she's driving immediately, skewing the ball off the outer half of the bat down towards Lauren Filer, who will move to her right at deep third. A couple of runs are taken, and we're up and running. 2 without loss. As Lauren Bell, who's been brilliant of late, last year or two. I think she's become one of the world's very, very best, Alex.
Yeah, me too. And that ball shaping nicely away. She's obviously had a change of action. Used to be a hooping in-swing bowler. Think of Anya Shrubsole. Everyone thought she was going to replace her with her in-swing. Well, now she gets the ball to move away late and started up very nicely there with the ball moving away from Susie Bates,
who's 34 runs away from 6,000 in ODIs. Left alone by Bates for the umpteenth time in her career. Phil?
Yes, she's, as you mentioned, 34 runs now, 36 at the start of the day to be the third player to reach 6,000 ODI runs. She needs 27 now to overtake Charlotte Edwards in third place.
Mitali Raj, got to be on.
Mitali Raj at the very top to overtake Charlotte Edwards in third place. Mitali Raj top and Stefani Taylor at number 2.
Oh, really? That surprises me. Here comes Lauren Bell, running in again. Right arm over, full delivery, and it's driven without timing really up towards mid-off where Heather Knight will field.
And started the day with needing 188 runs to overtake Mitali Raj in the all-time international run score in the women's game.
That's not going to happen.
Keep an eye on that over the summer.
She's only got 3 games.
How many is it?
Well, all-time, so she's got
All
the
time.
T20s as well. So patience. Patience.
Because we have got a T20 World Cup to come.
Oh, how exciting. About time we start seeing some advertising for that, really, isn't it? Because it doesn't start, it's pretty soon.
In comes Bell. Oh, it's a full delivery, which Bates does well to dig out. Was that sarcasm?
Yes. Would you know there's a T20 World Cup in England if you weren't a cricket fan? There's no advertising anywhere.
Oh.
But that's a debate that I'll have in like 4 weeks. I don't want to start off on a bad foot. I feel like a kid at Christmas. I'm well excited. It's the cricket season.
I know.
4 balls in an owl's ball there.
She's already. I know she's already feeling a little punchy.
Have you missed me? Because I've missed you.
I've missed you terribly, Alex. Here comes Lauren Bell. It's a full toss. That's not a great ball. Whipped away into the leg side, and that'll be the first boundary. And Susie Bates picked that off very easily indeed. Whipped it away through backward square leg, and away it goes, rushing to that boundary towards the pavilion. And New Zealand find themselves moving to 6 without loss in this first over.
Yeah, just a full toss down the leg side, and Susie Bates has scored a mountain of runs, as Phil was just saying, is always going to capitalise on a delivery like that. Lauren Bell just looking to try and start that ball a little bit straighter.
England players blowing on their hands to keep them warm out there in the field. The next delivery almost does enough to yield a big LBW shout from England, but it's rather retracted as it, I think, came off an inside edge. Lauren Bell will take her sunglasses for umpire Jackie Williams, who's out there with Rose Dovey. Gabby Brown's on TV umpiring duty. The familiar form of Sue Redfern I saw walking into the ground this morning.
Oh, I've missed Sue. I didn't see her. Sue and Anna, 2 favourites. Do you know what I'm excited for here, Henry?
Talk to me.
Well, when I watch Susie Bates and Georgie Plimmer batting, I think 9 times out of 10 there's a run out.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I really, every time I've watched Plimmer and Bates bat together, there's always a run out. It's like, yes, no, maybe, sorry, mate.
Yeah, we love chaos.
Yeah.
Well, Lauren Filer is a yielder of chaos, I would say. She, from the Finkel end, is going to bowl with aggression, hostility and pace, but not necessarily always, I would say, with quite as much accuracy as other seam bowlers, but that can be its own threat.
Yeah, I think she's improved that massively over the last 12 months.
Here she comes now, with shirt untucked. 82 on her back, right arm over. And it's a ball which is tucked away into the leg side. There's a fumble at square leg. That's not a great piece of fielding from Freya Kemp. And they will get through for a single, so 7 without loss into the second over, of course, of 50. First 10 of the power play. And looking forward to seeing what this new look England side are going to do, because it is new look. 192 days since they've played, 7 changes from the last ODI.
And all eyes are going to be on them because there's been so much criticism around their fielding, and you just think little mistakes like that. Freya Kemp's probably feeling a little bit nervous when that ball does come to her, and she's thinking, right, I've got to be on my A game here.
Cold hands as well.
It's not nice out there, I can't lie.
Well, we walked in, Phil. Fionn and I will hear from Fionn Wynne, Emily Windsor, and also, I'm very pleased to say, a World Cup winner in Leah Tahuhu who's going to be part of our team.
Yeah, we know you walked in because we waited for you at the hotel for 10 minutes.
Sorry about that. I meant to tell Jack. Sorry. In comes Lauren Filer and almost gets through, and just jagging back in. Susie Bates was very late on it, and it was a rather injudicious shot, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, and about 3 miles or so, we walked through various little villages and all sorts of places between Washington and where we are billeted and here at Chester Street. In comes Filer, and this has been chipped in the air and off the pad. It almost loops gently towards the hands of an England fielder in the form of Danny Gibson, charging in from mid-wicket, but she couldn't get there.
How strange is it not seeing Heather Knight at extra cover or mid-wicket?
I know. It is a funny one, isn't it? The former England skipper, who did the job for nigh on a decade, won that World Cup, which is a long time ago now. 9 years, Al, since you were lifting that trophy.
I know, I saw a picture the other day. I looked like such a young pup.
I know. In comes Lauren Filer once more. And that's nicely guided towards Maya Bouchier, who stops the ball at short third at the second attempt. A little bit ragged in the field there from Bouchier, but she just rehearses sweeping that ball up cleanly. Jodie Grewcock at the top of the order, Alex.
Yes.
What do we know?
Love it. Left-hander. So I really actually like the fact that England are trying to get a left-hander at the top of the order. Obviously, we were saying earlier that England have really struggled for left-handers. What I do know is I don't think she's ever really opened the batting before.
In comes Filer, upright approach, and she bowls, and is that an edge? I think it is. Yep, there's the wicket. There's the first one of the game, the first one of the summer. And Lauren Filer finding the edge as Susie Bates' bat. Amy Jones does the rest. New Zealand 7 for 1. And high fives and celebrations all round for England.
Well, it felt like that was coming. Lauren Filer had got Susie Bates stuck on the crease. She went back to a full ball. She hadn't moved her feet at all. Extra little bit of pace from Lauren Filer. It's wide outside the off stump. It was there to be cut. It was there to be hit. It was almost a little bit too timid from Susie Bates as she feathers it through to Amy Jones.
So Bates goes 6 from 10, and the recently married Amy Jones taking the catch there very comfortably indeed. One of the senior state figures of this England side these days, Amy Jones. And along with Charlie Dean and Lauren Bell, as well as it was Heather Knight, is that the other one who survives from the World Cup? 11 that played against South Africa. Not many of them, but
there's only one survivor from 2010. That little quiz Phil did with us last night. When was the last time England played an ODI without Beaumont, Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Nat Sciver-Brunt?
2010.
But Heather Knight was there.
She was present.
Yes. So when she's eventually retires, whenever that may be, when was the last time they were without any of those?
Well,
2009.
Yeah, slightly disappointed. It was slightly earlier in 2010. Otherwise,
Oh, was
really
it?
Fantastic, yeah. But yeah, 16 years since we've seen an ODI without at least one of those three playing.
Phil was very pleased with that stat.
I know, and I felt really bad when I knew it.
I know, it's a bit like when somebody says, guess how much this was, and you guess sort of about right.
Yeah, you're like, oh.
Which happened with my other quiz this morning about the Champions League. But anyway, right, Lauren Filer is going to bowl to Amelia Kerr. Mealy Kerr these days. And the first delivery is nicely pushed away into the offside, but some nice in-swing. And the over comes to an end. Just one from it and the wicket. Amelia Kerr, who's been in scintillating form of late, she's increasingly becoming one of those players that you can look at really as one of the elites of the game, I think. It was the leg spin and the googlies that got her on the map originally, but she's played a lot of international cricket nowadays. And 25 years old, she's always played 100 fixtures in each of the formats, white ball formats, and so it's increasingly somebody that is a real sort of senior campaigner.
Yeah, 2026, she's scored 355 runs at 71 apiece, and also taken 20 wickets at 11 apiece. Not a bad start to the year.
World class. She's taken to the captaincy like a duck to water.
Indeed. You were thinking of... I could tell you were trying to come up with something else there.
No, I was trying to get it right, because last night we were talking about us being the guinea pigs for something. I said, so we were just the rabbits. Yeah.
In comes Lauren Bell. That's not a great ball. Short and wide, but fielded cleanly at backward point. And Jodie Grewcock will be pleased just to get a hand on the ball on debut. Well,
I do often get things wrong. I once told Crossy she burnt me down the river. That's not one either, is it?
No. Yeah. I mean, the mixed metaphors are always entertaining.
My mum likes to say, the pot calling the kettle black. My mum likes to call it the cat calling the kettle black.
In comes the next delivery from Bell. It's pushed away by Plymouth. Well, each family has little nuances and phrases.
Yeah, ours is that we're not really good with words.
Oh, right, okay. So you must have loads.
I've got so many.
You went on a family run, though, yesterday, I saw.
Yeah, Dad didn't fancy it. He's always blows a cough about the 4K mark, and he's got bad blisters at the minute, so he didn't bother. But me, my mum and my brother went on a trot.
Lovely.
Don't know what's wrong with me.
7 for 1. Here comes Lauren Bell running in, and this is dropped down towards deep third, where Lauren Filer will pick up. 1 taken, 8 for 1 the score. I think you run more now than when you played.
No, come on, Henry. I run now because I'm not playing.
Ah, I see.
Yes. I had the 2 years of nothing, and then I had the sudden realisation that I can't get my jeans on.
Well, what surprises me most there is that you had a pair of jeans that was older than 2 years. You're quite the fashionista, you see.
They were last year's.
They were last year's, right?
Last summer's,
okay,
yeah.
Last summer's.
Yeah, I thought I'd got a bit fitter, but clearly not. Happens. It's old age.
Maya Boucher waits at slip, blows in her hands to keep them warm. In comes Lauren Bell, and there's a delivery which is chased by Mealy Kerr and goes through low to the gloves of Amy Jones. You can tell it's a fresh morning in the northeast because you can see the sort of general hue of the crowd is one where it's sort of quite sort of dark coats. You can tell normally if it's a sort of gentleman actually taking off a coat and a backpack down there to try and sort of maybe kid himself it's a bit warmer, but the pastel colours much hidden as the next ball is defended into the onside by Mealy Kerr. It's much more the sort of big winter jacket.
Yeah, it is. It's freezing. It is absolutely freezing. I left the house yesterday, actually in this exact same outfit. I thought, what's the point of bringing another change of clothes? It's only for one day. And I didn't bring a coat because it's been so lovely. When was the last time it rained? All that jazz. And then it absolutely hammered it down. I got absolutely soaking wet. And it's cold.
All that jazz. Rain. Here's Lauren Bell running in and played very correctly and forcefully by Mealy Kerr up towards mid-on, and there'll be no run. So just 1 from the over, 3 gone, 8 for 1. is the score. And just a little reminder, if you want to get in touch with us on WhatsApp, save TMS as a contact so you can message us all the time like you do to me, Alex. The number you need is 0330 123 1826. And if you start your message with TMS, you can also text us 81111. So that WhatsApp number, I'm going to read it again, 0330 123 1826. There you go. So,
Or you can text me like my mum's just done, saying, I am listening, you know.
is she? I
I
wonder what.
always forget. She's having a lazy Sunday. First one in forever, she reckons.
Well, what would a non-lazy Sunday look like for your mum?
Mum loves to get up and work and run and,
Do stuff.
yeah, be an adult, be a mum.
8 for 1 as Filer bowls, and almost playing on is Georgia Plimmer, whose feet get stuck in the crease. And this extra little bit of pace from Filer is causing problems for the New Zealand top order.
And mums are always doing stuff, aren't they? They always have things
yeah.
to do. Even though both her kids moved out 20 years ago.
Sunday roast?
We used to have Sunday roast every Sunday, on Sundays, believe it or not.
I bet there was something eccentric in there, like mushy peas.
Yeah, of course, always.
In comes Filer. Next delivery is pushed away by Plimmer into the offside, and there'll be no run.
I put ketchup on my Sunday roast.
As does Izzy Westbury, which surprises me.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that's where I picked it up from.
Maybe.
Mum used to put cheese on hers
What?
when she was pregnant.
I've heard of cheese on toast, but not cheese on roast.
Nice.
That is unusual. I suppose, you know.
I love cheese. Maybe that's why, because my mum ate so much of it.
8 for 1. Filer bowls. Oh, a little edge, which is actually well parried by Bouchier at slip, because that went low and quick towards the England batter. Phil?
Yeah, and a cauliflower cheese wouldn't be out of place in a Sunday roast, would it? So I think we can give cheese.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
You're
Okay.
not happy, Henry?
I just sort of have a vision of sort of grated cheese over a, like, you know, nice plate of lamb and mince.
I've got slabs of it. I'm envisioning, like, you know, you cut a block into, like, slices. That's what I'm seeing.
On your roast.
I don't do it.
In comes Filer. And, that's an awkward one for Amy Jones. Bounces just in front of her on the second bounce, and almost a dentist trip required.
It's been a little bit up and down here for Lauren Filer. There's been a couple where Susie Bates didn't move her feet and it almost shot under her bat, and then the one she got out to lifted a little bit, but again, no foot movement. So New Zealand here getting stuck on the crease to Filer.
Well, at the other end, Plimmer on 3. Mealy Kerr yet to get off the mark. She has had a great start to the year, as this delivery will see runs. It's tapped away into the onside. Chase on in the deep for Tilly Courtine Coleman, who runs round and throws left arm from out there in the distance with a couple of runs taken. And so the debutant, still a teenager, who wears a rather distinctive long tubey grip right down her left arm, but nothing on her right arm. So it's sort of quite a unique look, really, in some respects. You look for these little things that mark out a player, and it's one of those standout things you can just spot her wherever she is in the field. In comes Filer, next delivery, pushed into the offside, and there will be no run. So, end of the over, 11 for 1 is the score, and as I fling my phone around...
Wouldn't be like you, that, Henry, to drop things or...
Oh, don't. We're going to make a change here in the commentary box, because coming in to sit down alongside you, Alex Hartley, is Fionn Wynne, and some thoughts from you, Al, and Fionn will take us through the next little phase of the innings.
Yeah, it's been quite a timid start from New Zealand this morning. Obviously, losing Susie Bates as early as they did is always a bit of a hammer blow. I always feel like there's so much pressure on Mealy Kerr to score runs, and she's been a little bit watchful, but Lauren Bell and Lauren Filer have bowled nicely.
Thank you, Alex. It's going to be Lauren Bell to continue from the Lumley end. She's bowling to Georgia Plimmer. Still on 3. And that's it. Another straight delivery, just poked out to point for no run. Yeah, and she's been in some incredible form, hasn't she, Mealy Kerr? That series against South Africa, I think it was 175 not out, I think she had. In that record run chase last month. But there is, especially now with Susie Bates out, there is a lot of pressure on her shoulders. Captaining, batting number 3, bowling her leg spin. As Lauren Bell continues, and that's driven nicely by Georgia Plimmer. Half stopped at point. It's probably not. Is it going to get to it? It is. Just a piece of despairing dive out there of Emma Lamb. It was half stopped, but pace on the ball from Lauren Bell, and that's first boundary for Georgia Plimmer, which will make her feel a little bit better.
Yeah, lovely shot from Plimmer through the offside. They're just checking to see if this touched a boundary rope, and it did. It clattered into that.
It was a teasing one, wasn't it? Kept Emma Lamb chasing the whole way. Takes the score to 15 for 1. In the 5th over. As Bell charges in. And that's a little straight. Just worked off the legs off Georgia Plimmer, but they don't take the run. As Danny Gibson does the fielding at mid-wicket.
We've been mentioning how chilly it's been up here. It was chilly this morning when we walked in, wasn't it?
It was.
This is the earliest England have ever played a women's international in this country. May the 10th. They played T20 on May the 11th against Pakistan, but in terms of one-day internationals, it's a couple of weeks earlier than they've played before.
3 degrees, my phone told me it was this morning. As Lauren Bell is in, and that's defended again. Out to point by Georgia Plimmer. There is no run.
It's just one thing I've never really understood the weather. Like, it was so hot. It was like 27 degrees the other week. Everyone's in the beer garden, summer's here, and then change of wind, bash, just kidding.
Yeah, it was a bit of a transition from south to north yesterday.
Are you classed as the south?
Yeah. What would you say?
Sideways. I thought you were sideways.
Lauren Bell into Georgia Plimmer, just tucks that off her legs nicely for a single down to fine leg. 16 for 1. What? So you're a northerner. I'm a sidewayser.
Yeah, I just thought you were west.
Well, yeah, it technically is west of England, but it's south.
You had to come north.
Yeah, very north. Yeah.
Learn something new every
There you
day.
go. Every day's a school day with you.
It actually is, especially around bright sparks like you lot.
We keep you on your toes. Lauren Bell then to complete her over. That's defended by Mealy Kerr for no run. After 5 overs, so halfway through the power play. New Zealand 16 for 1. Cautious start, and the big wicket of Susie Bates.
But what was odd yesterday, in the afternoon I watched the rugby from Leicester. It was glorious sunshine. And then we went down the evening, we watched some football from Scotland, and it was glorious sunshine, wasn't it? So we were kind
just
of
like in a bubble.
In a sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a bit of a frost this morning. It was a bit of a shock to the system. We didn't dress well.
No.
None of us have dressed well for it.
I can't believe you walked in it. It must have taken you an hour.
It's not that far, is it?
No, well, you've done your steps for the day.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, how long did your 9K run take you yesterday? That must have been close to an hour.
Yes, thank you. What was it, 50-something minutes? Just because you'd have done it in 4 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah.
Mo Farah over here.
Yeah. Sub 2 hour marathon incoming. Lauren Filer with a short ball to Georgia Plimmer and fended away from her body. Lauren Filer is again on the floor. She is again back up.
Yeah, we see it quite a lot with Lauren Filer. Spit it out. When Mark Wood bowls and Lauren Filer, they put everything into it and they just slip and end up falling on the floor. You have to sort of teach yourself how not to land on your knees and your elbows.
She starts it out quite well. She's got a good roll, like a drop the shoulder roll.
She must constantly have a bruised hip.
Yeah. It just makes you flinch a little bit every time they go down, don't you?
Well, you just don't want them to be injured.
Yeah, you don't want them to not come back up. Violet into Mealy Kerr again, beaten for pace, and she just chops that into the leg side. There is no run.
Over the winter, I decided I was going to not point at random things because I know it upsets Al now and then after I pointed out
What do you mean?
bat. I pointed out a bat in the Women's World Cup. It was
Dark.
Well, you just went-
know? And I just broke it straight away.
Did you?
Yeah,
So what Phil does is he just points out the window at things.
But with no words.
I'm like, what? And he'll just go, bat. Like, wow, I can't see the
As in
bat. Yeah,
the animal.
not a
Yeah, not a
batter.
cricket bat.
Yeah. What were you pointing at, Phil?
Lauren Filer on the floor, I think. She's in now to Mealy Carr, who cuts beautifully past point for 4. Just a little bit of width outside the off stump from Lauren Filer there, and that pace on the ball is always going to fly away. And making the most of that width there, Mealy Carr, her first boundary, New Zealand 21 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant from Mealy Kerr, as you say, outside the off stump and rocks back. It's almost, I thought she'd cut it, but it was almost like one of those drives that comes off the splice of the bat.
Just using the pace, isn't
Yeah.
it, the whole way.
Lovely shot.
Violet in again, and that's the back of a length, and played and missed by Mealy Carr. It was a bit shorter. She feels like she missed out on that one, just rehearsing her shot.
Must be so good as a fast bowler when you have that feeling of you're a little bit too quick and your batter's constantly playing and missing. I mean, you've got a fast bowler coming in this seat after me, so she can tell you all about it. But like, just looked a little bit too quick, that one for Mealy Kerr.
Bit of an ego.
A little bit
boost,
of
isn't
extra
it?
bounce.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite, not quite seeing it as well as if you just had a nice little lovely medium pacer.
Violet in, and again that's Sean. It's pulled by Mealy Carr, but not perfectly timed. Down to fine leg for a single, but she wasn't particularly rushed. Played it quite comfortably. 22 for 1. Kerr moves to 7, and Georgia Plimmer on strike now with 9. There's good recovery from Lauren Filer since conceding that boundary.
You almost feel like this is a big ball to get out the over.
Plimmer on strike to Filer, and that's Fuller, and it's chipped back up in the air, but she can't get there near follow through. But shake of the head from Lauren Filer. It's 6 from the over. New Zealand 22 for 1. Still a pretty cautious start, but they'll be just wanting to keep those wickets in hand, especially with the amount of weight that is on Mealy Kerr's shoulders. She has 7 from 12, Plimmer 9 from 14. Just the 2 bowlers used by England in the power play so far. And Lauren Bell is going to continue.
Oh, it looks cold. You can see Izzy Wong and Nat Silverbrunt on the TV. They do not look warm.
You've got the bobble hat on in May. It's not usually a great sign, that, is it? No. Confirm that Izzy Wong did pull out late. She had a bit of hamstring tightness in the warm-up. That's why she's not out there today.
I wondered why she wasn't playing.
Yeah. Well, we saw her mark her run-up, and we assumed that she was going to. As Bell is in, and that's chopped down to deep third by Mealy Carr for a single. Takes the score to 23 for 1. So yeah, no Izzy Wong with a bit of hamstring soreness, and Sophie Eccleston is managing her quad niggle. But it's fine because England got so many left arm spinners. Just swap one in and swap one out.
I know. Great opportunity for Tilly, Courtney and Coleman. I think England's strength is their bowling attack.
Yeah, it's a very spin-heavy attack for that World Cup, isn't it? As Bell continues, and that's played and missed by Georgia Plimmer outside the off-stump.
When you look at, you've got Lauren Filer, Lauren Bell, Izzy Wong, you've got Mahika Gore that's done her ankle and out of this series, unfortunately, with a broken ankle. And then you've got Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, there's Sarah Glenn that's not even been picked, Tilly Courtney and Coleman now. They're all bowlers that, and I think England now have to find, which is exactly why Grewcock's opening the batting, they have to find the next batters.
There's a lot of variation in that bowling attack as well, isn't there? Different spinners, seamers offering different pace. As Bell continues very full and just poked back to her by Georgia Plimmer. There is no run. Would you have said it if Izzy Wong had played, would she have opened instead of Filer, or would you have kept Bell and Filer as the opening partnership?
It's a great question. I think it's much of a muchness whether you go Wong or Filer. I think Filer is now she's got more control and she swings the ball late back in towards the right-hander, can be quite threatening. I wouldn't have been fussed.
Yeah. It's a nice problem to have.
Yeah.
Bell continues. That's a short ball, and it's again played and missed by Georgia Plymouth. And through to Amy Jones. Getting a bit frustrated here. Plymouth 9 from 17. Bell just testing her out with a shorter delivery.
It's definitely not T20 cricket like I've been watching, is it?
No, it's a steady start, to say the least.
Well, last time England played here, Phil told us last night, they were 22 for 2 after the power play.
Yeah. And then went on to nearly chase 300 and something, wasn't it? So, there we go. Lauren Bell is in, and that's worked off the pads by Plymouth. They consider a run, but Mealy Kerr is sent back. She's itching to get on strike, Mealy Kerr. A bit frustrated, stuck at the non-striker's end.
Well, I think that's the thing that when you look at a team like Australia or a team like New Zealand, Australia managed to turn the good balls into ones and they managed to rotate the strike.
Lauren Bell then to complete her 4th over. And that's full and solid in defences. Georgia Plymouth up to mid-on for no run. And Alex is going to take a break. Thank you, Alex. And delighted to be joined by New Zealand fast bowler Leah Tahuhu. Welcome for your Test Match special debut.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
And welcome to Chester Street, of course, because we were all kind of a bit whingy yesterday about our journeys, because we all had quite long journeys. But I don't think we have any right to moan about it, considering the journey that you had to do.
Yeah, I think I certainly take the cake of the journey. It was just a cool 36 hours to make it here to Chester Street today, but very, very happy to be here.
So where was that? That flight was from?
Christchurch. So we went Christchurch into Singapore, and then Singapore to London, and then got to experience the London trains.
Nice.
With luggage.
With a lot of luggage, I would imagine. Lauren Filer in to Mealy Kerr, who kind of half pulls, half drives that onto the leg side for a single. Freya Camp does the fielding. And 24 for 1. So any jet lag? Were you recovered?
A little bit of jet lag, but I think, you know, when you've got 2 children at home anyway, it's not your strength.
So you've had a night's sleep?
I have had a night's sleep, yep.
Must feel like a luxury.
Ready to go and watch some quality cricket today.
And Lauren Filer, that's 1 for 11 so far. She's into Georgia Plymouth, who just almost chops that back onto her stumps, gets her foot in the way. So struggling with the pace of Lauren Filer a little bit here, Georgia Plymouth.
Yeah, I think Filer's been really impressive this morning so far, hasn't she? Probably a late in, I would assume. Got a tap on the shoulder when Wongi had some hamstring tightness, so...
Yeah, you can really see how much she has been working on that control. She was very raw pace when she first came into the England side, but so controlling that new ball well. And that's a short ball, and she's on the deck again, but Georgia Plymouth has managed to pull that down to square leg for 4. So a much needed boundary for the New Zealand opener there. It's the score to 28 for 1. And Lauren Filer just gingerly walking back to her mark. I think she's all right. Just a real effort ball from her there. And it's disappointing from Freya Camp. She looks a bit frustrated to have missed that at square leg, but it was pulled pretty firmly by Plymouth.
I do not know how she gets herself up off the ground so many times in an over. Honestly, she must be so sore.
So, steaming in again now is Lauren Filer, and again it's short and it gets punched off the back foot, this time for 4 by Georgia Plymouth. So again, just a bit of width that side off stump, and the extra pace that Filer has, as much as it is effective in troubling the batter when it's that wide of the off stump, it's always going to fly to the rope. So back-to-back boundaries now for Georgia Plymouth after a bit of a cautious start. She's getting going. New Zealand 32 for 1.
Yeah, Filer just looks like she's lost her length a little bit more than anything here, hasn't she? She started off early, nipping it back really nicely, but she's giving a little bit too much width and short now.
Back-to-back boundaries then, and that's... Oh, it's been dropped! Dropped at short third by Maya Boucher. Lauren Filer cannot believe it. She has her hands on her head. It was cut off the back foot by Georgia Plymouth, straight into the hands of Maya Boucher and straight back out again. And for all the talk about England's fielding, that is not a great start. Georgia Plymouth put down on 17 after those 2 fours.
That hurts as a bowler, doesn't it? Get hit for 2 boundaries, come back, bowl a good ball, and it gets dropped.
She cannot believe it, Lauren Filer. It was straightforward as they come for Boucher. She's in again, and that's driven, but straight to point for no run. And she is on the floor again, Lauren Filer, thanks to Phil for pointing that one out. But as usual, she gets back up. And an eventful over there. New Zealand 32 for 1. There were the 2 fours and that dropped catch by Maya Boucher, who will be furious with that. We've just seen a replay of it again. It almost just seemed to go straight through her hands, maybe into her stomach. It was a poor drop.
I think it might have hit her a little bit quicker than what she expected in there. Maybe she's just a step too close in that gully there. Filer is certainly one of the quickest bowlers going around in women's cricket, so maybe just haven't quite got their depth right there.
I did think, because when you, Alex and Catherine went for a walk out this morning and all came back shivering and all saying it is a day for hand warmers, I don't think I'd want to be doing too many catches out there.
It's a day I'm happy to be sitting up here as opposed to walking up out there.
Lauren Bell then into Mealy Kerr, who defends off the back foot for no run. And there was so much talk around England's fielding going into last year's World Cup in India, and they were noticeably much better in the field out there, but they know there's going to be a spotlight on them, particularly in the catching department.
Sometimes when it's talked about so much as well, isn't it? You put a little bit extra pressure, you get a little bit more nervous as the ball's coming to you to start, and it's the first game of the summer for them. They haven't played for a long, long time, as we know.
Lauren Bell continues her 5th over. Again, just defended by Mealy Kerr. And you're almost overthinking it, aren't you? You think, I have to catch it. I absolutely have to catch it. And the more you think about it, the harder it becomes.
Well, and you know that there's probably a coach sitting up there that's marking you on whether you're good or bad, and you drop a level 1 or a 2 and you're going to hear about it later as well. So now you've got that in the back of your mind, and it's about how you can move that out as quick as possible and get on to the next one.
You just need the ball to come to you again as quickly as you can. Get
Which
it
you
over
want,
with.
but you also don't want now.
Yeah. Mealy Kerr on strike to Lauren Bell, and that's cut off the back foot, and that's going to go to the boundary as well. So again, short and wide from England. And that's nicely punched through the covers by Mealy Kerr. England, after such a controlled start, just leaking a couple of boundaries. It's again that width outside the off stump that is being punished. It's scored 36 for 1.
Yeah, I think both Mealy and Georgia are showing here. Take a little bit of patience early. Take your medicine a bit. Bowlers are allowed to bowl well, and then when they give you something like that, really punish it.
Just putting the bad ball away at the moment. Sticking to the basics. So Lauren Bell responds with a fuller delivery. It's clipped nicely off the pads. It's well fielded by Maya Boucher. So, as we said, she wanted the ball to come back to her. Saves a single there. A bit of a miscommunication between Kerr and Plymouth, but no real run-out danger.
Georgia was a little bit worried there, wasn't she? Maya's picked it up cleanly in her shot at the stumps. Just letting her know, I'm still here, I'm still a good fielder.
She is at mid-wicket now. That drop catch earlier was at short third. As Bell is in again, a short ball, and it's pulled nicely by Mealy Kerr, but straight to fine leg for a single. They're picking up the short ball pretty well now. They're a bit on the back foot at the early stages, but it's nicely controlled by the New Zealand skipper.
Yeah, Mealy's faced a lot of short balls in her days, I must say. I've peppered her a little bit when she was a bit younger and a bit chirpy in the nets, so she's not too bothered about a bouncer.
Lauren Bell to finish the 9th over. And that's solidly defended by Georgia Plymouth. No getting past that at the moment. So New Zealand 37 for 1. There's 1 over left in the first power play. And that is my cue to hand over to Durham's own Emily Windsor. She'll be joining Leah Tahuhu here in Chester Street.
Thank you, Fionn. I'd say a balanced morning so far. I think New Zealand have been patient, and then these last couple of overs, they've really capitalised on some loose deliveries from England.
Yeah, they have. Like I said, I think it's just taking your medicine early. Kind of don't know what that pitch was going to do either, really. I think if New Zealand had won the toss, they would have wanted to have a bowl out there. So, you know, the first few overs, the ball's nipping back in. You've got Filer, who's got very good pace, should be up above that 120 Ks. So sometimes you got to just take that and then put away those bad balls, which they've probably got a little bit in the last couple of overs, and that's probably why we're seeing a change now.
Yeah, so Tilly Courtine Coleman on debut, the young left-arm spinner coming into the attack. There's been a lot of talk around her, and obviously the selection in the T20 World Cup, playing today ahead of Sophie Eccleston. But this will be a nervy start, won't it, on debut, bowling in the power play, the final over the power play. As she's in, and that's swept beautifully to start. And will be a single to Mealy Kerr, 38 for 1 New Zealand. What is your debut like that? As a bowler, that first ball you release, what are you feeling at the top of your mark?
Just want to land the ball. You want to land the ball somewhere where it doesn't go for 4. You don't bowl a wide. You want to start off, you know, just 1, you'll take that. You'll take that. I mean, she's 16 years old, so it's incredibly impressive.
In again, flights it up and defends. Does Plymouth. And do the nerves settle relatively quickly, or is it like a first wicket thing? Is it getting through your first over, or?
I guess it depends who you are and how you go about it. I know, you know, for someone like her, she's got a very good head on her shoulders, and she's played a lot of cricket.
Left arm round the wicket, in again, defends, does Plymouth.
She'll just be excited. She's got the ball in hand. She's in the power play, so they obviously trust her quite well. Hard task bowling in the power play, but she's looking good, these 3 balls so far.
Doesn't look phased, that's for sure. The tall left arm spinner in, off the back foot, worked nicely by Plymouth out to deep square. Freya Kemp does the fielding, 39 for 1.
Must say what I really love seeing is a debutante in the anthem. You know, it's such a special moment. You don't get to stand alongside your teammates too often and sing a national anthem, let alone when it's your first time. Some real emotion there, it was awesome.
Yeah, she's a great character, is Tilly, and had a really interesting journey to hit. She's in again, defends to mid-wicket by Mealy Kerr. Yeah, she's obviously played in the 100, which has been a sort of a breakthrough, I guess, competition for a lot of cricketers in this side, but straight in under pressure. I think her first wicket was Meg Lanning as well, so it's a pretty cool one to get. She's in again, advances does Kerr, but fields off her own bowling. End of the over, just 2 runs from it.
Over's gone, New Zealand,
and that's the end of the power play. 39 for 1, New Zealand.
Share something in common then. Meg Lanning was actually my first international wicket ever, so
there you go. That's a good one to get.
Yeah, we don't have much else. She's a left arm spin bowler, I'm a right arm pace bowler, but we've got that.
You're not got the left arm spin change up in your locker?
Trust me, you wouldn't want to see that.
I do want to see that actually in the T20 World Cup this summer. Lauren Bell will continue though from the Lumley end. What we've seen from the pitch so far, Leah, what do you feel? I'm not going to ask you yet what you feel a good score is, but in terms of how are England going to get their wickets of New Zealand on this surface, and how are we going to see New Zealand try and construct an innings for the next 40 overs?
Yeah, I think it's just being really disciplined. I think early on we saw a bit of nip back from Filer early, and a little bit of up and down as well, so it shows if you're on the stumps, the pitch will do the work for you.
Bell in, hits that pitch and hits Plymouth, but will be no run.
I think it's exactly that, right? Keep the stumps in play as much as you possibly can. I mean, there's no catches in play, which says that there's not a heap of pace there for the bowlers as it is, so it's got to find, you know, that different way. We've talked about their plans a lot. I think someone like Georgie, you're probably looking to try and target that front leg a little bit.
And on a pitch like this, as a bowler, is it, I guess, a game of patience? Because if you're hitting the stumps everywhere, yes, they might not be scoring, but I feel like someone like you as well wants wickets. There's Bell in again, shorter ball.
Yeah, it's certainly about the patience. You have to, and you have to put that ego away a little bit. Of course, you want to take wickets as an opening bowler. You know, that's your job. If you can get a couple in the power play, you start your team off. But at the same time, the score hasn't got away. They're only 39 for 1, so keep that discipline as much as you can. Be on those stumps. Be boring. It's 50 over cricket. We play so much T20 now, you actually forget how much time you've got.
I suppose as a batter as well, you got a lot of deliveries, as we've seen here. Both of them have been relatively steady to start, but they can cash in. As Bellin, again, that's short and played out to deep cover. Emma Lamb does the fielding, and it will be a single. Plymouth moves to 19, who was dropped on 17 off the bowling of Lauren Filer. Should have been taken that.
Should have been taken that. I think as well on a pitch like this, we'll probably see some catches in close in front as opposed to behind the wicket as the day goes on a little bit. Try and create something else. You're probably not going to get a heap out of the pitch now. Use that up in the power play.
40 for 1 then, New Zealand. And that's driven nicely to mid-on, but Tilly Courtine-Coleman does the fielding. I mean, I've played out here, obviously it's my home ground, a lot this summer, and the pitches have been relatively flat, sort of looking at high 200s, 300 in the domestic game par. But it is a pitch that we always talk about as a home team, where you've got to give yourself a few more balls to get in, and then you can really cash in later. So from a New Zealand perspective, hopefully the likes of Mealy Kerr and Plymouth will be able to construct that innings for them. Bellin again, and that's played beautifully off the back foot by Kerr. On top of the bounce will be a single. She'll move to 16, 41 for 1.
You look at a bowler's perspective there, don't you? It's just not what you want to hear. High 200s, 300, it's flat wicket, you know you're in for a long day, and that's where you do have to be really, really disciplined.
Yeah, our spinners in the Durham team hate it as well. Not much turn and just feel like they're never in the game. Bell charging in though for England. Shorter ball again, pull shot. Doesn't get all of it, but gets a single for it. She'll move to 20, 42 for 1. That's 11 overs gone.
I think it's really good to see the pace bowlers here using their short ball. They've seen at least 2 and over each time that the paces are on. That is about just trying up that change up, right? You can bowl 4 balls on the stumps, but then what else are we going to get? How else can we make them feel uncomfortable and make them feel, you know, like we're in the battle here as well? So,
and I guess that is an indication that it's a pretty flat pitch, because if you're swinging the ball away or you get a nip off the seam, I guess you wouldn't be needing to go to that delivery.
No, you're not wasting the ball if it's seaming around like that, are you? You're wanting to keep it in perfect condition, but when it's not giving you too much, you may as well dig a couple in. Well, that's always what I think anyway.
You dug them in anyway.
I always like to see them dug in anyway. Why not? No one likes 120 Ks coming at their head, do they? I certainly didn't when I was batting.
Did you get them back in the net?
I did, yeah.
If you gave them in the net, surely you got them back.
Yeah, but you've got to be smart about that though, don't you? Because then, you know, you get to bowl at them again, so...
I feel like whoever opens that battle, then that's a never-ending one.
You never bounce the other pace bowlers though. Golden rule.
Courtine-Cole with it in for a second international over. It's defended back to her. Tilly's just settled in what we've seen her do on the domestic stage. Just bowls line and length, make the batter try and do something different. Can turn the balls up, and that's up in the air. Lauren Bell's at mid-off, and that's her first international wicket. Georgia Plymouth tried to go over the top, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman gets the break through the New Zealand opener. What a moment for her. Plymouth gone for 20, 42 for 2.
What a fantastic moment for Tilly there. Nothing like your first wicket. From a New Zealand perspective, I'm not sure that Georgia needed to do that right then. She just was starting to get some balls that she was able to play her shots to, and then she's trying to invent something there.
In her second over, that's all it took for Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
Caught by Laura Bell.
What a moment.
Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
And that's relief, isn't it?
Oh, this
Surely
international
now.
cricket's easy, isn't it?
I feel like though with Tilly, anything she seems to, any next level she steps up, she seems to grab that opportunity with both hands and never looks phased.
It's only taken her 8 balls to get her first international wicket.
5, Maddie Green.
She's got 8 more to get now then. No, fantastic moment for the young left arm spinner. Still looks cool and composed now. She's gone back to the mark. And Maddie Green comes to the crease for New Zealand. Feels to be crucial in this order, obviously, for you guys, the experience that she has, sort of with the changing side now.
Yeah, this is a massive partnership here, I think. You know, Mealy and Maddie have really got to dig in now. Obviously already lost Susie, now Georgia. both been in very good form lately, so hopefully they can put a big partnership together here.
42 for 2 then. And Courtine Coleman into green, who gets a thick inside edge to backward a square. She'll get off the mark. There's a batter. Doesn't matter how you get off your mark, because you are. And the score is 43 for 2. Phil?
Oh, we mentioned Mealy Kerr's sort of stellar start to 2026. Maddie Green, 427 runs this year, an average of 106.75. Not bad.
Not too bad at all, that, is it? She's really taken on that responsibility. We talked about a bit of a changing of the guard, and she's been one to really stand up.
Courtine Coleman next to the umpire approaches and flights that one up to Kerr, who pushes into a vacant mid-wicket. She'll just look to quietly accumulate. She's on to 17. How old's Maddie?
She'll be 33 now, I think. She's probably one of the only people over 30 in that team for the one-day series here.
Coleman in again, defends. Does Green big stride forward that. That's a proper forward defence if I've ever seen one. 44 for 2.
She'll be the second oldest, I think, just thinking about that. Obviously, Susie's by far and away
Not
the
long
oldest
left
in this
of
team.
Super
38.
Suze.
No.
She's in shorter, and that's pulled to mid-wicket, who gets a hand to it. Green will move herself to 2. And that's the end of the over. 12 overs gone. Tilly Courtine Coleman with her first international wicket. 45 for 2. New Zealand's fast bowler Leah Tahuhu alongside me, Emily Windsor, with you at Chester Street for the first of 3 ODIs between England and New Zealand. TMS Hit will have every ball of every match. And we'll be seeing you hopefully in the T20 series, the World Cup.
Yeah, that's the plan. Looking forward to that. A bit of a stint with you guys first, which was an awesome experience for me, and then catch up with the team on the 17th as we head into those T20s versus England, and then a massive summer over here, obviously with the T20 World Cup.
Change of bowling from the Lumley end. Danny Gibson comes into the attack, who, it blows my mind, it's her ODI debut today. She's such an experienced cricket. We've seen her in T20s, but she's had a recent history of injury to her back. But great to see her back in the side from an England point of view, the all-rounder. We'll see her later with a bat, powerful, but right now, her right arm, medium fast. Shorter and played out to backward a square. They run the first one hard, but Freya Kemp does the fielding. Gibson looks to swing the ball away, so it'd be interesting what she gets out of the surface, out of the conditions. It's slightly overcast.
Yeah, she's got a lovely action, hasn't she, Danny? Like I said, shocking that she hasn't actually debuted earlier in one-day cricket. I think she's probably been around for 3 years now in this England setup, so great day for her as well.
She's in again on the stumps, and that's defended to mid-on. Will be no run.
Yeah, 22. T20 internationals for Danny Gibson, but her debut today. Maddie Green making her 50th consecutive appearance in ODIs for New Zealand today, so a little nod to her.
Gibson just adjusts her hair at the top of the mark. Slight breeze out there. Cold if you're not from the northeast. She's in again. That's pulled beautifully, splitting square and fine leg, but Kemp does well to keep that to a single, very well in fact, and Kerr to 18.
Tell you what, it's underestimated how annoying your hair is when it's in the wind and you're bowling. You do get a lot of stick at times. Oh, you're redoing your hair again, you're doing this, you're doing that, but what are you supposed to do if it's in your face and the ball's coming straight back at you? You can't see what's happening.
What's the coping mechanisms then? Is it like, do you gel it back? Headband.
Yeah. That's what I've found, seems to be the most effective, but you still get some flyaways at times.
Danny Gibson's not opted for the headband. I think she's gone for the fashionable slick back look, because that's shorter, and again that's pulled to backward a square. Bouchier does the fielding, 48 for 2.
Well, that's my problem in a nutshell, fashion. Absolutely no fashion happening here. Maybe it's an age thing. I didn't get the memo about slick back.
So the headband, have you ever considered like a full sweatband?
Well, I did once when we were in the WBBL and Sophie Devine was doing a headband challenge. It wasn't for me. It was more annoying than anything.
I feel like that would like ping off your head as you were running in, as Gibson in again. Back of a length, played to mid-wicket. Again, a dot ball.
And it did serve a great purpose with the sweat. I will give it that much.
You won't be sweating much out there, though, if you played, would you?
God, it is absolutely freezing here today, I'm not going to lie. I left New Zealand thinking I was coming over to summer, and it is warmer in Christchurch right now than it is here.
Have you been up to Durham before?
No, actually, this is my first time.
So I'm from the south, recently moved up to the north, and there's a few degrees difference, I'll give it that. There's Gibson in again and defended by Kurt. End of the over. 13 overs gone, 48 for 2. Yeah, there's definitely a northeast cold compared to other places. So you've got the coldness out of the way.
Oh, I hope so. I hope it's only going to get better. I'm here for 10 or 11 weeks, so it's certainly got some time to improve and impress on the weather front.
Down to North Hants next, so in the Midlands. I guess that's the Midlands.
Well, there's no point looking at me. I have no idea where we are on the map.
Because I'm a southerner, anything north of the M25 is north.
Well, anyone in the north would say north-south. Anyone in the south would say north-south. But if you're in the Midlands, you know that's the place to be, you see, yeah.
But the Midlands was the right thing to say.
The Midlands was the right thing to say, yeah. Well done.
Back yourself on that.
Tilly Courtine Coleman from the media centre end to continue. Flights that up and worked nicely by Maddie Green into mid-wicket. So what we see from Maddie, just does she tend to quietly accumulate at the start of her innings? Sort of a stroke player?
Yeah, she'll be very watchful early and she'll look at just getting herself in. She'll know as well there's a lot on her and Millie's shoulders here.
Coleman and again flighted, and that's hit over the top. 2 bounces, 4 runs by Mealy Kerr. That's a sign of intent and the skill we know Mealy Kerr has, and that's 50 up for New Zealand.
Fantastic shot there, isn't it? Use of the feet, down the ground, straight over the top. Too easy for Mealy Kerr that, especially in the form she's in at the moment.
She adjusted well there, to be fair, because I feel like Tilly threw that slightly wider, but she's up to the challenge and that's pushed off the back foot this time. To deep cover. Kerr moves her south to 23 and a score 54 for 2.
Yeah, I think just going back to Maddie there as well, like she'll look to play really straight and make sure she's not going across the line too much at all. Very traditional player, probably one of the most traditional in the lineup, I'd say.
Courtine Coleman in again, defends. Again, that traditional forward defence. Do you know what? I don't think we see enough of those sometimes.
We don't. We certainly don't, but that's T20 cricket, isn't it? That's what's brought in, and then we come back to this nice one-day cricket and we get to see things like that.
That's like one hand, one bounce-esque, that one. I'll give it that. She's in again, defends this time, but works it past mid-wicket for a single. That's good manipulation of the field, keep the scoreboard ticking over. She's on to 55 for 2.
One of Maddie's real strengths as well as her calling. We'll be able to hear, even up here with the windows closed, you'll hear her clear call of yes or no.
Courtine Coleman in again. That's a wider delivery that Kerr searches for. And then ends on all fours, but it's signalled a wide.
She might have made that look a little wider than it was, isn't it? Making sure that the umpire was going to put her arms out there.
There is a slip in play. She's in again off the back foot work to backward a square. Good running. Filer there, but Green set off straight away. She knew the throw was coming to her end. That's an end of another over. 56 for 2.
New Zealand 57 for 2. You can make your
good over for New Zealand there, isn't it?
Cricket. Enjoy our
that's what I've seen though from these two, aren't they? They're quietly accumulating, and that's what is so good about 50 over cricket. If you can keep the scoreboard moving, but in a low risk fashion.
So much time, isn't there?
I will leave you with Leah Tahuhu, and you'll be joined by Henry Moran.
Go to durhamcricket.co.uk. Some huge events. durhamcricket.co.uk.
Hello there.
Hello there, Henry.
Nice to see you.
Oh, pleasure to be here.
Nice to be in the warm, I have to say.
It is nice to be inside in the warmth.
Phil Long, you're poised with your microphone.
Well, I was about to ask Leah, if you were to pick up a bat, would you play the forward defensive? You know, when you kind of just pick up. Because we mentioned forward defensives a minute ago.
Absolutely not. No,
that's not the shot you would play.
Absolutely not. When you bat at 9 or 10, there's no chance you're practicing at forward defence.
Here comes Danny Gibson, second over for her, whipped into the leg side by Mealy Kerr, who's looking increasingly comfortable on 25, 58 for 2. Have you ever seen Leah bat, Phil?
Obviously not.
But I just think if I pick up a bat, someone bought a bat in now.
Yeah.
That's the shot I would, you'd be hooking, would you, just in here and
No, I'd just be trying to smash it to cow corner. 6 runs. What else are we doing out there as a lower order batter?
You hold a record here for 6 hitting, I think, lower order. I can't remember what that record is. Worked away again. Sort of identical shot this time from Maddie Green. 59 for 2. I mean, it's not much of a stat when I just say you hold the record for 6s, but let's go with it.
I mean, it sounds fantastic. I'll take it if it's true. But
yeah, doesn't it? It's one of those where I think that maybe it's just socially less acceptable to walk around a room swinging a bat violently than it is to play the forward defensive.
It is, but I'm not walking around the grocery aisle practicing my batting, let's be honest.
Oh, well. In comes Danny Gibson. Oh, that's very well taken down the leg side. Standing up to the stumps by Amy Jones as wide is signalled to move the score to 60 for 2. I think there are certain times, if you pick up, there's a bit of fruit and you just sort of, you can't help but leg spin it. Do you know what I mean? Like an orange or whatever.
I can't say I do it, to be honest.
Not?
With you know.
Oh, right.
No.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm just not an absolute cricket nuffy. Maybe that's my problem.
Yeah, here comes Danny Gibson and pushed off the back foot by Mealy Kerr into the offside, no run. But I think the problem is that those of us that haven't played international cricket is that we sort of like to fantasize that maybe we could, and so if you've got like a tangerine in front of you, a little leg spin, Shane Warne, Mealy Kerr style, you might swing a bat like, I don't know, Viv Richards or Alex Hartley.
I think it's more a batter's thing, isn't it?
60 for 2. In comes Gibson, full delivery onto the pads, nicely tucked past mid-wicket, out towards the deep. And there will be a run taken. 2 England fielders converging in the sunshine out there in front of that unusual building. It's a gym. I can see various people plodding on treadmills up there at the far end of the ground, burning off whatever Saturday night entailed. In comes Gibson with the sun shining brightly. And banged in short, and that was a hostile ball which Maddie Green tried to pull, and I wonder, that it made a sort of clinking sound. I wonder if that might have been off the grill. They haven't called for the concussion check, so I don't think they are going to have a look at it, but we've got 1 ball left of this over. What have you made of the Black Cap start?
White Fern start here?
Forgive me.
I think it's been very...
I knew I'd got that wrong as soon as I said it, and as soon as you looked at me like that. Go on.
Conservative, but I think that's what we're doing in 50 over cricket now, right?
Here comes Gibson, banged in short again, and it's defended. End of the over. Oh, I finished our little time together so poorly.
I'll leave you on that, Henry.
Oh, yeah. Right, here comes somebody else who is known for a real sense of timidness, patience, and calm when it comes to batting. It's Catherine Siffer-Brunt. Lovely to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm like, where's the mic? No, I knew you'd. I was looking for the hostile look your way as well, but it's quite calm then, Lee, actually.
She was. I know it's because we've only just met, and I knew I'd got it wrong. And as soon as I said it, I felt myself tense up in the manner of somebody that's about
I saw the look in your eye.
Oh, I know. It was fear. It was panic. We were discussing Sunday roast earlier. Natasha's been in touch and said you should try a bit of Marmite on your roast potatoes. Once you've tried it, you'll never go back.
My brother likes Marmite on his toast and then eggs. I feel that's quite common, but what you've just said, that's rogue.
Does feel a little
unusual. Lashings of gravy, personally.
Tilly Courtine-Coleman on debut, bowls, it's driven with force down the ground towards Lauren Bell. Long off. What have you made of this start then, Catherine?
I knew you'd ask me that.
Well, yeah.
And I've actually been off looking after Theo, but I have been, casting a little beady eye on the game. And the pitch it's not rapid, but Lauren Filer certainly made it look quick at times, didn't she? Well, no, I think it's been a good all-round.
Courtine-Coleman, lots of flight and air, and it's chopped away by Maddie Green out to deep backward point for 1, 63 for 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't say either team are in charge. I think it's sort of steady away, isn't it? It's figuring out the pitch, figuring out what bowling is best on this surface. I think England have kept it quite tight.
Courtine Coleman bowls. Again, pace taken right off it, and Mealy Kerr will chop without timing to get her 28th run of the innings.
I think from what I saw from the seamers, I think they would have liked to have pitched it up more, use the surface a bit more, use that sideways movement a bit more on the, on the top of the stumps rather than a metre shorter than that. So, yeah, I think they would have been a little bit disappointed in that, but there would have been a lot of energy going on.
Courtine Coleman, left arm spin, defended by Maddie Green. She started well, Courtine Coleman.
Yeah, I've been impressed with TCC for quite a while now. She's such a lovely girl. She's keen bean. She works really hard. She's someone who can just keep repeating like a bowling machine. She's great.
Next delivery, driven down the ground. That's a good piece of fielding from the stand-in skipper Charlie Dean. And England's field, which has been a little ragged, I think it's fair to say. A couple of drop catches. In comes Courtine Coleman. That's a good delivery, which is right on middle stump and defended into the offside. 3 from the over. She's bowled 4 so far. As the 18-year-old, 1 for 17 her figures. In terms of England's catching, we mentioned it earlier, Women's World Cup in 2025, they only dropped 9 catches across 8 games. Catch efficiency of 78%, best of all the sides, which was up 10% from the year before. So the early drops not necessarily indicative of a wider pattern, I think is the point we're making. But they want to break this partnership. They've got their 2 in-form players at the crease. It's New Zealand, 6 ODIs at home this year, the ones against Zimbabwe and that impressive series win against South Africa. Maddie Green was averaging 106, Mealy Kerr 71, so these two have been in decent touch. Kerr is on 28 as Danny Gibson bustles in from the Lumley end, bangs it in short once again, testing the middle of that pitch, which balloons up rather, and it's pulled away for 1 into the leg side. So 65 for 2 is the score, and in the bright sunshine with clouds overhead, we've got an England field that looks rather smart in the sky blue.
Yeah, it's decent, isn't it? I like the sleeves. Some are filling it, some aren't. They're like... A few people need a few guns in that team, don't they?
Oh, what? They're quite
weedy arms everywhere.
What, baggy sleeves?
Jackie's not happy.
Williams has seen something she's getting from Amy Jones.
It's probably Gibbo's earrings. She's always got really...
Oh, big hoop earrings.
Big hoop earrings, hasn't she? Loves it. Just come out on landing.
Keeper up to the stumps. In comes Gibson once again. Full delivery, tucked towards middle wicket, where it's fielded by Dean, who I always think is rather a barometer of England's fielding. She's very athletic, energetic, seems to sort of, a bit like, forgive me now, it's actually Emma Lamb, for a bit like Lindsay Smith. There's a sort of dynamism that seems to spread around the team.
She's either, I find with Dino, when she's on and when she's off. It's all in her body. She's definitely on.
Gibson bowls. That's helped round the corner down towards fine leg, where it'll be fielded cleanly by Freya Kemp, who has to run round the ball rather and throws left-handed, but it's a good piece of fielding. 66 for 2.
You were talking about those drops earlier. I think one was Maya Boucher, wasn't it, at Gully? And that's normally where Nat is, I think. And she obviously is a boundary rider traditionally, so I think the pace of Filer and finding herself in Gully be something she's not really practiced that much. Might have been a bit of a shock, the pace it came to her.
Again, it's just testing the middle of the pitch, and once more pulled into the leg side by Kerr, who moves to 30, the White Ferns captain.
Looks to be quite deliberate, the amount of short bowling I've seen today, and especially against Mealy. Gibbo, Danny Gibson, has definitely tested the shorter half of the pitch, which is strange because it's so slow. And she's only clocking 65, so it's a bit of a strange tactic for me.
Yeah, again, short pulled away and hammered into the leg side. That could be 4, but I'm not sure it's quite been saved. It's very good effort by Freya Kemp out there in the deep, and I agree with you. It does seem an odd approach, this, because it's not really working, I would have said.
For me, it's it's bizarre, and I'm surprised that they're not actually lining that up to hit straighter to Cow, because it's that slow. They could take that on the up. I think the only thing that's in their mind is a few have kept quite low, so playing across the line they've maybe felt slightly dangerous, but that was easy pickings.
Gibson again running in, and it's a fuller delivery, but down the leg side, and Amy Jones has to shuffle to her left up to the stumps to take fumble it slightly, but wide is given. She stopped it at least, 72 for 2. Recently married, Amy Jones.
Yes, a whirlwind trip to Perth for me as well.
How long were you there?
About 40 hours.
Oh, well, there you go.
With copious amounts of alcohol and a hangover.
Here comes Maddie Green, and coming forward to push into the offside and conclude her productive over with 9 from it.
Not with
for
the child,
New Zealand.
though.
72 for 2. Oh, the child stayed at home.
Yes, thank the Lord, because nobody wants to take a
17
child
overs gone, New Zealand,
that far away. 24-hour flight.
Yeah.
Oh, hell. A 1-year-old. Absolutely not. I managed to get my sister and brother to tag team
That
the
is
2 days, yeah.
very, very good
Very good.
behaviour from siblings. That we're having a drinks break, by the way, with the New Zealand score in this first ODI of the summer, standing at 73 for 2 after 17 overs, with a wicket on debut for Tilly Courtine-Coleman. And also one for Lauren Filer. The wickets that have fallen: Susie Bates for 6 and Georgia Plimmer for 20. So the partnership that just seemed to be building between Plimmer and Kerr, the captain, just broken at a useful time from England's perspective. Let me tell you what else is happening around the world of cricket today, because it's a busy day in the County Championship as well. And while we continue on Sports Extra 3, loads of ways to listen right across the BBC on BBC Sounds as well. You can follow all of the action, as always, in red ball cricket, with every ball of every game available to listen to on BBC Sounds and across the BBC. So we're also on Sports Extra at the moment, the main one, and then we'll be heading to Premier League commentary between Burnley and Arsenal just before 2 o'clock, and the County Championship cricket continues until 1:55 on Sports Extra 2. Then you go to your online services via the BBC Sport website and app. But in those games around the County Championship, we've got in Division 1, Hampshire leading by 69 runs, 3 down in the second innings against Essex. Warwickshire with a mighty lead of 325 runs, 4 down against Yorkshire. Surrey still trail Notts by 142 at 273 for 4, but Dan Lawrence is approaching 100 and batting very nicely indeed. Somerset have been in a spot of bother. They're 92 for 8 against Glamorgan, but could be quite an interesting game, that. They lead by 217 runs, and Glamorgan all out for 229 in their first innings. So they're 8 down, Somerset. They are certainly at Cardiff in prospect, I think, of quite a good game there. And Leicestershire trail by 96 runs at the start of their second innings against Sussex. So that is the picture around Division 1. In Division 2, Northampton still 469 runs behind Derbyshire and are 6 down in that game. Wicket for Shoaib Bashir for Derbyshire, so keeping an eye on how he's getting on. Where else can I take you? Well, I can take you to Gloucestershire against Kent, where Gloucestershire lead by 12 runs. Close game there, 14 for 1 in their second innings. At Bristol, Zach Crawley out for just 1, the England opener for Kent in the first innings. Jimmy Anderson, who had 4 for against Middlesex as they were bowled out for 169. Well, Lancs lead by just 113, but they are 81 for 8 in that game, so that could be quite a lively conclusion there. And just to wrap things up, that game that we've been concentrating on with Ben Stokes returning to the action for Durham. Well, Durham against Worcestershire. Worcestershire all out for 308 in their first innings, with Stokes taking 2 for, and then he made just 14 when he was batting. And Durham trail by 49 at 259 for 8. Every ball of every game available to listen to on the BBC Sport website and app. We're at the start of a very busy international summer, and we are bringing you every moment of it. I can't wait for that T20 World Cup, which is coming up.
Now here comes a brand new bowler for England at the
it's
big
captain.
the captain,
Charlie
24, Charlie Dean.
So, yeah, much to look forward to, I think it's fair to say, this summer, Catherine.
There's shed loads going on. I'm going to be travelling all down the country like a mad woman following it. But good. Can't complain. Be lovely weather, I'm sure. World Cup's going to be mental, isn't it?
Here comes Charlie Dean. And, immediately gets one that rips on through and Jones whips the bails off. As Green came
I think this will be a good day
plodding forward.
for Dean. She's obviously interim captain, and really, when she gets those opportunities, it does actually bring the best out in her. So I'm looking forward to what she produces today.
Next delivery from Dean is a little bit quicker, driven out to deep cover by Maddie Green, and one is taken. Dean to Green is going to be problematic, I sense.
Her only problem, I think, is that these two, I don't want to jinx them or anything, but they have started a bit of a partnership here and both settled in. So it'll be hard work for Charlie.
Here comes Charlie Dean, as this keeps a little low, very nearly scuttling on through onto the pads. And one is taken into the leg side. I do like the way you say you don't want to jinx them.
But I secretly do.
Yeah,
It was the most convincing thing I've heard in a long time.
I didn't want to be mean, but I did
wanna-
mean it.
Phil just sort of raised an eyebrow and looked round. Here's Charlie Dean, shirt untucked in the long sleeves, into bowl to Maddie Green, forward in defence. And England's spin attack with a real variety in pace. Dean is spearing it in, and Courtine Coleman up above the eye line.
Yeah, honestly, her action looks as good as I've ever seen it right now. Every ball looks challenging, just out of the hand before it's even reached the batter.
Next ball from Dean is a little quicker. Oh, it's not far from a chance of a catch, and an awkward one for Bouchier at mid-on. She might feel she should have stopped it, but it was one that leapt off the surface and could easily again have taken out the chops, but she managed to get out of the way almost, because it was quite a funny one. It hit something.
So it was a good delivery again from Charlie. She got the right amount of dip on it, and it surprised Maddie a little bit, which made her play a false shot, and it was sort of nearly a catch, which put Maya into an awkward fielding position.
79 for 2 is going to remain that way at the end of the over, because 6 from it we'll see after 18 overs. A partnership which is now worth 37 and building, and as we see the England fielders trot around, and Danny Gibson take a cap from umpire Williams at the far end to prepare for her next over. It is all interesting watching England with these debutants, 3 of them. Courtine Coleman, Drew Cox to open the batting alongside Emma Lamb, and also Tilly Courtine Coleman, Danny Gibson, ODI debut. She played T20s. Been playing those actually for a few years now, so that is a much more familiar name.
It's mad not to see her in the ODI team just still, but sort of understandable as well with the squads that they've had.
Here is Gibson, and bowls a little fuller than we saw in the previous over. Work towards Bouchier at mid-wicket in the deep. 80 for 2 is the score.
I think, as you know, there's Danny White-Hodge missing, Nat Silverbrunt missing. Like, those two slip back in. Generally, you see, 2 people who could arguably still be there. It is quite, it's a really hard decision. It's just getting the balance right. And I think often they choose Charlie as that number 7, don't they, or 8 batsman.
Gibson bowls, and that's down the leg side, and is going to go whizzing towards the fine leg boundary. I don't think it'll be stopped. Does that come off anything, or is that, leg buys? Is with good authority, umpire Williams raises her left knee and pats it and says to us that has come off a part of the body. 84 for 2.
He never has a smile on her face. So miserable, Jackie. I wish he'd smile more.
Well,
I mean, it is a miserable day, but it's a long day. Long day, Jackie.
Because I always remember you used to always smile so sweetly at her, Catherine.
I give her the same she gives me.
Gibson bowl. That's a better length. It's defended. Danny Gibson, who was signed by the Sunrisers Leeds for £190,000.
Absolutely obscene, isn't it?
Which is amazing. Most expensive domestic player.
Which isn't, it's not correct. Like, that's not her value. But this is the beauty of the auction and how wild the IPL is.
It's your
in India. It's what you could go for
someone's willing
10p, you could go for 10,000.
Next delivery is defended into the onside, juggled on the bounce by
Charlie
Dean.
It's so tactical, and it's where you come in the order of the auction. I remember the first Indian one. If there was like 600 players, and if you came in the first 20, then you were laughing. So when they brought out the schedule on the very first year, Nat was, I think she was number 1 or number 3, and I was just. It's like, praise the Lord.
You're looking at bathroom catalogues immediately. You're thinking that tiling looks well. It might be the gold taps. Yeah, I tell you what. Gibson running it again. A little slower this time, driven very crisply towards Lauren Bell in the sunglasses at mid-off. No run.
So it can be so great. Like for her, she is laughing. She's dancing around her living room, and for someone else who's just as good, who will produce just as much quality within that tournament, could go for 20,000. It's mad, but it's just the way it works, and that's how, exciting and wild it will be. There were some really surprise picks in there, weren't they?
This is nicely angled down towards deep third, where Lauren Filer will pick up, and Maddie Green moves to 20. It's 85 for 2. Well, I suppose if you're not going to be playing nowadays, Catherine, in the 100, competitions like it in the Women's Premier League, the next best thing is to be married to somebody who is rather high up on people's list of key purchases. So there we go. Right, I'm going to get out of the way. Fionn Wynne is going to join you.
Well, I just see it as I played, pretty much for free for about 19 years, so it's just my way of cashing back into only what I deserve. Isn't that right, Fionn?
What? I don't know what more you could do.
I just put my services up front for free, and then I'm now a big.
She's now paying you back.
Yeah.
It's the least you deserve. Charlie Dean then is into Maddie Green, who drives. Not much timing up to mid-on. There's no run.
She's got a lovely line and length going here. I also don't want to jinx Charlie because she's
just say it before everything you say.
She's just sent mid-on back. Now Maya Boucher goes straight back to the boundary. She felt like 1 dot was enough, but I think she could have pinched another couple, couldn't she? A bit early for me.
And now to Maddie Green, and that's worked off her pads down to short fine leg. There is no run. She just settles in so quickly to a spell, doesn't she? It's almost like she doesn't need a warm-up.
She looks comfortable, and I think, like I said, when she steps up as a vice captain, she really takes that responsibility on. She's got a little bit of turn going, but the key thing is she's getting up and over. The pace is great, her line's great, her length's great.
Maddie Green drives, but straight to cover. Again, there's no run, so 3 dots in a row now, Charlie Dean.
Yeah.
Building a bit of pressure. She's still got that long on back. She's got a deep mid-wicket and a deep square and deep cover. Plenty of protection. That's a bit shorter and just dabbed to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, this is a lovely line length. You've got extra cover just sort of creeping in to stop that single, as is point. Heather Knight at extra cover, at mid-wicket in tight as well, because these two are really enjoying rotating the strike, and Charlie's actually got a really clever feel going on.
Oh, it's just driven, and there's a half an appeal, but I think she must have got a bit of inside edge on it there, Maddie Green, because Charlie Dean withdrew the appeal pretty quickly. And that is 5 dots in a row now, so she's building the pressure on Maddie Green here.
Amelia Kerr just coming down, having a little chat. I think there's a couple of things wrong. Turned a bit too much as well, missing leg.
Other than that, great shout. And that's driven down to mid-on. Long on, for just a single. So no maiden for Charlie Dean, but just the 1 run from it. And New Zealand 86 for 2, but it does keep Maddie Green on strike. And I think you think if you're England, if you can keep Amelia Kerr at the non-strikers end for as long as you can, they'll be pretty happy with that.
I'm actually quite disappointed in Charlie in that. For me, that's quite defensive. It's not attacking. Like, she quite clearly had the ball by the reins, and she could have even brought Maya up that final ball and said, go on, hit me over.
And if it goes over, you've still only gone for 4 off your over.
Exactly. And already seeing a couple of people fall short and actually get caught in the ring there today would have suggested that the confidence should have been with Charlie rather than with Maddie, who knows at that point she can't get out after the partnership she's built. One of the only, experienced players left on the remaining lineup. Like, for me, that was I don't want to say weak. I want to say defensive. Yeah, because she did such a great job, and I'm not going to take away from that over. She went for 1. It's a brilliant over, but the way that she worked the over, it deserved a bit more than that.
Lauren Filer then. It's bowled 4 overs so far. She's now from the Lumley end, so the opposite end from which she opened, and starts with a dot ball, just poked to mid-wicket for no run.
It's a challenging wicket, isn't it? Because I've seen a few shorter ones today, actually, quite savage from the opposite end that Filer was bowling, and then at a fuller length, actually keeping quite low. So
yeah,
it's a bit of a mind mess up, isn't it, for the batters when they're seeing these deliveries from both ends.
She's quite unpredictable anyway, isn't she, Lauren Filer? So it's not what you want at the best of times. So now that's short and outside the off stump, and it's guided away nicely by Maddie Green, but just for a single. As Tilly Courtine-Coleman completes the fielding.
It's pretty traditional England, isn't it? One of the first games of the season, the first game of the season. I remember being here last year at the beginning of the season and commentating on the first few games where the percentage of balls hitting the stumps was so low. It's like 4% or something. It's so bad, and the amount of extras, and that not quite at that stage, but I think we are a little bit rusty.
And again, that's driven nicely by Amelia Kerr, but straight to extra cover for no run.
Especially when you've got someone like Danny Gibson, if she's coming in now as your like part-time seamer. If you're only bowling 65 miles, you've got to hit the stumps. 5 out of 6, it's just your job. You've got to put it there and thereabout, good length, maybe move it sideways a little bit. And you're just not getting the job done. Way too many short deliveries for me. And especially when they've not been allowed to settle in because they've worked really hard, but they've not been challenged as much as they should have.
And that's wide and reached by Amelia Kerr, who looks absolutely baffled as to why that wasn't given a wide. She's really stretched for that, but it's a dot ball nonetheless, 87 for 2.
We saw the ball before, didn't we, to Maddie? It stood up more, and she was able to cut that nicely down to deep point, but that one just kept a little bit low. It was a bit more challenging for Mills.
It's on strike now, the New Zealand skipper, and that's straighter and driven again nicely, but straight to extra cover. And as we've said many times today, Lauren Filer is on the floor.
Classic Lauren.
But she's back up.
Yeah, she's got very unique bowling action. Her run in and everything reminds me of Andy Caddick. I'd love to see her running really wide. That'd be fun, but whole arm
a lot of
action
limbs
as she runs in. Not a pretty landing, is it?
I think she styles it out quite well.
And then rolls around.
Yeah, she's got the roll covered pretty well.
It must be very distressing.
Another misfield there from... I'm not sure, can't see who that is.
Charlie
Extra
Dean.
cover, Charlie Dean, but there is no run. It's backed up at mid-off. So just the single off Lauren Filer's over. So there's a pretty good couple of overs here from England, just conceding singles, and keeping the pressure on Green and Kirk. New Zealand's probably the most experienced too in this middle order. They know that the pressure is on them to score the bulk of the runs.
What bowling have we seen so far, Phil?
We've seen 5 bowlers from England so far. Lauren Bell opened the bowling, 6 overs she's bowled. That was Filer's 5th over. TCC, 4 overs. Danny Gibson with 4. And Charlie Dean about to start her 3rd over.
TCC, is that what we're going for? Is that our official?
That's what Lottie likes, but I'm not sure. It feels actually longer than saying anything else.
TCC.
Just Tilly.
Yeah.
Or CC.
We can't really call it Tilly. Charlie Dean, and then defended by Maddie Green, back to the bowler for no run.
I was mainly just seeing what other rogue options England might get to go to. Emma Lamb's a bit of a rogue option. Heather Knight used to be our golden arm, but they find that a bit village now.
Yeah, Alex won't be happy if Heather Knight comes onto bowl. We should see her reaction. So driven up to long on for a single by Maddie Green as Catherine despairs beside me.
I was just looking at that valiant effort from Heather Knight.
The flop.
Really pulled her shoulder out. Yeah, Maya Boucher's retired from bowling. I think she's management have banned her.
Yeah.
She's too injury prone with that dodgy action. Chucky.
Freya Kemp's not bowling yet, is she?
Yes.
Charlie is in. That's worked into the leg side for another single. 89 for 2.
Yeah, I think most would argue Freya would probably come on before Danny, wouldn't she?
Yeah. She's being
left arm seam
eased back into bowling after her various back injuries. She's had not much luck with them.
Before TCC came along, I was saying, why don't you change to left arm spin?
Charlie Dean's in. That's driven to cover for no run by Mealy Kurt.
And she was just like, oh, not sure. And I said, well, mate,
it's your way in.
Look how much money the left arm spinners go, mate, and they always get a job. This is the future. Less injuries, less work. Just not having it.
Just 2 singles from Dean's over so far. There's another dot straight to mid-wicket.
Lovely ball. Get mid on up, please. Because where's your wicket coming from?
Maddie Green's 23 of 41, so the pressure is building. Last ball of the over then is that stays low and is just worked off the pads by Maddie Green for a single. She just jammed her bat down on it in time to get the single out to square leg. So 90 for 2 after 22 overs. Thank you, Catherine. And you are going to be replaced by World Cup winner Alex Hartley, who we were just talking about left arm spinners. She'll probably consider herself the original one, I would imagine. So 22 overs gone. Still pretty cautious from New Zealand. Mealy Kerr has 33 from 46. Maddie Green 24 from 42. Welcome again, Alex.
Hello, hello.
And Lauren Filer, she's bowled 5 overs. She's been on the floor quite a lot. Oh, that's a very short ball. That is going to be called a wide. It's banged in almost at her feet. And Maddie Green just laughs and watches it go straight over her head. And that will be no mistake about that one being a wide.
Yeah, I don't mind that though from Lauren Filer, looking for the bouncer. Just a little bit wayward from Filer, a little bit too short.
A bit too short. Figures of 1 for 21 from 5 overs so far. She's into Maddie Green, who defends to cover for no run.
It's been a good partnership this between Amelia Kerr and Maddie Green, and one that was probably needed from New Zealand just to build that platform. They've got that platform now. We've had the first drinks break.
Yeah, you do feel like one of them needs to take a bit of initiative. You know, if Mealy Kerr is going to play the kind of anchor role through the innings, she probably needs a little bit more support from Maddie Green, or vice versa. Lauren Filer to continue from the Lumley end. To Maddie Green. Again, it's short and it's just poked down to deep third, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman covers for just a single. 92 for 2.
I was impressed by how Tilly Courtine-Coleman bowled.
Yep.
Really nicely. Didn't really show any nerves either.
And the 50 partnership there comes up between Kerr and Green, 50 from 66 balls.
I was like, why is everybody clapping?
Yeah, what was that for? I thought they were just clapping for Tilly Courtine-Coleman again. Filer is in, and that's driven nicely by Mealy Kerr up to Midon. It's gone through the fielder Lauren Bell and Midon. They come back for a couple. So again, just a little bit of sloppiness from England in the field. I don't know whether it's just kind of early season, getting used to the cold, or it just beat the two of them there on the leg side, Danny Gibson and Lauren Bell, straight underneath both of them.
Yeah, Danny Gibson firstly at mid-wicket, Looking for the full length dive, just goes underneath her, and then pretty similar with Lauren Bell.
And is in that short ball. It's pulled away by Amelia Kerr, but just for a single. Yeah, trying to test her out with the short ball, but she's pretty happy to take it on. New Zealand captain. With Tilly Courtine-Coleman getting her first international wicket. Who was yours? Can't remember.
Idea.
No, okay. Phil might be able to tell us. Who was Alex's first international wicket?
I've slept since then. It was
a lot.
yeah, my first international wicket. I went wicketless in my ODI debut, so it was in a T20 at Chelmsford.
Okay. That's worked off the pads by Maddie Green for a single. Gibson picks up cleanly this time. 95 for 2. 96 for 2, sorry.
We were playing Pakistan, but I've got no idea who I got out. My first ODI wicket, I wouldn't have a clue.
We'll find out. Phil will tell us. You'd have thought it'd be quite memorable.
I remember the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember how it was out?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's caught long off.
Classic. That's right, you can tell us about when you got Meg Lanning out after. Filer's into Miliko, punches off the back foot, but straight to point for no run.
That was never my favourite wicket, though.
No?
My favourite ever international wicket was Susie Bates, because she crunched me for a couple of 4s, and then I got her out, and I thought, we'll call it even.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
The end of the 23rd over there. New Zealand 96 for 2. How did you get her out?
Stumped, which is always a classic. I love that as a left arm spinner.
Tempted.
She came down the pitch and it spun away outside the off stump at Derby, actually.
Give her a send
I
off?
remember that one. No, I used to celebrate my wickets hard, but I never sent anybody off because I used to bat 11. Yeah. You can't give anyone a send off when you're the worst batter.
It took you a while to get a batting average, though, didn't it?
Yeah,
unmoved.
Couldn't get out.
Couldn't get out. Too good. Charlie Dean to continue. That's driven up to mid-off by Maddie Green for no run.
Yeah, the game's changed a lot since I played. There's absolutely no chance I'd be playing international cricket if I was to have to play now.
Why did you say that?
Because I couldn't bat or field.
Oh, right, okay.
So, you've got to have more dimensions.
Yeah. Defended back to the bowler by Maddie Green.
I always thought I'd be all right in a test match because I could block it.
And just bowl the same spot all day.
Yeah, but no, as a batter, sorry.
Oh, just a bat?
Yeah, I'd just block. I'd bat in 11, obviously, but I'd just block
you could
it.
Bat out for a draw. Yeah. Charlie Dean continues, and it's driven up to long on for a single. 97 for 2. Just happy to rotate the strike off Charlie Dean at the moment.
I like that shot as well from Maddie Green. She uses her feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, just knocks it down the ground. She's not really attacking the stumps at the minute, though, Charlie Dean. I'd like her to be a fraction straighter. Only by a few inches.
Now to Amelia Kerr, who's down the pitch and just clipping the ball to mid-wicket for no run. Come on, Phil, what have you got for us?
Yeah, 3 wickets against West Indies were your opening wickets, and after
What did you say, Pakistan?
No, it's T20.
Oh, T20, yeah.
So we're in ODI mode here. Brittany Cooper was your first wicket.
Charlie Dean, clearly a memorable one. Charlie Dean is in, and that's whipped into the leg side by Amelia Kerr, but Heather Knight does the field in, no run.
Deandra Dottin's in that 3.
No, followed by Anisa Mohammed, first ball, but Stefani Taylor is in there.
You knew it was one of them.
Yeah.
One of the big guns.
You pinned her LBW.
Oof. Charlie Dean is in. That's short and crunched to the square leg by Amelia Kerr, but Freya Kemp does the fielding at square leg, just a single. A rare short ball there from Charlie Dean. She's conceded just 12 from her 4 overs so far. New Zealand 98 for 2 after 24.
Yeah, got away with that short one there, Charlie Dean. As a batter, you go, how have I picked out the only fielder in the deep? At first, it looked like it was going to be crunched into the gap, but as you say, Freya Kemp was patrolling that boundary.
Amelia Kerr 37 off 52, Maddie Green 27 off 48. So Brooke Halliday and Izzy Gaze next. So it is these two, isn't it? This is the partnership for New Zealand and also the one that England will be desperate to break.
We can have a change of bowler as well on the far end for England.
to
Brand new
be.
bowler for England at the lovely end, number
It's going to be
51,
Jodie Grewcock. So on her international debut, she is down to open the batting, but we're going to see a little bit of her leg spin here. Yeah, the Essex youngster.
Yeah, probably a few nerves from Grewcock in as a opening batter today for England at the top of the order, left-hander with a leg spin.
Yeah, of course, Sarah Glenn, usually England's leg spinner, is out injured. She's broken her finger and wasn't considered for selection this summer as she recovers from that. So first look at Jodie Grewcock then for England, and that's punched by Amelia Kerr to long on for a single, 99 for 2. So it's first ball nerves out the way.
Well, it didn't look like there was any nerves there. Pitching on middle, hitting the top of middle and off, and just punched down the ground. A brilliant start for a leg spinner. You know, as a leg spinner, you can get a bit tense and lob a full toss in there.
Grewcock to Maddie Green, and that's a little bit shorter and just worked off her pads down to fine leg for a single, and that brings up New Zealand's 100.
New Zealand's 100
for
in
2.
the 25th over.
So good platform being set here by these two. They'll be hoping to keep laying that foundation.
Yeah, I'd like to see that run rate just climb a little bit now. It's just 4.1.
And Amelia Kerr off the back foot just punches through mid-wicket. They consider coming back for 2, but settle for a single. So just rotating the strike, and I think Grewcock will certainly be happy with singles at the moment. Those first over nerves, you don't mind that.
Yeah, I think if they can get their run rate to just below 5s in the next 3 or 4 overs, they'll be in a great position.
Grewcock's in, that's a little wider and slower, and Maddie Green waits well for it in the end and just works it out to deep cover for a single. Taking the pace off the ball there. 102 for 2. Kerr drives it straight to Heather Knight at cover for no run. Tidy start this from the leg spinner, considering we probably weren't expecting to see too much of her bowling today.
Yeah, I wasn't. Thought she might
get a couple of overs in. Down the pitch is Amelia Kerr and driving, but Danny Gibson gets across from long on to do the fielding. They come back for a couple, so a bit of aggression from Amelia Kerr, but well covered in the end. So a tidy enough first over from Jodie Grewcock, 6 from it, but no boundaries, which will certainly make her feel a little bit better on her debut. And halfway through the innings, New Zealand 104 for 2. Alex, a few thoughts from you as we reach the halfway mark, and Emily Windsor will be coming in on commentary.
Yeah, look, I think New Zealand have got a brilliant platform. Obviously, this partnership is key. As I said just a minute ago, I would love to see them accelerate a little bit. Probably got that opportunity now with spin on just to keep rotating that strike. Can they find a boundary once and over? I mean, Amelia Kerr really tried then. She'll be a little bit frustrated that it didn't go for 4. Didn't quite connect with it.
Good afternoon, Alex.
Hello.
Charlie Dean to continue. Quick and flat, played to mid-wicket, will be no run.
Long time.
Like a whole year.
I know, a whole year.
We were actually reminiscing, weren't we, the last time we saw each other, which was here.
Yeah.
And something happened to your calf.
Yeah, I popped my calf, didn't I? And you were like, oh, you'll be all right.
Dean in again, slow, and that's driven. Great diving stop at extra cover. Stops a short boundary, but they come through for a single.
And ultimately I was all right, but I properly did my calf. I couldn't run for about 6 months. Such a shame.
You're saying that with disappointment?
Yeah, I was actually, because I wanted to, you know, start my running era, and I had to delay it.
You're in it now, though, I hear.
It's my personality now, that in golf.
105 for 2 then as Dean in again. Off the back foot, pulled by Kerr, out to Gibson at deep mid-wicket.
I keep putting my runs on Instagram, and I'm like, it's so boring, it's such boring content. But I cannot tell you the amount of people that reply.
But you don't just put your runs, do you? You put yourself sat on the living room prepping for a run for an hour or 2 hours.
I sat on the living room floor for an hour the other day.
Dean in again. That's very quick and flat from the off spinner, but worked nicely by Green, rotating the strike. She's the 31.
Everyone has that though, don't they, where you know you've got to exercise but you just don't want to.
Did you sit on the floor longer than you ran?
Yeah.
Prepping?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Charlie Dean from the media centre end into Kerr, who's on 42, who advances but yorked herself. That's a dot ball.
Yeah, just a little bit fuller there from Charlie Dean. Amelia Kerr got herself into a little bit of a sticky situation. She's been a little bit all over the place today, Dean, with her lines and lengths.
In again, bowls driven hard back to her, but stopped well. That's the end of the over. 26 overs gone, 107 for 2. And I mean, for Dean, obviously she wasn't initially selected, was she, in this ODI squad, because she's coming back from a bone stress injury in her back, to then be called up to captain.
I think that's what I thought was a bit odd. If you've got to rest leading into a big summer of cricket, into a World Cup, obviously Siva Brunt picking up a niggle doesn't help things, but Dean is going to need that rest at some stage. So when is that rest going to come to help her recover from that injury? So that, I don't want her playing the whole summer with a sore back.
Yeah, I obviously know her very well. I think her back is fine now. It's just building up her workload. So whether they manage them through this series, but an opportunity to captain, I guess, as Grucock with her leg spin in again off the back foot by Green.
It's probably why we're maybe seeing somebody like Grucock get some overs, to take those overs from Charlie Dean, who won't be able to bowl her, or I'm guessing won't be able to bowl her full allocation of 10.
Grucock in, that's slow but paddled well by Green. Good option against the leg spinner, but it will just be a single. She moves to 32, 108 for 2 England.
And that's also something for Dean to manage as captain. If she knows she's only got, I don't know, let's just say 6 overs or so, and you go, okay, when am I going to bowl them? Because she was the quickest to 50 ODI wickets. You know, she's a brilliant bowler.
That's short, wide, and will be signalled a wide.
And she's got that to manage in her head, and then everybody else. So it's not going to be easy for her.
I feel like as a captain, as a bowler, it would be really hard to know when to bowl yourself as well. As Grucock in again and advances Green, but only to extra cover, will be no run.
I do think a lot of bowling captains underbowl themselves. Because you don't want to feel selfish.
I bet they don't in the men's game, though. I reckon this is a female trait, you know. Grucock in again, swept by Kerr, out to Bouchier at deep mid-wicket. 110 for 2.
But then you think of, I'm going to throw it back to the Ashes, and the amount of times everyone's like, can Ben Stokes not just bowl now, please?
True.
And you're going, why is Stokes not bowling? Can he take the new ball? Can he do this? Can he do that? But during that series, you almost wanted him to do everything.
As she's in again, that short, wide, but so slow that it's hit to extra cover. She got away with that one.
A P-roller, that one. There was no pace in that delivery, and it almost came off the bottom of Maddie Green's bat.
Deep cover out on the offside as she's in floated, and she hits it out to Emma Lamb, who's patrolling that boundary. Green to 33, 111 for 2. That's 27 overs gone. Yeah, this is an interesting passage though, isn't it? And this is where we get to in 50 over cricket with the ebbs and flows. How are England going to get a wicket from an England perspective? New Zealand, when do they go up a gear? When do they look to get this score up to not just a 250, 300 plus?
I actually think with the youngsters bowling, that's a great opportunity to do that, especially with somebody like Grucock, Tilly Courtney and Coleman. They're nervous, they're playing in their first game. And we used to have a running joke of being like, try and ruin someone's career before it started.
That sounds like a Hartley thing.
Like, just try and get on top of them. You don't want them to then have confidence into the next game. You know, if you know, you can try and take Tilly Courtney and Coleman none for 60. That's going to play in her mind for the next time she plays.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I also think from a New Zealand perspective, they probably look to these two and be like, we need to be here for a long period of time. And then that probably holds someone like Amelia Kerr back, because we know she's got plenty of gear. She's an unbelievable cricketer, one of the best in the world. As Courtney Coleman back into the attack, slow, loopy, but played out to deep cover. Jodie Grucock does the fielding, and it's the run in between the wickets for me. Grucock hasn't got the best arm out there at deep cover. That's gone into a pocket, but there's no intent in that first single, and we've not seen England pick the ball up cleanly all that much either.
No, they've not fielded all that well today, England.
but could you put them under the pressure, turn that 1 into a 2? There's Courtine Coleman in again, flatter this time, but pushed out into that same offside position. 113 for 2, Phil.
We started the day with a 2 off the bat. Since then, there's only been 3 2s run.
And it's a big playing surface.
Yeah. Yeah, the boundaries haven't come in all that much. Actually, I'm just looking to my left and there's a massive...
But Durham is notoriously
huge.
The whole surface is big, as that's a player miss outside the off stump by Courtine Coleman.
That's what you love as a left-arm spinner.
Has it turned is the question.
Yeah, and as Maddie Green's defending the ball, or looking to defend the ball, it just turns past the outside edge. A great delivery, sharp turn from Courtine Coleman there.
And as a batter, that now you've had one turn past your outside edge, you then become more reluctant, don't you, to use your feet.
And then when you're playing the short form cricket and you are turning the ball, you're thinking, okay, the reverse sweep's on.
That's flighted into the pads by Courtine Coleman. Again, no run.
I like that though from Courtine Coleman. She goes slightly straighter. That one just pitches on off stump, turns the previous ball. This one pitches on leg stump.
See a real confidence growing in Courtine Coleman. In again off the back foot, plays to backward a point. Fields well, Emma Lamb. Impressed with what you've seen of Courtine Coleman so far today?
Yeah, I've been a fan for a while. Any spinner that spins the ball, and left arm spinner in particular, I'll be your biggest cheerleader.
She uses her feet and plays to Boucher at mid-off. Will be a single. That's the end of the over. 114 for 2, New Zealand.
And obviously a variety when having Sophie Eccleston, Lindsay Smith as well, and now Tilly Courtine Coleman. I mean, I don't think you can have enough left-arm spinners. That you could.
Would you play all 3 then?
No, not at the same time. But I think having the variety. I think I would definitely play Eccleston and Smith together, or Tilly Courtine Coleman and Smith together. There is an argument of playing Eccleston and Courtine Coleman together, but for me, they're more similar than if you slot in somebody like Lindsay Smith, who doesn't really turn the ball, looks to just bowl straight with that slinging action. But
I would as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Courtine Coleman and Eccleston are both tall left-arm spinners that are trying to turn the ball, whereas Smith is almost like a round-arm slinging action, who's not involved today. She is in the squad, so we might see her later in the ODI series.
But I think if you played all 3 together, it takes away somebody like Grucock or Dean as well, bowling their allocated overs. So
Grucock will continue into her 3rd overs. Bowled 2 overs for 10 so far. Into green, flighted, and that's just played to mid-on. And that's a misfield, and that's going to go for 4. That's a very, very poor bit of fielding from one of the best of England's, Danny Gibson. That was rolling to her, Alex.
That was Village, actually. It's one of those, isn't it? It happens, and it happens all the time. But that was almost one way. How has Danny Gibson missed that? She just slipped, that's why.
There's Grucock in again, and she plays back up to Gibson at mid-on, who this time does pick it up cleanly.
You think of Danny Gibson though, and she does extraordinary things in the field. She's such a good fielder. And the same with Siva Brunt, but sometimes they do stuff like that and you're going, but you're meant to be one of the world's best. I don't understand.
Grucock to Kerr. Again played up to Gibson at long on.
Can't get her out the game now.
Will be a single. I'm interested to see where Dean goes next with her team. Does she bring back Lauren Bell for a little stint to try and break this partnership that's building? She's played that to backward a point. She almost played 2 shots while that ball was in the air from Grucock. Just 44 mile an hour, the leg spinner.
I think maybe Bell's only got 4 overs left, as does Lauren Filer, so maybe you bring back Danny Gibson before.
Dean does well at mid-wicket, keeping that to a single, but then nearly does throw it for overthrows, but Jones does well. It's 120 for 2.
You could probably give Lauren Bell or Lauren Filer 2, and then you've still got enough room at the back end for them. But if you want to break this partnership, you want your best bowlers bowling.
Grewcock in, and that's played out to mid-wicket, who is out on the rope. They are going to run this first one hard, but Boucher keeps it to a single. 29 overs gone, 121 for 2. Kerr on 45, Green on 41.
What I love about just watching, you know, the youngsters come in and Tilly Courtine-Coleman's come back into the attack, and then she's put her hat back on, fielded the over, and then she's looking, going, am I going again? It's like, yeah, get into your spell. I'm not just going to give you one here.
Their over wasn't that bad.
No,
either, was it?
and it happens, doesn't it? You know, you go, oh, am I going to get another over or not?
She does look threatening, though, Courtine-Coleman, for me, I think, out of the spinners so far.
Yeah, you do feel that if she can get that ball to turn, what she wants now is one of these two to come out of a crease, the ball go past the outside edge and get a stumping.
So the four fielders are out, a deep, very backward of square, sort of an in-between mid-wicket and square, long off and deep cover. There's Courtine-Coleman in again, and that's hit over mid-on, who's in the circle, one bounce fall, 4 toss, and Green's not going to let her get away with that. She's on to 45.
Yeah, it's one of the first bad ball she's bowled all day there. Tilly Courtine-Coleman, just a full bunger, and Maddie Green's going to capitalise on that every day of the week.
Saying to Leah Tahuhu, who you'll hear from, Tahuhu, who you'll hear from in a minute, about how Maddie Green looks impressive as she's played off the back foot there.
You almost, you almost feel that she has upped her game since Divine's retired. It's almost like she's had to.
Yep. It's just how she obviously forms an element, I think, as a batter. She's in some phenomenal form at the moment, but how she's hitting the ball on top of the bounce against the seamers, against the paces. It's off the back foot by Kerr, into a vacant mid-wicket for a single. She's on to 46.
Yeah, because it was for a long time, Maddie Green would score runs against the lesser teams. And almost, for me, it felt like she was almost keeping her spot within that New Zealand team because of that score that she would get against Sri Lanka or Pakistan or whoever it may be. And she always looked a little different when she played the top teams, but as of late, she's scoring runs against the best teams and she looks good.
She certainly had a good start. She's on 46 as defended. Good areas again from Courtine-Coleman. Both of these batters are on 46, not out. It's been an important partnership for New Zealand. Green just making Courtine-Coleman wait. She's in again, goes to paddle, good shot. It'll probably just be a single as Kemp's really quick to the ball. She'll move to 47, 128 for 2 New Zealand. That's one thing England do have, don't they, on the boundary, a lot of pace. They haven't fielded brilliantly today, but they do have the potential to be a brilliant fielding side.
You think as well, you bring in Lindsay Smith, who is such a good fielder.
This is flighted Yorker length tuck out by Kerr because it sort of followed her on the angle. That's 30 overs gone, 128 for 2. What's a good score, Alex?
Oh, I hate that question.
I know you hate it, that's why I'm asking you.
It's such a bad question. Good score, 740.
How are you getting there?
They're not.
I'll play that game back.
How many overs gone? 30. Double it from here.
I want more.
Yeah, I'd like more as well, but I think if they could double it from here, they've got something to bowl at.
I think they need at least double, don't they? Because it looks like a pitch that's hard to get wickets. But it's not been fluent scoring.
No, it's been quite tacky and quite sticky at times, hasn't it? I think in the first 15 overs, I think New Zealand got a little bit stuck of not rotating the strike. It was almost like, we'll hit the bad ball and we'll play everything else, or we'll defend everything else. Whereas obviously you want to be hitting the bad ball, but can you try and rotate the strike? Can you try and get 5 and over?
The pace of Lauren Filer back into the attack, then into Green, who just works that pass backward a point for a single. She moves to 48, 129 for 2. It's also I guess a new look England batting lineup. how are they going to cope with the pressure of a chase as well? Obviously, you've got Jodie Grucock, who's opening the batting, who hasn't opened the batting previously. You've got Boucher at 4, Kemp at 5. Obviously, Amy Jones, we know, can play at 6. Danny Gibson. So it's a young batting lineup with, I guess, the experience of Knight as filer in, back of the length. I think about a quick single, but Green says no.
And it's almost like, how will that batting lineup look when Alice Capsey's fit? Is she going to slot straight back into number 4? Is she going to go into the middle order? Will Jones go at 1? And I feel like Maya Boucher is playing today because Capsey isn't, if that makes sense. I know that happens a lot. You know.
What if she goes and gets a big score?
Exactly. She's got a great opportunity to almost say, hang on a minute, you've dropped me. I've gone away and scored some runs. Pick me again.
Filer right arm quick, and that's bowled at the stumps, and will be no run.
So I'm looking forward to seeing how she almost reacts to that being dropped and now being back in the side.
Yeah, I think it's a massive opportunity for her. I think for me, she was obviously didn't get selected in that T20 World Cup squad as well. Must have been close in contention, potentially as the reserve batter, that obviously Dunkley and Wyatt are going to take that top spot. So she can show the selectors, show Charlotte Edwards what they're missing. As Filer in again, hones into the stumps and will be no run.
Yeah, but you almost wanted to go out and play with freedom and not put pressure on herself going, I've got to score runs to play the next game.
But in a way there is freedom, isn't there? Because she probably knows that deep down. So it's like, she's got nothing to lose and all to gain in this situation. She's certainly a talented player and a great player to watch when she's at her fluent best. Filer in again. That's driven beautifully by Kerr into the offside. Lamb comes round and it'll be 2. Kerr will move to 48, 131 for 2.
And the same with Emma Lamb. You know, she was in the team, she's lost her contract, she's now got a skills contract, it's almost like messed around a little bit. Was at the top of the order, then she was at 6, and then she looks so out of place batting in the middle order.
Filer charges in again, and this time worked into the onside. Just jog through for a single. Kerr moves to 49, 132 for 2, 31 overs gone. I had one more question for you.
Oh, go on, I'll answer it.
Tammy Beaumont not being in the ODI squad. What did you think to that?
I mean, it's huge, isn't it? It's a big call from Charlotte Edwards, but ultimately I think it's the right call. She's not been scoring runs for Nottingham, the Blaze. She's not been scoring runs for the Blaze. And runs are your sort of tokens, aren't they, of getting selected? And if you're looking towards that next 50 over World Cup, is somebody like Tammy Beaumont ultimately going to be there? And probably the answer is no. I'm guessing she would have liked to have been, but they need to find a new combination. They need to find new batters, and this is the perfect opportunity to do so.
Well, Emily Windsor's just launched that straight into the conversation, and it's a very interesting talking point. Alex is departing as well, so double change here in the commentary box with this partnership really moving along nicely. Kerr on 49, Green on 48, and it's approaching the 100 mark. 90 runs it's worth now as Courtine Coleman will continue into a 7th over. And here is Catherine Silverbrand. Hello. Courtine Coleman under cloudy skies now. Bowles finds a leading edge. Oh, mix-up could be trouble. Oh, it's not a good throw. And the throw that came in from Charlie Dean, unusually tame actually from cover, and it allowed the opportunity for Maddie Green to get home.
A lot going on. Both 49, 48, so it's twitchy bum time for the batters, but also lovely ball. Would have been plum had she not got a little outside edge on it.
Next delivery, whipped towards mid-wicket, and that is stopped by Heather Knight, who I wonder how she's finding all of this. Weird, probably.
She's probably feeling really old.
Are we all? This is a massive yahoo from Mealy Kerr, looking to launch into the leg side. It was given such air by Courtine Coleman, who's bowled 3 dots to start the over. That was 45 miles an hour.
I love that, though, because she's got a long off, obviously, but not a long on. And we've got a fairly straight cow, so there's a big old you know, will she, won't she? Yeah, so.
Next ball again,
Does it
very
again.
full and
Slow.
sliding on one knee is Knight.
I love this. This is great from a youngster. Good tactic, ballsy, especially somebody who's, you know, good at IPL and things like that.
That's shorter and slashed away. Not a great ball, but it is a ball which Mealy Kerr will gratefully hummel out towards the boundary rider in the deep.
75 balls.
50 off 75 balls.
I think in the end she decided the little safe push out sweeper was the best choice.
She's become such a good all-rounder, Mealy Kerr. And for the 17th time in ODIs, she now reaches a half century. Phil will have some stats for us in just a moment. Here comes Courtine Coleman. This is bunted out towards long on as Maddie Green looks to reach her half century. She's on 48. End of the over. Well, just the one from it. 32 gone. And the score 133 for 2. Phil?
Yeah, the 17th time she's passed 50 in ODIs. Interesting enough, only the 3rd time against England.
Oh, well, there you go.
She's looking awesome.
Yeah.
The last few months have been so good. She had a torrid IPL time and, you know, picked up her record-breaking amount and then couldn't get in the team. I think Nicole Carey took over and then got selected for the Aussie team. So she's having a little torrid time of it. I remember out there the way she was speaking about it, but the way she trains, she's obsessed with this game. She's in love with it, and she trains like that too. She trains very hard. She thinks about it all the time. And the rewards that she's received, that 179 not out against South Africa, was unreal. And I hope this is, you know, the best of Amelia to come.
Lauren Filer's going to bowl to the skipper of the White Ferns. He's going to get one more run there into the onside behind square. Bouchier runs in from the boundary to pick up. So the Tammy Beaumont question. Thoughts? Not in the side, not in the squad.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the.
No, there wasn't
for
really
Alex's answer, but
there wasn't much to conversation. she basically said England are looking to the future.
yes, she'd be correct. I think the way that they're thinking about it is the next cycle, the next World Cup cycle. I think Leah will be able to tell you a little bit about herself involved with that.
This is attempted pull by Maddie Green into the onside. It hits something and then drops towards the fielder, and one will be taken. She moves to 49. 135 for 2.
Yeah, like I said, Leah will probably tell you that she wouldn't want to have, you know, retired from ODI cricket just yet, but sometimes these decisions are made for you, and I don't agree with it. I think if you can still play good cricket at 45-50, then you should still be playing cricket at 45-50. Like,
in comes Filer and driven up towards mid-on, and there is no run. I suppose the question, is she in England's best 11 for ODI cricket, do you think?
I think she would be honest and tell you that she's not scoring runs. She isn't. They're the facts. You know, she's having a little bit of problem around that front pad, and it's it's not a mystery or a shock that she isn't scoring runs, and that's generally how you make selection. So she wouldn't disagree with that. But she is still one of the best batsmen in the world.
Filer bowls very short, pulled around the corner towards Freya Kemp, fine leg.
In ODI cricket.
Yeah.
And that counts for something. And in Test cricket. And it's difficult to say no to Tammy, because all of a sudden she can just pull something out of the bag for you. It's difficult. I feel for her, because she's a very good friend as well. But I can't disagree with the decision based on how her form is at this moment in time.
136 for 2 as in comes Lauren Filer from the far end of the ground. It's a low full toss which Maddie Green is unable to put away through mid-wicket. Finds the fielder at mid-on as she waits to reach her half century. It's 136 for 2 with the ball left of the over. Lauren Filer got the wicket of Susie Bates early on. Since then we've seen couple of good partnerships. This one in particular is now just 6 away from 100. As Filer, arms jutting out, comes in again under cloudy skies and bangs it in short, chipped up towards the bowler. And on the bounce will be collected by Filer. and the over comes to an end. So 1-3-6 for 2, 33 overs gone. And this has been an interesting passage of play. So, yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because the age thing is, you know, Jimmy Anderson is in his mid-40s, took 4 for in the county championship. You know, so.
Well, I can elaborate on the age thing. You know, like, so for instance, to me, before it was more that for me was more apparent before, but now we play so much cricket now that. When you say you want to blood young players, well, there's plenty of cricket and actually more intense cricket for them to tap into. The 100 is actually, I'd say, more intense than this. If this was a 100 game, it'd be a sellout. This is not even half a sellout. So for me, there's more pressure on games like that. There's plenty of opportunity to play in that kind of environment that, you know, there's no need to...
Courtine Coleman bowls, slap down the ground, back over the bowler's head, and Boucher does very well, diving to her right, running round from mid-off to, from long-off rather, to pick up, and Mealy Kerr will move on to 53, and it's 137 for 2.
Yeah, so I guess that's where I stand on it, is that I feel like there's enough cricket now to see the youngsters come through the ranks a bit more clearly rather than just putting them in the England squad.
There's Maddie Green paddling and getting a run that will bring her a couple of runs, and she moves to 51. So there we go. That's half centuries for both of these batters.
77 balls with 4 fours.
And though it has not been expressed, the partnership, it has been very useful. And they will now shake hands in the middle, will Mealy Kerr and Maddie Green, and look to think about perhaps accelerating things a little bit. A 14th 50, 3 have gone on to be hundreds for Green in her 95 ODIs.
And like Mealy Kerr, her third 50 against England.
Thank you, Phil. Here is Courtine Coleman. It's a full toss. Whack down the ground. That's going to be 4. Well, that's not a great ball. It was just a little bit full, looking to give it the flight, and the 18-year-old has to turn on her heel and think, well, I've got to try that again. But 143 for 2 is the score. And also, I mean, there is an argument to say England haven't really done much in the way of cricket of late. A lot of their players have been playing inter-squad matches as the 100 partnership, thank you, Phil, comes up. But they haven't been necessarily playing sort of match cricket. What have you made of that?
Yeah, there's been a lot of bad weather, isn't there? There's been a lot of the...
But they've not been in squads too.
No, you're right.
Here's Courtine Coleman, and that's slapped away. And again, it's not the cleanest bit of fielding at point. This time it's Emma Lamb, and a single will be taken. 1-4-4 for 2.
Like, it's only recently that we've had properly professional setups at our counties now, where there's the bridging the gap between you almost going from third grade cricket to first, being the England.
A little bit quicker from Courtine Coleman, and spanked away through the offside, out towards the deep, and a good diving stop out there by Jodie Grewcock on debut, with 2 more taken, 146 for 2. Courtine Coleman's now bowled 8 overs almost. She's 1 for 38.
So with that gap closing, I think we're getting better cricket out of counties. Obviously the trips away, there was 3.
Here comes the full delivery to conclude the over, tucked towards Heather Knight at mid-wicket. No run. So 34 overs gone. 146 for 2. All drinks are being taken. This would give us a good chance to elaborate on this. Go on.
Yeah, so there was 3 trips away, wasn't there? There was, I think, a man, Stellenbosch and Johannesburg. And, you know, obviously there was a fair bit of rain delay within that, but some good competition. They took 2 really strong intra-squads out there to combat each other, and plenty of sports staff to sort of manage that and make it more real. I think they wanted to make it, you know, separate hotels, separate management, just so they felt like completely separate teams and had that feel. So there was plenty of camps there. There's been plenty of opportunity for people to play away. Obviously, I've been with Nat in the IPL, in the WBBL. So there's been, for me, there has been plenty of cricket. There has been a lot of rain affected training and play, which isn't ideal, but I think with the amount of niggles around, you would assume they're not playing enough cricket. So yeah, it's a fine line. It really is a fine line, and especially with lots of youngsters. I do think there's enough good standard cricket out there even within the English weather and circumstances.
I think the question I suppose I'd ask is, talk to me about what do you know about the Army weekend, the military camp?
All right, Phil, that's a good eye-opener. Turn your seat, get your cup of tea.
Well, we were discussing it last night, and we wondered how it had gone, yeah.
It was a bit rogue, actually. I heard there was a lot of... It was almost like quite realistic to the army, which is a bit rogue. So, for instance, a lot of shouting and cursing and buckets of water thrown on them and get on the floor, give me 400, things like that, burpees, submersing in water, etc. It was a bit rogue.
Sounds appalling.
I think it was obviously made for a team bonding experience. There's a lot of new people there, obviously. A lot of people put out their comfort zones. I think they wanted a little insight into that. How would they handle some rogue stuff? But yeah, it was, I think, quite a nice little team bonding experience that they felt they needed just before going into a really busy summer, especially with obviously 3 debutantes, lots of new faces. And yeah, I mean, you can't force people to get on and it just worked like that. But if you can create lots of different environments, this was just a really roguely different environment.
Whose idea was it?
Good question. I'm not actually sure.
But
none of the staff went. I think only one member of staff went.
Oh, it's one of those, is it?
I think it was the psych member.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just in case anybody broke
down.
I'm
imagining it was a member of staff that organised it. What I've decided, squad, is you're all off to do some really unpleasant things on a cold day in early summer. Dunked in water, ice thrown all over you. Oh, great, coach. When are we all meeting up? Well, me and the others are going and having a Sunday lunch, and you lot are going to...
See you when you get back.
Yeah, let us know how it goes. Enjoy!
I imagine, Catherine, you would have loved that.
I would have loved it.
Yeah.
I watched that SAS.
Who Dares Wins, or whatever it is.
And I always watch that thinking, obviously not right now, but when I was fit, could I do that? And I thought, mentally, yeah, I could actually.
Do you think?
I could totally submerge in ice and not be shocked, break.
But why, therefore?
It's the screaming of children in the earphones in that dark room at the end. That's the bit that scares me.
You say you think you could deal with it, but I've seen your response to an LBW shout not going your way, and I'm not convinced.
Look, Henry, I just like fairness, all right, and that was never fair.
No, I know.
They would agree that we've probably between us got about another 150 wickets had we had decent umpiring for the last 20 years.
I know.
We've had to wait for that and DRS.
Yeah.
And that's just gone now.
And salaries.
And salaries.
I
mean, the list goes on, doesn't it?
It does go on.
We should be really angry people. We're not. I'm quite calm.
Yeah, absolutely.
16 overs
Definitely.
left in the innings next to bowl for England.
He says, shuffling away slightly. 146 for 2. Here's another debutant, Jodie Grewcock, who's going to be opening the batting for England.
This is a shock to me. I've never seen a bowl before.
No, and there was a couple of deliveries which I'm not sure that anyone's ever seen.
I think Heather will be watching this thinking she's next. She's coming on.
Do you reckon? She didn't bowl herself enough, I don't think, Heather Knight. The leg spin of Grewcock, well, that's a better looking ball. It was a little short, but it was straight and whipped out towards deep mid-wicket where the busy Bouchier will field.
No, she only brought herself on with 9, 10, 11 were batting.
Very sensible.
Just licking at her lips.
She still holds quite an unusual record on captaincy debut.
Yeah,
50 and 5 wickets. Here is Grewcock, tosses it right up, full toss in the air. Oh, goodness me, she's got a wicket. And she's got the wicket of the skipper of New Zealand, who will not believe that she's got out to a rank full toss. And no wonder Jodie Grewcock is bright red in the face, because it's a honking delivery. It's a full toss which has been slapped.
That's a Heather Knight special. We've literally just been talking about it.
Straight to Lauren Bell at mid-off. Goodness me, sometimes filth could get wickets, and that really was as filthy as they come. 147 for 3. Kerr goes for 55.
I think there was 2 or 3 maybe dismissals that you were going to get Amelia with today. That was one. Run out at non-striker's end, or just generally run out.
Well, goodness me, that was remarkable. And she will be walking off the field, the White Fern skipper, thinking, I've tossed away a wonderful platform And not only that,
New Zealand,
but I've done so against a debutant.
Who's probably never going to bowl for England again. Do you know what I mean, though? This is more of an experimental... Do you know what I mean? When you've got Danny White, Hodnett, Siverbrunt back in, she's not really going to get a look in. I mean, Alice Capsey's not playing. She would be our part-time off-spinner, wouldn't she? And
Yeah.
obviously she's bowling different than that, but I just don't think she would get a lot... would she bowl this against Australia in a World Cup game in 4 years' time?
Well, if she did...
Well, she could be absolutely awesome in
Well, yeah, I mean...
3.5 years' time.
Who knows?
I don't know.
I'm all for it.
I'm not for it at the minute.
Oh, I enjoyed that. Brooke Halliday comes to the middle, left-hander. And Jodie Grewcock will come around the wicket to bowl to her. It's tossed up. That's a better ball. It was dipping and threatening the toes.
This would get me out in a heartbeat.
I know. This is the
Honestly,
thing.
it would go above the eye line. My bottom would clench and it would all be over.
There's another full toss. Is walloped down the ground. This along the floor, and it goes to long on. So what you're saying is you'd be absolutely fine training to be a member of the SAS, but some filthy full tosses being bowled on a summer's day in Durham.
Ruin me, yeah.
Right. Would
First ball.
that'd be too much.
Too much, absolutely.
It's a bit like when you hear that, a surprising animal is scared of a mouse. So here comes Grewcock. This is played with a very straight bat by Maddie Green towards... What was it? I think elephants are scared of mice.
Have you ever had a mouse come up to you, though? They're fast. They're terrifyingly fast. That's the problem.
Come up to me.
Yeah, just like...
Hello.
Hello.
Here is Grewcock. That's a nice looking ball, which is driven down the ground. And a single will be taken. 149 for 3. Right, I'm getting out of the way, and Fionn Wynne is going to join us. You can see the best of the action on the BBC Sport website and app right now on our live text commentary service, and you'll also be able to see red button highlights later on today of this game and indeed this series. Phil Long, some more from you, and then Fionn Wynne.
Yeah, in the end, that partnership between Maddie Green and Mealy Kerr worth 105 took the score from 42 to 147 for 3. Yeah, that partnership of 105, the third best by a third wicket partnership for New Zealand against England, the best in terms of a New Zealand innings in England. And while you were there, Catherine, I was once on an Indian train and I saw a mouse run up a man's trouser leg.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They're slippery buggers. Like, they're terrifying. They're so fast. You can't stop them.
And it's that whole thing of, it's like with spiders. I hate spiders.
Yeah,
and when people are like, oh, well, it's more scared of you than you are. No, because they run towards you. Mm-hmm. So they're clearly not that scared, are they?
Yeah, exactly. When you sleep,
they
go in your mouth. And all
Don't
that.
say that.
They do. Is it like you eat 3 a year? Is that?
That's what they say.
You're a stat guy, Phil. You should know that.
Right, Lauren Bell then, the new bowler. And that's jabbed up to mid-on. They scampered through for a quick single and shy at the stumps, but Maddie Green was safely back, I think. So
I think Maddie just caught Charlie Dean up by surprise. I think Charlie was thinking 2 or 3 bowlers ahead.
Yeah.
A few bowl changes coming. She's just sort of
a lot going on.
Sat on her laurels a little bit.
Captaincy brain. That brings up New Zealand's 150. That single, 3 wickets down. That last one of Amelia Kerr will. She won't want to watch that one back.
Experienced Halliday comes to the crease, left hand. Be a challenge for Lauren Bell. She doesn't get ball left hand as much.
Bell's in, and that's just dabbed down to deep third for a single by Brooke Halliday. Left-right hand combination.
Rare breed.
Not me. Well, England have got on.
Jodie, yeah. Let's hope.
Yeah.
A regular feature. Be nice.
Makes a change.
Well, everybody loves a left-hander, don't they? Remember when
Bowlers
Ian
don't.
Bell used to love watching Ian Bell bat.
Bowlers, not to bowl at though.
No, that's really stressful.
Yeah, they're
very annoying.
Faff. Lauren Bell to Maddie Green, who pulls firmly out to mid-wicket. Maya Boucher does the single. And he just does the fielding, take the single. 152 for 3. Yeah, that wicket, that full toss to Amelia Kerr. Obviously, as a batter, you are absolutely seething. But I'm just thinking as well, from a bowler's point of view, I'm sure you've had it before where you bowl a spell and you think, I just can't get a wicket today. And you're plugging away and you're plugging away and getting frustrated. And then the spinner comes on and does that.
First ball.
Lauren Bell is pulled by Brooke Halliday round the corner for a single. What would frustrate you more? That as a bowler, watching the spinner?
Right now, what's frustrating me is this wicket. It's sort of died a death. Yeah. It's a bit beige, isn't it?
Well, that's why you need the full toss, you see.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren,
need the pitch.
She's really smacking some into the pitch and getting nothing for it. And it's even difficult for the batters because it's so slow, and the bounce is, invariable. And yeah, it's just not pleasant cricket. I think I'd dread to see the second innings, to be honest.
Bell is in, and that's short outside off stump and punched out to deep cover for a single.
I'll tell you,
54 for 3.
What I wouldn't want to face is probably Amelia Kerr on here a bit later, when it's got a bit slower.
Yeah, pace off might be a little, a little bit better from New Zealand's point of view.
It generally has been.
Because they haven't got express quicks really in their attack, have they? Jess Kerr is a
no, but they've got
swing of the ball.
There and there about good ball. Rosemary Mares always holds good line length, moves the ball.
And Bell into the left-handed Halliday, who pulls again round the corner, but just for a single to fine leg. And you can really see the batter there having to wait for the ball to get to her. It looks as if it's an easy pull shot, but it's, you have to be really patient. So
yeah, I think Maddie Green got hit in the head earlier on when a bounce was bowled. Yeah, and it was so slow. She was through the shot about 10 minutes early. I'm not sure about this plan. I've seen there's 2 short balls attempted there from Lauren Bell, and I'm just not sure where the wicket is coming from that.
To a new batter as well.
Yeah.
She's near the crease. Only faced 5 balls, Brooke Halliday, and just got a couple away. So 36 overs gone, 155 for 3. They're going to have to pick up the pace, and you would suggest that Brooke Halliday is going to have to be the one to do that, and Maddie Green probably with an eye on making sure that she's there at the end.
Gone through 6 bowlers and
2
Jodie Greencock's going to continue, isn't she?
Yeah, 4 overs, 1 for 20 so far. She's just got the huge wicket of the captain Amelia Kerr. And she's sweeping is Brooke Halliday, and that's just missing the leg stump. She's in the game here is Jodie Greencock.
She missed out there actually, didn't she, Brooke? She's not really a turner of the ball.
That's Fuller and driven nicely by Brooke Halliday. They should come back for a couple. No, they settle for just the single.
I'd like someone to break down her action, to be honest. For me, she's a bit front on. There's not much control in the hand and no real grip on the seam enough to, this all in that pinky, Shane used to say, and rip it down the side of the seam and produce the spin.
That's driven to mid-wicket for no runs, 156 for 3.
We used to call it, turning the tap on and off. But yeah, you can see the seam is all scrambled, so it's more, I think, the pace that will be tricky for the batsman, especially with a wicket that's like this.
You've got to really put your pace on the ball as a batter, haven't you? So that's back in the crease by Maddie Green and worked to fine leg for a single. 157 for 3.
And that's why I say I'm not looking forward to seeing Amelia Kerr later on this. For England, I mean, is because we're not really getting a look into what leg spin can do on this wicket just yet, because
it's not turning.
Yeah, Jodie's not able to get the revs on the ball to produce any spin, but my thoughts are that there will be some there if you want it.
That's shorter outside off stump, but just dabbed a point for no run. A bit of frustration there for Brooke Halliday. Just 2 singles off the over so far.
Not to mention the wrong one. I think the wrong one will grip on here more than the leggy. Will be a bit of a shock.
Last ball, the over is driven back down the ground, but long on is in place. So again, just another single. 158 for 2. Again, just 3 overs from Jodie Greencock's 5th over. She's got 1 for 23, which I think they'll be pretty happy with that return, considering, as you're saying, probably weren't expecting her to get through 5 overs.
No, but she's gone all right, hasn't she?
Yeah.
I mean, her economy is great, and sometimes that's all you can ask for is a good economy from one end and wickets from the other. I think it's more of a good run out for her, see how she performs under pressure. She was bowling at a pair with a great partnership, one being one of the best ODI batters in the world, so it's a good test of where you're at. But for me, it was a good look into her skill capabilities, which... What's good about that is she actually got a long way to go, so she's got a good platform to start from. But yeah, I think later on, what made me just think then about batters is not many have experienced facing wrong uns, and I'm actually a bit worried about that because there's not many people that can read it, Nat being one of them who isn't playing today.
Charlie Dean then replaces Lauren Bell, and that's straight and struck on the pad. Big appeal, but the umpire not having any of it.
Do we have DRS
today?
Still?
So. Yeah, we do.
Don't think we've used any, have we?
Down. We haven't used any. There haven't really been. There haven't been any appeals. I don't know whether that's.
She's having a right good chat
for it.
England.
Yes, Charlie Dean with a second to spare.
I thought I saw Amy Jones' mouth going down. So the only thing that Charlie can hope for is
we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision
then it is Brooke Halliday.
I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Got Sue Redfern calling the decision.
Thank you.
Charlie Dean using her captain's privilege there, I think.
Oh, look at those lovely revs. This mic grip.
It's quite close to the bat.
We'll shortly find out. We'll check with Ultra Edge, please, for any.
It's a terrible angle for us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, left-hand side, there's a gap.
So there's no bat involved.
Still a gap. Play through. Satisfied there is no bats involved. We can move to ball tracking, please.
Ooh, Phil's giving it.
Original decision is not out.
It's pitched
Pitching in line, impacts in line. Wickets are hitting. Back to Rose on Phil, please. Rose, can you change your decision to out? Signal now, please.
Oh, what a brilliant review in the end from Charlie Dean. She only got the signal in with about a second to spare. You could see her and Amy Jones deliberating it, and it was just hitting leg stump. And Brooke Halliday, the left-hander, has departed LBW for 6. It did just straighten a little bit to take leg stump.
It's a bit rogue that for me. I wasn't sure, to be honest, and it was. I was agreeing with Amy behind the stumps, who's saying
going down.
Going down. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that was hitting that much of the stump, but is what it is. And Brooke's got to go, and that's a big one for England because she can be annoying. She can really stick
and left-hander as well. We know how England don't have a great record when they're bowling two left-handers.
Correct.
And as we said now, 2 quick wickets, Mealy Kerr and Brooke Halliday. And there's a lot of pressure now on the shoulders of Maddie Green, who is unbeaten on 62. Whether she can find somebody to stick around. So Izzy Gaze will be the new batter as Catherine makes her way, and New Zealand bowler Leah Tahuhu joins us again. Did you make of that wicket? Were you given that?
Oh, no, and I'm a bowler. But I think I was similar to Catherine, to be honest. I was surprised that was hitting.
Yes, it wasn't even a particularly excitable appeal from either bowler or keeper.
I think as a New Zealand batter, I'd be heading down to the Hawkeye truck. What's going on here, lads?
Having a word. So Izzy Gaze then, the new batter, New Zealand. He defends solidly against Charlie Dean for her first ball. She's quite an innovative batter, isn't she, Izzy Gaze? She likes to sweep, she likes those kind of reverses, but there's so little pace on the ball. You don't think she'll be able to play that way today. It's punched off the back foot back to the bowler.
Just having a wee look here first, isn't she? But I think she will still probably look to play like that. It's a real strength of hers behind the wicket.
So Charlie Dean figures of 1 for 15 in her 6th over. That's driven nicely by Izzy Gaze, but straight to mid-off for no run.
One of the younger players in the New Zealand team who's really, the last 18 months, I think, has really come into form and been really important in this sort of middle to lower order for us.
Dean continues, and again that's driven nicely out to deep cover. So Izzy Gaze off the mark with a single, 159 for 4. I just feel like it's crucial for Maddie Green to stay for the last 10 overs now.
Yeah, it is, but she'll also want to get a little bit of a hurry on as well here, so it's that delicate balance, isn't it?
1 ball to go in Dean's 6th over, as Maddie Green drives beautifully down the ground for 4. And just saying about how she needed to find the balance of kicking on and getting that run rate up. And she responds beautifully, driving Charlie Dean past mid-off for 4, 163 for 4. Green moves to 66.
That is a beautiful shot, isn't it? I mean, I'd love to be able to play a cover drive like that. And if you can do that, there's no danger, there's no risk. It's along the ground the whole way, in complete control, getting the boundary.
So 5 runs and the wicket from that over. So Charlie Dean has 1 for 20. And it looks like Jodie Grewcock is going to carry on. So the legs spin from both ends. And you just see a replay of that shot from Maddie Green. There haven't been too many opportunities to hit down the ground, but it was straight out the middle of the bat. As Grewcock on her debut continues, and that's just worked to mid-wicket by Izzy Gaze for no run.
Do we think Grewcock's given another over here because she got Mealy Kerr?
Potentially.
It's hard to watch that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Grewcock's in. That's driven up to long off bite. Izzy Gaze for a single. Well, if you didn't enjoy watching, I don't think Mealy Kerr's going to enjoy watching it.
It's a shame, really, too, for Grewcock there, because then it's going to be played again and again as your first international wicket, and it's a dirty full toss.
It was a bit of like an embarrassed smile as well, wasn't it? Again, that's floated up very loopy to Maddie Green, but just pushed down the ground for a single. What about Mealy Kerr? How will she? What kind of character is she? How will she respond to that?
Oh, she's a very calm person. There wouldn't have been any bat throwing or anything like that. It might have been from someone like myself, but
Grewcock, and then that's flatter and shorter, and Izzy Gaze looks a little frustrated to miss out there, just plinked into the offside for no run.
It's the good thing for Amelia, she gets to come out and bowl, right? It's not like one discipline, she'll come out and she could be dangerous on this wicket.
Oh gosh, that stayed very low from Jodie Grewcock there, a bit of a pea roller. Izzy Gaze's face says it all. What on earth was that?
What are you supposed to do with that? It's nearly rolled to her.
Just got her bat down in time. Again, that's kept a bit low, but she does manage to cut off the back foot for a single, does Izzy Gaze, to end the 39th over. So 166 for 4. And Jodie Grewcock's got a very tidy spell there. 1 for 26 off 6 overs so far. So we just see that one that skidded straight across the ground. Izzy Gaze is lucky that wasn't straighter, because that could have been a horrible one to deal with.
I think as spin bowlers for New Zealand, you're looking at this and going, great, it's only going to keep getting lower and slower. They're going to really come into the game, I think. Someone like Nancy Patel hasn't played in England before, but these conditions, she'll be absolutely chomping at the bit to get out there.
We're going to have the opposite now with Lauren Filer, who did get a bit of bounce early on, but I feel like she's going to have to
Next to ball for England.
really bang it in with that shoulder to get it up above the eye line at this stage of the game.
I think we'll be seeing a few change-ups here. They'll be trying to get Maddie out, so probably brought Filer back here and gone, give us 2 of your best overs and see if we can get her out now.
She's bowled 8 overs so far, 1 for 33. So she's bowling to Izzy Gaze. And she's in now. That's very full, but down the leg sides. That will be called a wide. A bit of a loose start from Filer. 167 for 4, New Zealand. 11 overs to go.
Probably need to get a bit of a move on here, don't they, New Zealand?
Izzy Gaze perhaps won't mind a bit of pace on the ball, in terms of, as we were saying, that she likes to kind of ramp, access that area behind the keeper.
Yeah,
could be an
Filer
option for her. So Filer charges in now, and that's just played and missed outside the off stump. No run.
Yeah, you say played and missed, and as a pace bowler you think, great, I've played and missed, but it wasn't a fantastic ball, but you get away with it when you've got that little bit of extra pace, don't you?
Yeah, and it wasn't exactly beaten for pace, it was just kind of, yeah, just not quite got her feet going yet, as Izzy Gaze. Violet is in past the stumps. That's driven nicely down the ground, but it's not going to be cut off. That's going to race away for 4. Izzy Gaze's first boundary. And again, Lauren Filer has hit the deck, but she's all right to get herself back up. But well-timed boundary there from Izzy Gaze, straight past mid-off, pierced the field. And lovely sight for a batter.
Looked like absolute chaos there, didn't it? Filer's hit the deck, the ball's hit the stumps, ricocheted
dropped her
off
bat.
and gone for 4, and Izzy Gaze has dropped her bat.
And the result is 4.
4 runs in the end. Still it's
Yeah.
the scorebook, isn't it?
171 for 4 now then, New Zealand. As Filer responds with a short ball, and Izzy Gaze ducks underneath. I don't think she actually needed to duck. It was a bit of a premeditated one. It was only just over her shoulder, really, and outside the off stump. So I think she knew that was coming. If you hit Lauren Filer for 4, you know what's coming.
Always coming next, isn't it? Really didn't get up, though, that, watching. So New Zealand will have to work out how they're going to bowl on it.
Yeah, I haven't quite got someone with the express pace of Filer, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. As she's in now, and again driven nicely by Gaze, but straight to mid-off this time, so there is no run. Someone like Jessica who swings the ball, try and make the most of the new ball.
I think someone like Breeling will look to use a short ball. She'll open up, no doubt, swinging the ball back into a right-hander, so she'll be thinking, I've got to use it early if I'm going to use the bouncer. By the looks of that looked like it only just missed the stumps.
Filer in now to Izzy Gaze, who defends to cover for no run, and Lauren Filer takes another tumble. Not sure whether it's her follow through, whether it's something with her spikes, but it's happened quite a lot today.
Yeah, it just seems to be part of her action, doesn't it? Yeah. Really unfortunate thing, that's for sure. Must be very sore getting back up all the time. You don't want to be doing that for your whole career, I can assure you of that.
Scraping your elbows and your knees everywhere.
Knees are bad enough as it is.
Last ball of the over then for Lauren Filer is dug in a little shorter and just defended by Izzy Gaze, so still pretty watchful from New Zealand. And with 10 overs to go, 171 for 4. Yeah, how does Maddie Green in particular navigate this passage of play as Emily Windsor's going to take over commentary?
Yeah, I think Maddie's just got to take control here, doesn't she? She knows that she's probably going to have to be there right at the end, but she's also got to find a way to up her run scoring. What is she? 67 off 89. She'll be wanting to get that as close to 100 strike rate as she can, but stay in for the 50 overs and see it through, whilst someone like Izzy Gaze is trying to get herself in as well.
Tough ask for a batter, isn't it? And that's what we love 50 over cricket.
10 overs left in the.
Got to be able to work these things out, isn't it? Get the balance right. That's why they say it's one of the truest forms to be able to play. It's not a hit and a giggle like T20 cricket can be.
Because it's one of those, isn't it? You play a high-risk shot. If it goes to 4 or 6, everyone claps. If you get out, everyone's like, why did you play that? There's still 10 overs left.
Sometimes you feel like you can never do the right thing in cricket as well, isn't it? That's what we love about it.
It's a silly sport.
We're all a little bit mental playing, aren't we?
Absolutely. Danny Gibson's coming back into the attack from the Lumley end. 3 fielders out on the leg side and deep cover. Shin goes for a paddle. There's no fine leg. I don't know if this is going to be off the bat or buys. It's 4 runs, 4 useful runs for Maddie Green. She's to 71, 175 for 4.
Yeah, the breakdown of the New Zealand innings so far in terms of each 10 over spell. 39 for 1, 47 for 1, 42 without loss and 43 for 2. So they've been very consistent throughout those 10 over periods so far.
It shows a little bit, I guess, of how Maddie's going to go about it for this next 10 overs.
It's a good option as it's sort of a long leg in place. As Gibson in again, and this time a play and miss outside the off stump. Do you know what I'd have liked to have seen her do it again? They didn't change the field.
Why not go again? Force them to change the field like you say. Although that ball was a bit more outside off, wasn't it?
She probably would have worn that in the face if she'd gone for it. But I back her to it on 67 or 71 now.
Yeah, look, she's already worn one today, so, put the body on the line a little bit, see what happens.
Gibson just composes herself at the top of the mark. Into green, into the pitch, and worked to Freya Kemp at that long leg fielding position. She's to 72, 176 for 4.
Yeah, that 4 from Maddie Green took her to 71, which is her highest score against England in ODIs.
She's been impressive for me. I've said it off air, I've said it on air. Since I've seen her last, she looks a different player.
Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier. It might have been with Alex off air there. Just the way that she's gone about being able to stand up a bit more now that the likes of Amy Satterthwaite, Sophie Devine not playing one-day cricket, she's had to really stand up and become a real sort of glue in that middle order.
Gibson to gaze. And that's defended solidly by the wicketkeeper.
And I think that suited her. It's given her a real clear, I guess, path of or plan on how she's going to go about it. She probably no longer feels like she's just, a second act. She can now be part of that sort of main act and taking a bit more responsibility, and it's landed well with her so far.
When you're in form as well, you've got to capitalise, haven't you, against all oppositions, and she's played nicely against a strong England side as Gibson in, and that's worked by Gaze in front of square. Will be a single out to Maya Boucher, 177 for 4.
Yeah, form gives you real confidence, doesn't it? You can tell when someone's out of form, they're low, their shoulders are a bit, slugged forward, whereas she walks out there with a real dominant presence and is sort of here, I'm here to do my job and I'm going to get my team to a decent score.
Must be the doubt you have as well, whether you're a batter, bowler. It's like you second guess yourself, should I play that shot? Should I bowl this delivery? When you're in form, you don't even think, do you? As Gibson in again, and that's driven up to long on. Green will move to 73.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You're always second guessing things if you're not quite feeling it, whereas when you're feeling it, you're clear as day. You're not even thinking about what you're doing. You're on autopilot and away you go.
So 9 overs remain here at Chester Street. 178 for 4. 54 balls. Where are we going?
Well, first of all, the Maddie Green numbers keep on coming. She's moved on to 73. That's 500 ODI runs for her this year. She's the first batter to get to that in 2026. And it's the first time she's done it in a calendar year in her career.
Wow.
She really is enjoying that extra bit of responsibility.
There's Filer in and bowls to Green, who smacks that straight into the ground. Talk about contact point as a batter. She's nailed that, but it's a dot ball.
Yeah, she's tall and she gets right over it. I mean, inside the team, we probably used to call her a bit of Fultz, Peter Fulton, 2 metre Peter. She is very much the same, gets on that front foot, hits it on top of the bounce. And I mean, she, like I said earlier, she calls very loudly and very dominantly as well. So,
but that brings a presence, doesn't it? And I guess it puts fielders under pressure when you're there. As Filer in again, that's wide outside the off stump. That cut to Dean at backward point for a dot. Unlucky these last 2 deliveries, finding the fielder.
There's nothing worse than hitting them so well and it sounds crisp off the bat and it's a dot.
Nothing worse. I'm a batter. Surely as a bowler you like that.
Oh, you love it as a bowler. You want that to happen every ball as a bowler.
Filer at a home ground. Bowls, and this time just guides it, opens the face to Dean. She was at backward point and then she skidded on a sign. That was eventful for a single.
Dug the knee in a little bit there. Please replace your divots.
That's got to have hurt. If that much turf has come out the ground. Don't think Dean would show pain though on a cricket field.
She's a competitor, isn't she?
Certainly that. Debut captain today. That's Siva Brunt, injured with a calf injury. That's short, and that's hit into the onside. Kemp's coming in and misses it. They should come back for a couple. They will. For me, that bouncer was overhead height. But is it a no ball? Is it wide in this form in international cricket? It confuses me.
No, because she's hit it.
So it's a wide. Because there's some
if she'd
format.
left it would have been a wide.
Okay. Am I correct though, Phil? In some formats it can be called a no ball. Or was that our domestic cricket? Because there was this big confusion around it, whether we should leave it or go after it.
Now you're making me wonder if I know the rules.
Don't question me for rules. That's a short ball again, but she goes to pull. That one is signalled a wide. There you go, we've had the rules confirmed.
That might be called a wide if she bowled more than 2 already in the over. So you can only bowl 2. So there's another rule for you.
Leah, this is not good for us here. We've lost control.
Or if that's her third bouncer, then they're wides from now, because that didn't look like it was over her head. So it must be because she's now bowled 3 in the over, and you're not allowed to do that.
Fowler looked slightly confused herself as she was walking back. She almost looked to the umpire Rose for clarity. But she's in again to gaze, this time 4, and that's driven beautifully to Bell at mid-off. Will be no run, 182 for 4. Fowler bowling aggressively, very Leah Tahuhu-esque.
Yeah, she's probably, if it was me, she'd just be annoyed because now she's got to bowl an extra ball, and you put all the effort in of getting a short ball up on a pitch that, I mean, like we said last over, it barely got up, so she's really bent the back, got it down there, and now she's got to go back and bowl another one. A lot of effort bowling fast.
I did say to you as well off air that sometimes you don't get the rewards as a fast bowler, and it's better to just lob it up. But it's exciting as Fowler in hip height, work to fine leg for a single by Gaze. She moves herself to 11, and that's 42 overs gone, 182 for 4.
It's just not the same lobbing it up though, is it? Running fast, bowl fast. You know, if you hit a batter or the stumps go flying, there's no better feeling than that. You know, a little spinner and it just taps the stumps and the bail falls off. Oh, yay!
For me, though, it's about getting crowds in, isn't it? And as a spectator of the game, you want to see people bowling quick. You want to see fiery spells. You want to see spinners turning the ball. And I mean, it's credit to where the game's going. I think we're seeing more and more of all those skills and more consistently, but also batters being able to deal with the pace.
We're seeing the higher scores now too, aren't we? We're seeing more sixes being hit in the women's game. I think all those things just make it so much more exciting, don't they?
Absolutely. So Danny Gibson, she's got a deep long leg, deep square in front, and a long on. And she's into Gaze, and she was at the pill for a caught behind Amy Jones, and it's given. Amy Jones was the only one that was certain there, but Gaze has to go. The bowling of Danny Gibson on debut. So the 3 debutants get their first wicket for England in ODI, 183 for 5.
A great day to be a debutant, isn't it? Another one here. Danny Gibson, slightly shorter. And Gaze has just managed to get a feather on it.
Good catch by Amy Jones up to the stumps. We know what she can do behind them, but stood up to the pacey.
Called Amy Jones for Danny Gibson for 11.
An incoming batter is Izzy Sharp. And this is her first overseas tour. What are we expecting to see from her?
Yeah, she's a strong girl, big hitter of the ball. She actually plays in Canterbury in my team, so know her very well. She's been playing 4 or 5 years of domestic cricket, so really exciting to see her over here, and be good to see what she can do in these last 8 overs.
44, Izzy Sharp.
Is this like the perfect time for her to be coming in and making an impact in this position?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she can bat longer if she needs to, but I think this really suits her game, and probably exactly what Ben and Dean and Craig, the coaches, want to see from her, is her to finish off an innings with some real power.
Skillful, or where am I expecting the ball to go?
Hopefully to the boundary.
If you're a New Zealand fan.
If you're a New Zealand fan, to the boundary would be fantastic.
She's played 7 matches so far in one-day internationals, so still new to that international stage, but as Leah said, high potential. Big boundaries out here today, but the field still got a long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square.
I think she'll be eyeing up that pocket, mid-wicket pocket there.
Gibson with a right arm skiddy seamers bowls, and that's just worked off her hip to that deep mid-wicket pocket, and she'll pick up a single. She's off the mark. Maddie Green still there on 74. Good captaincy from Dean. Stop putting mid-wicket in the ring into fine leg to try and stop that paddle, that ramp, and obviously they're happy to see probably Green at the other end.
Danny Gibson looks like she's just getting it to come back a little bit off the seam.
That'd be a wobble ball.
Could be.
She's in again, and that's driven up to mid-on. Will be a single. She'll move to 75, 185 for 5.
It's the kind of pitch as well, right, where you're going to get a little bit of nip back at times, and you are running your fingers over it, gives you even more chance of that.
What would you be looking to do at the death on a pitch like this? Obviously, 8 and a bit overs to go. Would you be resorting to those slower balls, cutters? As Gibson in again, worked to deep square. They run the first one hard, but will be a single to Sharp. She moves to 2.
Yeah, I certainly think it's time for your change-ups now. Keeping the stumps in play as much as possible still. You want to hit the deck and make sure that you're using anything that there might be in that, like that nip back and things like that, but you're either going Yorkers or change of pace to me.
And this field certainly allows a change of pace to Green. She's in again into the surface. Maybe she took a little bit of pace off that because it was snooker cued by Green.
She's not happy about that either. The head gets thrown back. She knows that she wants to get a move on with only 7 overs to go. It just looks like the plan is to dig it in a little bit more to Green. Like you say, 3 on the leg side. If you dig it in, a change of pace, you're happy if she's only hitting 1 right now.
Big boundary out to the left. It's Gibson in again. She's tried to drag that from wide outside the off-stump under edge. Another dot ball, and that's the end of the over. 43 overs gone, 186 for 5 New Zealand.
A really good over from Danny Gibson there.
We continue with ball-by-ball commentary on Sports Extra 3, but right now on Sports Extra we are heading to Turf Moor for Premier League football. It's Burnley versus Aston Villa in the company of Ben Mee and Lee Blackman. Good over that from Danny Gibson. 1 wicket, 3 runs from it. That's what England will be asking of their death bowlers.
Yeah, that's a really smart over for me. Changes of pace, digging it in a little bit, clear plan of what she was trying to do to Maddie Green. 3 runs off it with a wicket. Can't ask for much more.
59, Tilly Courtine.
In terms of bowlers that England have left, obviously Lauren Bell, we expect to see at the death. She's got 3 overs left. We know she's a skillful death bowler. But Charlie Dean's turn to Courtine Coleman, who has 2 overs left. The left arm spinner on debut.
I imagine she's probably just trying to look to get it a bit fuller here, isn't she?
3 out leg side and a long off. She's in and advances and plays to a wide long off. Should run the first one hard. But Dean quick to the ball. And that was a wild throw that Lauren Bell did extremely well from mid-wicket to stop that going for an extra run. Backing up.
Big tick from the coaches, that, isn't it? Backing up, everyone's moving, you've saved some overthrows.
187 for 5 then. Courtine Coleman to Green, who advances and just punches up to Gibson at long on for a single.
She's certainly going with that fuller plan, isn't she? Getting hit for 1 down the ground.
And to clear these fielders, it's a reasonably big hit. It's Courtine Coleman in again. That was back of a length, and that's cut off the back foot. There should be 2, but Dean does extremely well keeping that to a single. For me, I feel like New Zealand have lost a lot of runs out here.
Yeah, I'd say New
with
Zealand
their running.
Pretty disappointed with only getting 1 there, and like you say, I can't remember that many 2s today. And it is a bigger ground. You would imagine that there should have been some more 2s.
Not good signs for England though. Heather Knight holding her shoulder there, as that's a massive full toss and that's spanked into the onside. We'll have to wait and see if that signalled a 4 or 6, but that was a gift from Courtine Coleman to someone on 76.
We saw the full toss work once, thankfully. It didn't work again this time. Maddie's really dealt to that. I feel like it might be 4 there. It might have bounced just in front of the top line.
We have to wait and see from the replay. This one that we use the TV cameras to check. And I can't even see the ball on that screen.
You and me both. Maybe we need our eyes checked here.
Don't know the rules. Now we can't see. You need to get off air quickly, don't you? Phil sort us out.
I'll quickly get you out. Yeah, it's been 8 2s so far. Maddie Green's only run 1 2 from her when she's been batting. Yeah, the rest of her scoring all come in boundaries and singles.
Yeah, that'll be something that they'll look at, no doubt, when they're debriefing the game. pack.
4 runs. You don't need your eyes tested. Back yourself.
Got it. We've got it. It's a good sign considering I've still got some cricket to play that the eyes are working.
14 Coleman. What's her response? And that's hit up to Gibson at mid-on. Slower, taking the pace off it. Bowling full. Green will move to 81. 194 for 5. Coleman into Sharp, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. Is it? No, one ball left. Premature. So were the fielders there, Phil. Dean is floating at a long off position.
Yeah, I think the umpires have missed it here. That's 6 balls.
It is the end of the over.
There we go. We got there.
I doubted myself again. 44 overs gone, 194 for 5.
3 of us have got to back ourselves, haven't we?
Yeah.
We all lost a bit of confidence there, but yeah, we were right in the end.
Good over for New Zealand. 8 runs from it. 6 overs to go. And Lauren Bell being brought back into the attack for England.
Expecting a few leg cutters here, no doubt. Say half her over at least will be leg cutters. Very impressive death bowler.
And as he said earlier, the importance of keeping stumps in play. I think that's something she always does so well at the death. I think all the footage I've seen of her in various international cricket 100, she's bowling people at the death.
Yeah, like you say, very, very good at keeping those stumps in play. Subtle changes.
She's got a deep extra cover, deep backward square, mid-wicket and long on. To Maddie Green, who's played beautifully for her 81 so far.
She's a smart cricketer, Belly, isn't she? I think sometimes pace bowlers don't get the best rap in terms of that, but I've heard she's in their leadership setup now of the England team and very clued on and very a death specialist, I'd say.
But she's played a lot of cricket now, hasn't she? And I also think the players that she learned from, especially when she was coming into the side as Bellin, that is a slower ball. And it's a quick single. They're going to scurry through. Dean fires it in. And they're going to probably send this upstairs. We look at the umpire. She's not. So she's confident. Oh, she has sent it upstairs.
Review.
I feel like she was in there.
I feel like she's in there.
Review for run out
Surely.
at the striker's end.
She's pretty relaxed if she's not in there.
And England don't look confident at all. But good bit of fielding, athletic from Charlie Dean. We know what she can do. Closer than you think.
Oh, it's very...
Justin.
Yep.
She slid her back there or she popped it over
That
her line?
back, please.
That is one when you're under 9. You'd get the old
popping crease, please, director. Go back
Hoover
for me.
out.
And then just
She's
play
been
full time
watching
for me, please.
Susie Bates run
Just
between the
wanna check
wickets
that
too much
his
if
back
she
is
has
grounded.
plonked that.
And can you just go slower for me, please, frame by frame?
Sue Redfern, you're hearing from here.
Taking on England's best fielder there, I think, too.
Thank you.
Sue Redfern just asking for a different frame.
Backgrounded. Yep. Satisfied. I'm ready to make my decision. Thanks.
See, the big screen turns blue, waiting for the decision of not out. Hoover lesson needed.
Hoover lesson needed. Stop listening to Susie Bates about running.
Bell in, pace off delivery, and that's worked. Straight out to her deep backward, a square fielder, Freya Kemp. Sharp moves to 4. 196 for 5.
Be interesting what Maddie's thinking here. She knows she's probably not going to get a lot of pace to work with, so which area of the ground is she going to pick to try and hit a boundary?
They're relatively big pockets, aren't they? But they're almost sat deeper. There's Bell in, slower ball outside the off stump. That's guided beautifully. Width and punished off the back foot. That will be 4 runs to Maddie Green. It's a great shot, that, from her. She moves to 86, and that's 200 up for New Zealand.
It's a great shot there, isn't it? She's just leant on it, used a little bit of width and pace that Belly's given her and guided it through for 4. Another one for Maddie today. She's looked great, hasn't she?
It's timing, isn't it? Obviously, Bell's taking the pace off, and England knocked him for that ring field on the offside. Just delicate.
Just can't afford to give the stumps up then, can you? Got to be hitting off stump at least. Anything wide of that, whole field's up. You're asking for trouble.
Green's on 86. Deep extra cover is now gone to a conventional cover out on the boundary rope. And Malam out there. There's Ballin again, wide, slower delivery, and played out to that fielder. She'll move to 87, 201 for 5.
Well, that's the other option. Bowl short and wide and just put a fielder out there.
Probably a less wicket-taking option, but I suppose run conceding, you're probably only going to get one. It'd be difficult to find a boundary from that delivery.
Gets one and it gets Maddie Green off strike too, doesn't it? And then they can bowl to the new batter.
So mid-ons come up. Fine leg has gone back. There's Ballin, short ball, play and miss. And Sharp tried to guide that over a third.
Impressive Amy Jones standing up and takes those short balls, isn't it? I've never really understood how as a bowler you feel comfortable having the wicketkeeper stand up when you're bowling a short ball. I know for me it would have put me off, I think.
She's just obviously, you often don't comment on it because it's just so easy. As Bellin, slower ball, pace off, half a peel. Maddie Green doesn't want the single because that's the end of the over. 45 overs gone. 201 for 5. And Leah is vacating. And we'll be joined by Catherine Siver-Brunt with 5 overs left.
Hello. Oh, what a glorious afternoon it is. I'm getting a bit Hank Marvin, Henry, are you?
Oh, well, yeah, I think somebody has just been sent to grab you some food.
I know.
Not that you demanded it, it's just because you were on air and you were worried.
Nobody wants anyone hangry around here, do they?
No, but don't forget, you did say you'd cope with who dared win. Projected score, 223 is New Zealand's projected total, which I think would be a decent enough effort at the start of the series with a reasonably inexperienced side. 5 overs remain. Maddie Green has been the linchpin on 87 off 105, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman's going to bowl her final over. It's tossed up and it's flogged down the ground towards long on, where Gibson will field. Has there ever been a day, Phil, where 3 debutants, all debutants, have taken a wicket?
I don't know. I was going to have a quick look at the break and see if I could.
Pretty epic
it's
stat.
a tough one, yeah.
Swept across the line by Izzy Sharp out towards Bouchier in the deep, and one will be taken.
I think Amelia Kirby sat on the side thinking, just chucked away a decent 100 here.
Courtine-Coleman again. As this is hit in the air, down the ground, should be a catch for Danny Gibson, high above the head, and it is. Maddie Green goes for 88. Fielder out at long on, it felt an injudicious shot, to say the least. And Tilly Courtine-Coleman on debut has picked up her 2nd wicket in her final over. Green goes 88 of 107. And New Zealand 203 on the board, but have lost another wicket and find themselves now 6 down.
Such an unusual shot for Maddie Green to play. That shot is her strength, but when mid-on, mid-off are out, and she's not actually tried to hit that at all. She's just sort of chipped it, if you like, off from, you know, when she's in that good a form, her chip just carried all the way to long on. So, yeah, I mean, what a strange thing to do on 88 with somebody so mentally strong as Maddie, who loves just to make innings go on and on and on, and actually doesn't go to the, you know, the getting on with it phase until very late. She almost would be asking the person at the other end to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, a bit shocked by that. It was neither here nor there, was it? There was no oomph behind the swing at all. So yeah, it was easy and brave from Tilly actually. She took a little bit of pace off that. I think she's been trying to bowl a few grenades today, and it's actually worked. So,
well, what I've been impressed by is she has been bold. And as a young spinner, you're going to get whacked regardless of what you bowl because you know you're learning your craft. But she has been brave.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Great to see. She's got 3 balls left of a spell, and a smile on her face as well. Left arm spin. And in round the wicket to bowl to the new batter, Jess Kerr, who's looking for a run that isn't there. And goodness me, that is, I think, the worst throw I've ever seen on a professional cricket field.
I think Lauren Bell knows it as well. She just had her hands on her face for about
No harm done, but it really was awful. Defended back towards the bowler.
This is a good matchup for Jess Kerr. Jess Kerr is not a batter to, shun at, but she's scored a lot of runs recently, but she much prefers pace.
Next ball is a little quicker, keeps low, chopped out towards cover, could be trouble if Knight can get it in quick enough. She can't. 3 from the over and the wicket, and she finishes 10 overs, 2 for 49.
She'll take that every day of the week when you're on your debut. So yeah, very good performance from Tilly today. She'll be happy. She can be sort of relaxed now. But yeah, nice little insight into what's to come, I think.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think the impact's going to be on Sophie Eccleston, who misses out today, in terms of, we know she's going to be a crucial part of English cricket going forward, of course, but, missing out on a ODI at the start of international summer will feel a bit of a thing?
Yeah, definitely. Like, everybody needs a fire up their bum, don't they? And if you're not being pushed, you're not going to excel. You'll just, you'll stay as you are, and nobody needs that to push yourself forward.
Here comes Lauren Bell. And this is a ball with the pace taken right off it that Kerr can't get away. It's an extraordinary image that you've just provided us there with, Catherine.
There are a couple of people, just to move on quickly, that haven't really been pushed in this team. One's Amy Jones, and the other one is Sophie Eccleston. And it's nice to see some competition for Sophie, but I would love to see some keeper batters come out of the woodwork somewhere.
This is dug in a little shorter and sliced away, and actually it's a decent enough stop from Courtine Coleman at short third, because it was skewing and bouncing awkwardly. Do you think Amy Jones would have been a more prolific run scorer had she been threatened in her place? Is she that sort of person?
I would say so, yeah.
Would you? Yeah.
I think it's a really difficult place to be. I was in that position as well once, until towards the end about 6-7 seamers turned up. It's like, whoa.
Next ball is going right on through, and I think that might be a stumping.
That was the weirdest.
What an odd dismissal that is. Lauren Bell strikes one that keeps low, and Sharp looking to try and work the ball into the leg side, and with Jones standing up to the stumps.
I would like to see, Henry, whether this was a slow ball or not, because when it hit the surface, it died a death. Amy took the ball round her ankles.
In every sense, a Sharp chance, and Izzy Sharp has to go. Good work from the keeper. 7 down now, and the score 205 for 7.
Yeah, we're still having a quick look here, but it was a short pitch delivery that Amy stood up to the stumps, took by her own ankles, and then stumped Sharp out from, advancing down the wicket. But I would love to see whether that was purposeful out the back of the hand or not. And it was out the side of the hand, so nice little slow ball there from Lauren Bell, and Amy Sharp glove work to dismiss Sharp. Oh, it's nice that, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I liked it. I'd already made.
How many of those are going to be over the next few months, do you reckon?
Well, yeah, it's good to see a little weapon in the armoury. Nancy Patel comes to the middle, a name, again, that we haven't necessarily heard quite as much of. She's on her first international tour, and someone actually born in India, but calls New Zealand home. She's played 4 one-day internationals, a high score of just 12, but she has taken wickets in that time. She's off-spinning all-rounder, so we'll see her with the ball in hand later on, no doubt. Right-hander, keeper up to the stumps, with the score 205 for 7, and big appeal for LBW, given by umpire Williams at the far end. It's the first baller, and Lauren Bell's on a hat-trick.
Surely going to refer this. I don't think they've actually used any of their DRS yet, so why not? Jessica giving us some advice, and upstairs we go.
I think one thing we can say is it's not going over, because
no, that is very...
Patel is not
Third
somebody
umpire
who is...
we have a player review for LBW, on-field decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go front on, please?
With the pitch again, the ball did die a death, so there's no danger of it going over the top. It's out the back of the hand. A bit of a wrong un.
Yeah,
the only
ball
question is
close to the bats. We'll need to check all
hitting outside of the line.
I think it'll be umpire's call at worst from England's perspective.
It's actually hit her on her thigh, which a lot of people would think too high, but
Yeah, just play that back for me,
Patel
please.
looks about 4'11", so what's her official height, Phil?
For me once more, please.
What a question.
What a question.
Yeah, all the way through.
I feel like she's the shortest cricketer on the
Flat line as the ball
circuit.
is passing the bat. There's a clear gap. Satisfied there's no bat involved, we can move to ball tracking, please. Original decision is out. Pitching is outside off. Impact
outside.
is umpire's call. Wickets are hitting, so we can stay with your decision, Jackie. Stand by. Signal out now, please.
So, Lauren Bell on a hat-trick. Decision stands, and in her final over, Lauren Bell has the opportunity to take a hat-trick.
It was a lovely ball, one out the back of the hand, just came out a bit of a wrong un, and just obviously kept drifting into Patel. Caught her on the back foot. She didn't know whether to go forward or back. For your first delivery, that's absolutely spot on from Lauren Bell.
So, what
One
an
would think
opportunity.
this would be as full and straight as possible.
I would hope so.
I'm not even going to say she bowled slow ball. I think she'll just go. It could even be a low full toss. What we're saying.
Lauren Bell, 2 wickets.
Rosemary
in 2
Mare
balls.
comes to the middle.
This is a hat-trick ball.
I'm going to call low full toss LB.
Here we go. Lauren Bell running in on a hat-trick. It's one that tricks the crowd because Jones whips the bails off almost apologetically, but Mare hadn't left her ground.
I'm so sad. She went for another slow ball. They're so hard to control out the back. And I just feel like that wasn't the one for that.
No.
No.
Those side-ons
Too
saw
difficult.
those bails and thought that it was a hat-trick. So, next delivery from Lauren Bell into Rosemary Mare, and this is tapped into the onside, probably for a single. It will be just the one, which will be on strike at the start of the 48th over, and Bell will have one more over to try and mop up the tail, which has suddenly come hoving into view rather rapidly, with New Zealand falling away from 205 for 5 to suddenly 205 for 8.
Yeah, another slow ball from Lauren. There was actually, I think 5 out of those 6 deliveries were either out the side or out the back of the hand. And I'm really impressed, actually, because in times gone by, Lauren bowls those really full and outside off, almost near the wide line. So she's managed to control that enough to bowl it actually quite straight, and actually a bit of, a wrong one. So the ball that turns back into the batter. So I'm actually really impressed with how much work she's done on that. And it's paying off.
Somebody bellowing something about a Mexican wave as Charlie Dean starts a new over, her 7th, the standing captain, and first ball is worked into the onside for 1. 207 for 8.
Yeah, we're into the seamers now, aren't we? Both opening bowlers. Rosemary Mare, Jess Kurt.
And
They're
as we
dying to see some proper pace on.
Yeah. Here is Dean round the wicket. It's dug out. That's well bowled to Jess Kerr. There's nothing you can do with it.
I'd like to see a bit of a grenade here, Henry. I'm not going to lie. It is a shorter boundary on the leg side marginally, but they're not a fan of off pace, as we've seen.
Here is Dean again, a little bit quicker and through. And that's a lovely piece of bowling. Charlie Dean, with a smile on her face, picks up her 2nd wicket, and Jess Kerr departs for 2, and New Zealand crumbling here. They're falling in a heap and in real danger of not batting out their overs. 207 for 9. And this is some collapse at the back end of the innings. Lovely drift, just a hint of turn, very full, and through to rattle the timbers.
Classic Dean, that was obviously very experienced in the short format of the game now. Very good at T20 cricket. Very smart. She has lots of tricks up her sleeve and always seems at the back end to get that ball under the bat. There's a lot of people that like to sweep and sweep slog, and where she's at her most dangerous is when she's getting under the bat at the back end. So nice to see Charlie with quite a lot of control today, actually, and leading the way. Extremely good figures, 2 for 21 so far for 6.5 overs. So yeah, she's doing a job here.
Well, this is a real tumble away, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, 4 for 4 in 13 deliveries.
Not ideal. Not ideal when all that work. You know,
Well, that 105-run partnership between Kerr and Green really did look like it would propel New Zealand forward. Dean bowls to the left-handed Illing. Bree Illing, who I think it's fair to say doesn't shape up like your conventional batter.
No, I think she feel like she's going one way.
Yes, baseball-y. Bat sort of twitching in her hand in a threatening fashion. In comes Charlie Dean. And inside edge towards short, fine leg. A bit unlike how we were saying, Leah Tahuhu,
Yeah.
when you practice, you normally practice your defensive stroke. And actually, when you get out there, you try and swing for the hills. She's practicing swinging from the hills and then playing sort of injudicious defensive strokes. It's an odd one. In comes Dean, tosses it up, and this is patted again through the legs. It might be the nutmeg, that. Down towards fielder at short, fine leg. End of a successful over. 1 run from it, 1 wicket from it, and with 2 overs in theory remaining, it is 207 for 9. It has got very cloudy. I don't think there's threat of rain.
No.
But it is cloudy.
Just a threat of turning into ice is more the worry. I think it's a good 6 degrees out there, I feel. Not the warmest.
No, it's not. It isn't warm, I think it's fair to say.
No.
At the moment, out there in Chester Street, the temperature, well, actually, in fairness, it's 11 degrees.
But it feels like...
Oh, yeah, what's it?
Don't forget the feels.
Feels like 10, apparently. I don't understand that. Here is Lauren Bell, and that's a nice piece of bowling again. That is the slower ball, which is too good for Mare. Jones whips the bails off, but
She's
keep it in.
absolutely loving the slow ball, isn't she?
Yeah, well...
And the batters are not challenging her at all, which means she will just keep bowling it. There's no change-ups required at all.
Yes.
It's a bit of a worry, that, because you want to not be bowling that every ball.
The LBW was only 50 miles an hour. Worked away into the onside. Again, a slower ball. And score creeps forward to 208 for 9. Yeah, feels like... I don't understand it. Because if it feels
I think
like
that's when the wind blows, isn't it? If it's still, it's 11. If the wind blows, it feels like 5.
a bit like I am a 5, but if I
put some makeup
on, I was a something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, right. We're gonna go with a similar analogy, sort of. Illing is on none from 3. Here comes Lauren Bell and bowls. A big appeal for LBW is rejected.
Oh, Jackie. Let's have a little look.
We will have a look at it possibly. England have a review remaining. They've been pretty good with their reviews. They've got 2 reviews remaining. And the decision is...
surely to go upstairs.
Well...
England review.
Yes.
I mean, we didn't get any sight of that at all, so I couldn't tell you a thing just yet. But Lauren looked very sad about the decision from Jackie. I don't even say height, because it's always a question with someone who's 6'1", but...
well, it's full, isn't it? Ooh, that looks pretty good.
I'll need to check if there's any bass involved with ultra edge, please.
Can only be going down, can't it?
Like a bad Halloween party, I think no bat involved.
It's hitting 3/4 up the stump, but...
Okay, play that through. Gap on the left-hand side, all the way through. Ball has passed the bats. All the way through to the pads, please.
I would have given that
Satisfied there is no bass
if
involved.
that's what I
We can move
saw.
to ball tracking. Thank you.
I think Yeah, here we
So it
go.
could only
Not
be
out.
umpire's decision.
Pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wickets are umpire's call, so we can go back to Jackie, please. I'd like to stay with your not out.
I
Signal
feel that
not
was hitting
out
more
now,
of the stump
please.
than what that just showed, but
A grazing leg stump in the end. So a very fair decision from the umpire. He thought it was drifting down the leg side. England keep their review should it be required in the remaining 9 balls. 209 for 9 as a leg bye was taken. So Mayer will be on strike. Right-hander, quite a tall figure. And here comes Lauren Bell once again as a swinging shot out towards the deep. We'll see Freya Kemp called into action. They're pushing for a second run.
Oh,
that feels
wow.
bold, and it's a run out. It was a mare in every sense of the word. 209 all out, and that was a pretty hideous way to conclude an innings which has dropped very dismally at the back end from New Zealand. Lauren Bell gets acclaim from her teammates. England with the high fives, the shaking of the hands, and looking at a target in this opening ODI of the summer of 210. She was barely halfway down the track.
it was an absolute.
No, sorry, not barely had turned.
I don't know what had just occurred, but it was tragic, wasn't it? It really was.
It was.
We can just move on from that, and that needs to be binned.
Yeah, I always think at the back end of the innings you don't, but maybe the last ball you try that.
Yeah.
Not when you got 9 left.
We're all here for it, aren't we, for the last ball?
Oh yeah,
Absolutely, but
it annoys me when teams don't do that actually for the
the
last.
last 7 balls are actually quite crucial.
Well, they can
So
be.
let's, not good.
Yeah, well, here we go. So, end of the innings, 210 in the end with that run taken. So 211 will be the target for England. What do we think? Does that sound about good and doable and happy for this England side?
I think if they'd have put 230-40 on the board, it would have put our batters under a little bit more pressure, but the required run rate is not challenging enough to create pressure from the beginning, so there's nothing on the debutants to come in and have to do anything other than what they are good and used to. So if anything, it will be extremely good bowling and discipline from the Kiwis here to create enough pressure to make wickets happen. So yeah, they're at least 40 short of creating some sort of pressure that England have to make some sort of moves from the start, but I can't see that happening. But the wicket is definitely not, it's not a road, is it? And it's got a lot in there that will be challenging, especially our girls of the last so many months have been playing across the line a lot actually, and I'm a bit worried about that for this wicket.
So, end of the innings, 210 all out midway through the 49th over, and New Zealand were asked to bat first by England. Susie Bates, retiring imminently, was caught behind off the bowling of Lauren Filer for just 6, and Georgia Plimmer departed 20 off 34 to give Tilly Courtine-Coleman a wicket on debut, her 8th ball. And then the big partnership, which was worth 105 runs between Mealy Kerr, the captain, and Maddie Green, before eventually a really honking dismissal that saw a rank full toss from another debutant, Jodie Grucock, that was slapped straight to the hands of Lauren Bell. Kerr gone for 55. Then Brooke Halliday was out LBW to Charlie Dean for 6. Isabella Gaze was out for 11, caught behind by Amy Jones to the bowling of Danny Gibson. So another wicket for a debutant there. And then it was Brooke Halliday for 6, gone. And Maddie Green rather started the collapse at the back end of the innings with her 88 from 107, which should have been more, really. Courtine-Coleman was pretty fortuitous in some ways to see the ball smacked down the ground to the hands of Danny Gibson. And at that point, well, there was still time in the innings. Green 203 for 5, the score was. And in the end, it was 210 all out. So a real collapse at the back end. And it was quite spectacular, Phil.
Yeah, spectacular indeed. That collapse at the end, they lost 5 for 7 in 20 deliveries.
Dear me, that is quite the thing. In terms of the bowling figures, well, Lauren Bell, 9.4 overs, 2 for 38, wickets in consecutive balls. Lauren Filer kicked things off. She bowled 10 overs, 1 for 43. Tilly Courtine-Coleman, very promising debut from the 18-year-old. 10 overs, 2 for 49. Danny Gibson, 6 overs, 1 for 28. Charlie Dean, 7 overs, 2 for 21. And Jodie Grucock, 6 overs, 1 for 26. That leaves us with an England target of 211.
England's new opening partnership. Emma Lamb, of course, has opened for England in the past and is seasoned in that position playing for Lancashire. But she was in the middle order in the World Cup and didn't have a great time of it. So she's back where she belongs, you could say, facing Jess Kerr. And her first ball is very full and dug out on the offside for no run. At the other end, Jodie Grucock on her international debut. Thrown straight in there, opening the batting.
Yeah, and I hear she hasn't actually opened the batting before, so a completely new role for her there as well.
Yeah, scoring quite a lot of runs for Essex this season. And as we say, Emma Lamb also in good form domestically. As Jess Kerr is in, and that's defended off the back foot by Lamb. Jess Kerr will look to swing the ball into the right-hander.
Yeah, we saw some nice swing there, that first ball, isn't it? Should be looking to start on sort of 5th, 6th stump and get it to swing back into that off and middle.
There's a huge amount of movement when England were bowling, but it's gone a little cloudier, a little gloomier, which might help somebody like Jess Kerr, who hasn't quite got the express pace of someone like Lauren Filer, but relies on that swing movement. So she's in now to Emma Lamb, who is out of her crease a little bit and just defending. So trying to counter that movement by coming out of the crease and using her feet.
Yeah, she knows that Jess is going to swing the ball a lot. I've seen Jess be able to swing the ball with conditions just don't suit at all, but yet she can absolutely hoop it at times. So she'll be looking to do that here. And like you say, Emma Lamb coming out and trying to make sure that she doesn't swing it too far.
Sister of the New Zealand captain, Amelia, of course. So Emma Lamb faces up and is working the ball off her pads into the leg side, but a scrambling dive from Amelia Kerr saves the run. So Jodie Grucock has got an anxious wait at the non-striker's end to face her first ball, but she might not mind leaving the first one to Emma Lamb, maybe.
When your sister's the captain, you probably know you're always going to get the in you want, don't you?
Yeah, that's
Otherwise,
true.
there's a bit of trouble in between if you're
they
not
both
getting what you
open,
want. Well, I think Mealy will pull rank, we know that.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, who's the older?
Jess.
He's in now, and that's worked nicely off her pads by Emma Lamb for the first runs of England's chase. She's going to come back for a couple. So, two to Emma Lamb as England begin their chase of 211. Yeah, I don't think older sister, New Zealand captain.
Hard to pull rank, isn't it? Really hard to pull rank. Otherwise, Mealy just go, oh, well, you're not opening today, then, are you? So that's unlucky. Jess, you can bowl first change.
Take the old ball. See what you can do. Last ball of the opening over then is short and just clipped off the pads from Emma Lamb, who sets off quickly for the first run, and they are going to come back for two. That's good running from England's openers, nice and positive. And so a couple of twos off the last two balls of the over. And England make a tidy start, 4 for none.
Yeah, England have shown straight away there, haven't they? They're really in and out of the crease quickly looking for those twos. We spoke about New Zealand innings. They probably didn't run as many twos as what we thought they might have been able to. England have come out straight away and gone, don't worry, we'll look to be running those twos on this ground.
Yeah, of course, they've had plenty of time in the field to kind of see what the angles are and see how big those gaps are. So you could see it from Emma Lamb. She set off straight away rapidly. And we're now going to get our first look at Jodie Grucock as an opening batter. She did bowl, of course, so she has been in the game. She took 1 wicket in her 6 overs. It's going to be Bree Illing to bowl to the left-handed Grucock. Phil.
The left-handed Grucock, as you say, the first time since 2003 England have opened with a left-hander in women's one-day internationals. That was Catherine Leng against India over in Lincoln in New Zealand.
What a fantastic place, Lincoln. Live just down the road from it.
Oh. Yeah, it's a big big moment for England to have a lefty in their ranks as Grewcock drives a wider delivery, misses, goes through to the keeper.
She's had a go at it straight away. She's not going to wait and see what happens here, is she?
They should be itching for that first run. Just one. Just one.
Good bit of swing there from Brie Illing as well.
Yeah, a bit movement away from the left-hander. Phil's got all sorts of hand gestures going on. I'm not sure whether that's about the swing or about the left-hander or what.
Quick umpire manoeuvre from point to square leg.
As Illing is in, and that's driven by Jodie Grewcock, but straight to point, so she's yet to get off the mark.
Brie Illing's an exciting talent coming up for New Zealand as well. Obviously, a left armour makes a huge difference. They're a very rare breed, left-hand batters or left-arm bowlers, aren't they? They just don't go around that often, especially in New Zealand. We've got one left-hand batter. No, we've got two actually. I say Flora Devonshire is also a left-handed batter, but just the one left-arm seamer going around.
And Illing is in now, and that's just poked out to cover for no run. So Jodie Grewcock, 3 dots now. Should be feeling those nerves. Probably was good of England to get her involved with the ball, though, wasn't it? Just to kind of, you're not waiting too long then to be in the action.
Yeah, we spend 3 hours out in the field and you're just thinking the whole time, I'm going to open the batting today. I'm going to open the batting today, and I've never done that with the England Lions on my chest.
So, and they're struck on the pad, and there's half an appeal from Izzy Gaze, but I don't think there's not much conviction behind it. And they're going to come back for a couple of leg buys. Yep, so the wait for runs off the bat continues for young Jodie Grewcock. Takes the score to 6 for none.
No doubt she was running down the pitch there going, please don't put your finger up, please don't put your finger up.
It's comfortably down the leg side, I think. Brie Illing continues. Left-hander to left-hander, and that's a nice drive, and she's going to get off the mark thanks to a slight misfield there from Brooke Halliday. So Jodie Grewcock has her first international runs and can breathe a huge sigh of relief.
Be a very nice feeling indeed. Nice shot there too.
Yeah, nicely driven. A bit of an awkward bobbly bounce for Brooke Halliday, allows her the run. So he's got the right-handed Emma Lamb to contend with now.
She'll be looking to swing the ball back into Emma here.
She just marks her guard and surveys the field. She's got a deep fine leg and a deep square leg are the two boundary riders. And that's very full, and Emma Lamb just jabs her bat down in time. And trickles out to the covers for no run. So tidy start there from Brie Illing. England 7 for none. And all-important single for the debutante Jodie Grewcock. Getting her first run in international cricket. And, as a bowler, obviously defending a relatively low total. You've got that need for early wickets, but you don't want to leak too many runs early on, especially in the power play, because get off to a flyer, it breaks the back of the chase so quickly, doesn't it?
It does, but you're probably not going to defend that score. 210, it's not enough to defend, so I think the key is to be looking for early wickets here. If that means that you might give away a couple of boundaries, I think so be it. You've really got to try and get England 2, if not 3 down in the power play and get some of these key batters out.
They've got a slip in place. Maddie Green is for Jess Kerr, who's also got a deep cover and a deep square leg for the left-handed Jodie Grewcock. Facing Jess Kerr for the first time. And she swings and misses outside the off stump, and tumbling save from Izzy Gaze behind the stump. So a bit of a loose drive there from the youngster.
Do you think a little bit, I mean, I'm not a batter and certainly wasn't a top order batter, but
am I, don't worry.
I think here to a point, if she's never opened the batting before and she's been asked to come out here, she's not really a lever by the looks of it. She's going to just have a dash at it.
It could be a bit of nerves, a bit of jitters, maybe just wants to get that first boundary away. And again, poking outside the off stump, and oohs and ahs from the keeper and slip.
It's hard, isn't it? You want to feel better on ball and feel like you're in the game, but you've also got a slip in play here, and you've got to be a little bit careful. Jess swings the ball, she's going to be taking it away from her.
Yeah, feet aren't quite getting to the pitch of the ball yet, and Jessica with that swing, the easiest to get away, and she has got deep cover, so there is protection if she does want to throw it out a little bit fuller and tempt Jodie Grewcock. And that she does, and she gets back on ball this time and just takes that single out to the boundary rider, gets herself to the non-striker's end as the field switches round for the left and right-handers.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that fielder, to be honest. I feel like that's just an easy one. There's nothing wrong with the ball. Sure, it's a little bit wider. It might have been fourth stump, but you've just given her a little poke into the offside and she's off the mark. Well, not off the mark, but she's off strike now. You've given her an easy one. I think you could have kept cover up there and put some pressure on a new batter on debut.
Yeah, especially when she was fending out those ones outside the off stump anyway. Yep. Always, Jessica just loses her footing there in her run-up, and be called a dead ball. Whether she slipped or lost a spike or something.
No, she's done well to not let go of the ball. She was already in her gather.
Let's see whether she...
That just screams sore.
Oh, I don't really know what that was. It just must have...
Maybe she thought her run-up was off.
The stride and then...
Yeah, she might... Well, she was a long way back there, so she's just got her run-up wrong.
Must have missed a step somewhere. Yeah. She corrects herself this time, and that's driven nicely by Emma Lamb, but to mid-on for no run. Umpire Jackie Williams does a bit of manoeuvring out the way, bit of fancy footwork. So 8 for none England in the third over. 211 is the target. As Jessica is into Emma Lamb, who's clipping off her pads down to fine leg again for an easy single. So Lamb moves on to 5 and takes the score to 9 for no loss. And 1 ball left in this over. Emma Lamb, of course, was used in the middle order in that World Cup in India, and it was a role that didn't really suit her. She was very often having to start her innings against spin, and when you're used to being an opener, that's a very different skill set.
I think you underestimate how tough that is to change in the batting order.
Yeah, as Jessica is into Jodie Grewcock again, takes that easy single out to deep cover. Takes England to 10 for none at the end of the third over. Yeah, it was an unusual decision, wasn't it? Because she was in fantastic form domestically, Emma Lamb, and everyone was saying, how can you not pick her based on the amount of runs that she scored? But the only kind of availability in England's lineup was in the middle order, because Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones had also had a fantastic summer open in the batting.
That's right, and in she came, as you mentioned, into that England side at number 6, scores of 1, 13, 4, 11 and 7. Then the final game she made way for Danny White-Hodge, who came in. But yeah, not a good World Cup for Emma Lamb.
But really difficult to be thrown into that situation where it wasn't. All those runs had come at the top of the order. It's a very different challenge, and some of those conditions in India as well were very tricky. As Brie Illing continues to Grewcock, who drives but straight to cover for no run.
Yeah, I mean, opening the batting, you know you've got time. You're able to build an innings a little bit more, and then kind of...
You've got pace on the ball.
Yeah,
as well,
and then you can kick on later on. Whereas if you're coming in at 6 or 7, there's times where you'll come in and you've got 25 overs. There's time you'll come in and you've got to go from ball 1, and it's just a very, very different game.
So the left-handed Brie Illing is in, and there's another swish outside the off stump from Grewcock through to the keeper. This wasn't the only batter to struggle in those conditions. It was... it felt almost until we got to the semi-finals and the final that there was some tricky batting conditions.
Yeah, there certainly were at times. Navi Mumbai was not a tricky batting surface for anybody.
No.
It was 300 scored for fun.
Yeah, I got to the... that's where that epic semi-final took place, wasn't it? Illing into Grewcock now, who's struck on the pad, and there's a big appeal, and she's given. Jodie Grewcock has been pinned LBW by Brie Illing, and I don't think she's going to go for the review. She meets for a chat with Emma Lamb. She is a little shake of the head, and she's not going to review. So the debutante Jodie Grewcock falls for 3. She had been playing and missing quite a little bit to the New Zealand seamers. Tricky position for her to open on her debut, and yeah, just a bit of movement there from the left-hander. Looks like that was pretty straight. So England lose their first wicket, and it's Bree Illing who gets the breakthrough. So England 10 for 1.
Perfect delivery there from Bree Illing, isn't it? A little bit of swing, pitched it on middle. Certainly going on to crash into middle stump, I think. New Zealand will be very happy with that. Like we said, they needed to get early wickets. They've got one there.
Yeah, so 3 from 11 balls for Jodie Grewcock on her debut. And with her inexperience comes almost the exact opposite in Heather Knight and her 158 ODIs to her name. Former captain, of course, World Cup winning captain in 2017, and now back in the ranks, coming in at number 3. Just what England need, a bit of a calm head in this situation, having lost an early wicket.
No doubt this will be the big wicket that New Zealand have talked about. I think knowing how much inexperience is in that England team today, they would have looked at Heather here and gone, we know that she's the key, especially if they can get her early with only a low total they're looking to defend. We'll put some real pressure on those younger players coming in after her.
Heather Knight then facing her first ball from the left arm of Bree Illing. And it's down the leg side, and that will be called a wide. So 11 for 1. Yeah, Nat Silverbrunt, of course, the England's mainstay in the middle order, is injured her calf and recovering from that for this series. Tammy Beaumont no longer at the top of the order. Amy Jones has gone back into the middle order. Danny Wyatt-Hodge is missing. So yeah, there's a big opportunity for New Zealand if they can get a couple of early wickets to expose that middle order. As Knight is working that into the leg side, she'll look to come back for 2. No, they settle for a single. So Heather Knight off the mark. England 12 for 1.
Love to see Heather looking for 2 there. You know she's not going for it, but she's telling us she might.
She's just keeping the fielders on their toes. So we just see a replay of that wicket, and just trying to hit it into the leg side. Jodie Grewcock playing all around that front pad because of that swing movement. So Emma Lamb almost with a carbon copy of Heather Knight's shot from the ball before. Just takes the single out to deep square leg. She's just drifting onto the pads of the right-hander a little bit here. Bree Illing just needs to straighten up a little bit.
Yeah, she might just be getting a little bit more swing than she's used to. She's obviously not played in England before, different conditions. A true swing bowler as well, so she's going to put it up there and see how much swing she can get. Maybe just a little bit too much at the moment to the right-hander.
And now then to Heather Knight, who works the ball to mid-wicket for no run. So successful over there for Bree Illing and New Zealand with the wicket of Jodie Grewcock. She fell for 3. And yeah, as you say, bowling in England does present a little bit more of a challenge. Leah, if you can tell us a little bit more about how you have to adapt in these conditions. And Emily Windsor will be taking over commentary.
Yeah, I think when you're in the UK, you always know that you're going to get a little bit more swing than probably what you do back in New Zealand. Suits it here today as well. There's a bit of cloud coverage. That's looking at a replay there, and it turns out that was not out. It was missing leg stump.
Doing too much.
Yeah.
That's where Lammy's got to help her out.
Debutante's never going to use a DRS, are they?
Would be ballsy, but it was missing the stamps. As she's into Lamb, who works that off her hip for a dot ball. Sure, the England players under us that aren't playing, going for an extra hit. Karis Pavley, Sophie Eccleston, Lindsay Smith. Not in the side today.
We're looking forward to getting Sophie Eccleston back, won't they? Number 1 ranked bowler, or right up there anyway if she's not number 1 still.
Jess Kerr in from the Lumley end. That's down the leg side. Emma Lamb gets a tickle on it. This will probably race away for 4. Yes, it does. And that's a boundary to Emma Lamb. She'll move to 10, and the score 17 for 1.
It's a real fight for spots in that England lineup, isn't there, when you think about it? A lot of left arm spinners, all fighting for the same position.
Yeah, me and Alex were saying earlier, like, could you play 3?
I don't think so. Well,
You'd play 3 seamers. You could play 3 right arm seamers. You could, if they're the best bowlers, there's Kerr in, and that's driven by Lamb. And Lindsay Smith is a point of difference for me, but you probably couldn't play Hartley, Thorpe, Eccleston and Tilly Corteen Coleman in the same side.
no, I think it just takes out then your off spinner's probably not bowling as many overs. Charlie Dean, one of the best going around with that. How many overs do you want to take off her? I mean, I know we say you'd play 3 right arm seamers, but they're probably all doing something different. You might have one who's bowling in swing, one out swing,
and one rapid hitting them on the head like you. As that's worked to deep back with a square by Lamb. She'll move to 11, 18 for 1 England.
Probably something that New Zealand's missing a little bit at the moment is that real outright pace, really express pace, bowling up around that. I think we saw Filer today hit around 76 miles. I don't think there's anyone in the New Zealand team at the moment who can do that.
Anyone coming through that could do that?
Yeah, we saw Kaylee Knight debut in our home summer, and I think she's someone who will be able to get that up there a little bit more.
Kerr into Knight, solid in defence. There will be no run.
We've got Molly Penfold on the sideline today as well. There's got a bit of pace there. She's been working on her action a little bit, but I think now that that's sort of a bit more in order, she can sort of crank that pace back up and see how much we can get out of her. She's certainly a tall girl, so hit the deck hard and put some batters under pressure.
Knight on 1, and that's worked again down the leg side. Kerr just bowling slightly too straight this over, but that's 5 overs gone, 19 for 1 England.
Yeah, Leah mentioned Sophie Eccleston and her ranking, world ranking. She's number 2 in the world in ODIs at the minute. Want to have a pop at who's top of that list?
Ooh, is it English?
No, it's an Australian leg spinner, just to give you a massive clue. It's Alana King, yeah. Yeah, Alana King, top of the bowling ODI rankings at the minute. Sophie Eccleston just behind her. 3rd, Ash Gardner, Hayley Matthews at 5, and to finish the top 5, Marizanne Kapp. Highest New Zealand bowler, Amelia Kerr, she's at number 10.
Too many Australians on that list, isn't there?
We can both agree on that one. Milling in, and that's driven lovely by Knight, but can only find cover inside the circle. So will be a dot ball. Beautiful time in that though by Heather Knight. Feel like she missed out there.
Yeah, Brealing probably just over pitching slightly there, looking for that swing. Unfortunately, Heather couldn't quite make the most of it.
Healing bowling from the media centre end. And she's in again, and that's defended to mid-wicket by Knight. England require another 192 to win. Maddie Green, the pick of the New Zealand batters. An impressive 88 of 107 deliveries.
Disappointing end to the batting innings though, wasn't it, for New Zealand?
They missed some Leah Tahuhu firepower. Boundary hitting.
Go out there and have a swing, girls.
Ealing left arm over the wicket, and that's left alone by Knight outside the off stump. Experienced cricketer Heather Knight, experience in that role at number 3 for England. And you sort of feel in this lineup is pretty key actually to consolidate. It's a very different side that Charlotte Edwards has put out. Maya Bouchier carded at number 4, Freya Kemp at 5. Obviously Amy Jones, a very experienced cricketer, the wicketkeeper, in at number 6. Healing in again, and that's played past backward of square. There's no third. There is a chase on, and they'll come back for a couple. Heather Knight to 4, 21 for 1.
Just a little bit too much width on that, wasn't it? But yeah, certainly when you look through that England scorecard, it's different to what you've seen in the past. I think Knight's certainly the key. I think Bouchier, she can be a little bit up and down with her form. There's always an opportunity there early with her as well. I think we always talk about hitting her on the front pad straight away.
But also a unique position for, even in domestic cricket, she's opening the batting, and probably that's a spot she's fighting for. Is that short ball pulled away by Knight. There's 2 fielders out there, and run the first one hard. She thinks about coming back for 2, but made the right call in the end. She'll move to 5, 22 for 1. So yeah, coming in at 4 would be unique for her. And I mean, for me, I look down, it's a quality batting lineup, but it's a young, you've got the pressure of a chase always, a couple of wickets, consolidate, rebuild in 50 over cricket. So for me, Heather Knight's just that experience cricketer within it. Nat Sivabrunt obviously out injured currently. Zealing in again, that's driven by Lamb up to mid-on. Will be no run. End of the over, 22 for 1, England.
Yeah, you look further down, don't you? They've got Freya Kemp, Danny Gibson coming in at 6 there as well. They're strong batters, but you can put them under a little bit of pressure. You never know what might happen. Gibson on debut in one-day cricket. We know what she can do in T20 cricket, but different game in one-day cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I guess, I mean, from what I've seen of those girls, they're incredibly talented, and on their day, you're sort of one of the best cricketers to watch, all of them. But it's the consistency that you need in 50 over cricket, and I guess the maturity to bide your time, sometimes absorb pressure, put pressure back on. There's Kerr in tonight, 2 defends.
There's that, and there's also the feeling of knowing that you've got Nat Sivabrunt behind you. You know, if it doesn't quite go to plan, you're thinking, oh, it's all right, Nat's there. Whereas at the moment, it's not the case. There is someone else there who is young or more slightly inexperienced. So it does put a heap of pressure on Heather Knight here, but certainly not the first time that she would have felt that or at all.
The right arm in-swing bowler of Jess Kerr, charging in to Heather Knight, and that's driven beautifully through the covers. If you imagine Knight at her best, it's certainly that. 4 runs and probably shot of the day for me. She'll move to 9.
It's a beautiful shot that, isn't it? Classic. Just puts that front foot down the pitch, hits it beautifully along the ground through extra cover. Bit too full from Jess Kerr there, searching too much for that swing, asking the ball to do too much.
Effortless. Effortless and classy. 26 for 1 then. Kerr in again, and this time Knight defence, better length. Susie Bates, wild throw.
Saying sorry, my bad. My shoulder's not quite what it used to be. I'm 38 now, guys.
That is mad, she's 38. She doesn't act it though, does she?
She does not act it, no. Not at all. You wouldn't know.
Playing with us here at Durham last year, still a right character. Still works incredibly hard as well. Ultimate professional. Just Kerr in, and that's outside edge. Keeper's up to the stump, and there's no third man, so that will be a lovely 4 from Heather Knight. It's how I like to get off the mark, that.
Doesn't matter where it goes, it's 4. Just going back to Susie though and her work ethic, like we say, 38 years old, she's in her last ODI series, retiring at the end of this. We had fitness testing 2 weeks ago back home in New Zealand, and we run a 1500 metre and then you do a 4 kilometre watt bike test. And she's under 6 minutes on both of those, PB'd and the watt bike test, dominated everybody in the squad. Amazing.
Kerr in again, and this time pushed a backward point, will be no run. That firstly, that's highly impressive from Suze, but I expect nothing less having known her. But a 1.5k run and then a watt bike test straight away?
No, different days. 1.5k run on the Monday, and then you had the Thursday for a 4 kilometre watt bike.
Oh,
absolutely disgusting.
I'll opt out, I think. Kerr tonight, who defends solidly into the offside. Susie Bates does the fielding. This time a smooth throw back into the keeper, but 7 overs gone, 30 for 1. And after throwing us the fitness testing that New Zealand do, we're going to be joined by Alex Hartley, who's in the prime of her running and prime of her fitness. Phil, also in the prime of your fitness.
Yeah,
Phil.
that's what I picked up the mic. I took the hint from you. Yeah, just 3 players have had a women's ODI career of 20 years or more. Susie Bates is one of them. The other two, the 2 Indian greats, Mitali Raj and Julan Goswami.
careers, especially for Susie Bates. But she's got a big summer ahead of her. She's got to try and retain that T20 World Cup first. New Zealand, the current holders. Nice Ealing to Lamb. That's wrapped her on the pad. And they hurry through for a leg bye. 31 for 1. Alex, what do you make of the start?
Yeah.
Or New Zealand's fitness testing methods.
The fitness testing sounds gross. I just said everyone does a 2K. You just made yours 500 metres shorter. That's it. Australia almost set the standard with the 2K. Everyone followed them. So now maybe everyone will be doing the 1.5K.
I'd much prefer 1.5K if there's a choice, as Ealing in, fuller delivery, but Knight defends into the offside.
But a steady start for England. Obviously a bit of a hammer blow, lose it. Grucock so earlier with a LBW that would have been not out. That's probably a work on for the non-striker, and something that as a non-striker you've got to get used to. You've got to help your teammate out as well with having DRS.
Especially more so, I suppose, with the new ball as well, where it is swinging and the chances, I guess, of it missing with that extra shape. There's Ealing in again, the left arm seam, and another replication of a Heather Knight classic cover drive. That's over pitch and races for 4, 35 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant from Heather Knight. I mean, I'm so excited to see her back in an England shirt, not being captain, having the freedom of playing and just almost being selfish. And that is just a classic cricket shot through the covers, wobble ball outside the off stump, gloriously played through cover. That's the Heather Knight that, you know, you think of her cover drive and you go, that's her at her best.
Yeah, glorious. We've seen one the previous over and another one in this over. Certainly a sign to New Zealand not to over pitch to her today. And she's in again, pulls that length back and a thick inside edge. Just scurried through for a single. She'll move to 18. 36 for 1. She's looked fluent so far though, Heather Knight, hasn't she? Scoring a run of ball.
She's scored runs for Somerset as well this summer. I always feel with Heather Knight, she's like a fine wine. She's just getting better with age. You think how she's adapted her T20?
Shorter ball pulled into the onside. It's going to bounce a couple of times before it reaches the fielder. But not in control there, I'd say, from Lamb. But she moves to 12.
How she's managed to adapt her T20 game and to become an explosive batter when she was always that glue that held the team together. Now she's capable of doing both roles, and then exactly the same with ODI cricket as well.
Saying earlier to Leah, she very much in this ODI team at the moment feels like the glue when I look at this order. As in again, that's full, but driven to mid-off this time. And that's the end of the over. 8 overs gone, 37 for 1 England.
Looks like it's getting a bit warmer out there.
That's false sense.
Is it? I haven't been outside since this morning, and I went from hotel to car to commentary box.
And is that because the phobia of the cold, or?
I haven't brought a coat, and I am in my slippers, so I thought...
Never change, Alex.
No. Well, it's radio. Leah actually texted me, you know, I'm working on the radio with the BBC. What can I wear? I was like, I wear joggers and a hoodie every day. You can wear what you want, sweetie. So I've got my slippers on.
Dog-friendly ground as well. We haven't just got people in today. We got some puppies.
Not for me.
No, dog
I'm allergic.
Oh.
Yeah, if I went near that dog, what was it, husky? Oh my God, you'd never see me again.
Is it that easy then? Mare into the attack, and that's a wide down the leg side.
That was a mare.
You'd be a mare.
Yeah.
I might go and borrow that dog then.
Bring it into the green room.
If it's that easy.
You're not after a summariser role. Don't you worry. Gonna bat off a few commentators. I need to find out what Kirsty Gordon's allergic to, actually.
Oh, right.
She's very good at summarising.
Mare to Lamb, who defends on the front foot. She's a fellow left arm spinner as well.
Just a great human as well, isn't she? She's just got it all.
Do you feel like you offer the same
I'm threatened by her again for the second time in my life. She took my job at the ECB. He will not take this one.
Could happen though.
It could. No.
And you've also given her the way in, telling her that you're allergic to dogs. Marion, that's over pitched on leg stump and work to Maddie Green, the run scorer at fine leg. 39 for 1 England. Moved to Scotland as well, hasn't she, Kirsty Gordon? Gone back there, will be playing for them in the World Cup.
I tell you what, they've got a good squad for the T20 World Cup, especially think of the Bryce sisters, Elsa Lister, Liv Bell, Darcy Carter. There's just so many of them. Then you bring in
Fraser,
bring in Kirsty Gordon as well. It's a decent side.
Mare, the tall right arm quick in and bowls, and that's uppish by Knight to mid wicket, but lands just in front the captain, Mealy Kerr. Just 1 over, 1.3 overs remain of this power play. New Zealand need some wickets if they're to defend their total of 209 all out.
Yeah, a bit disappointing that from New Zealand. They set up a brilliant platform.
In again, and that's leg stump line and worked comfortably by Knight off her hip. She'll move to 19. 40 for 1 England.
And you can sort of see why from the outside we're always like, Mealy Kerr's got to score runs. Because without her, obviously Maddie Green got runs today and she looks 10 times better than the player I've seen her before. But without those two, feels like they're struggling with the bat.
Well, it was that partnership really that set them up really to get over 200.
Yeah.
Without that, I think, was it 100 plus in the end? Phil will have to tell me exactly what that partnership was Marion, and that's down the leg side again, and work to fine leg will just be a single.
Yeah, the partnership 105. As Al mentioned, they did set up a platform at the end of the 34th over. They were 146 for 2.
And I guess from England, that for the next 2 games, those two will really be their targets.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you've got to judge yourselves on how you bowl at the best in teams, not how you bowled at a team.
Marion again, that's a full toss, a low full toss, and there's a nice plink that to mid-wicket. She got away with that one there, but 9 overs gone, 41 for 1 England.
So it's all well and good. Bowling a team out for 210, brilliant, great performance, well bowled. I actually think England bowled well, by the way, while I'm saying this, as you're going to swap for Henry Moran. But how did you bowl to Mealy Kerr and how did you bowl to Maddie Green on the day? That's how you judge yourselves, not how you bowled to everybody else, because those two were on form. Those two are the best in the team at the minute, so you got to judge yourselves on that, not how you judge yourselves on the rest of the innings. And it's very similar when you play in the West Indies. It's all well and good if Hayley Matthews 80 not out at the non-strikers end, but you bowl the team out. But how well have you actually bowled at Hayley Matthews?
Well, this is the point, isn't it? And you know, your opportunities to really test yourself against the world's best can be quite rare. So it is key to make sure you perform. This is nicely pushed into the offside by Emma Lamb, who's 14 from 20. England heading towards the end of the power play. This is the final over of it, with a further 170 to win.
I love seeing Emma Lamb back at the top of the order. She looked all out of place in the 50 over World Cup when she was batting in the middle. She's gone away for Lancs, and it's almost like if Emma Lamb's playing, Lancs win, and if she's not, then they don't. You know, she scores most of their runs.
This is a full delivery, driven back past the bowler, and will be stopped at mid-off. There's an excellent dog. I know we've mentioned the dogs, but there's a Labrador with a lovely red collar who's having his chin stroked, and he looks terribly pleased with life. He's sitting in the stand with some
winning. He's winning,
fans, isn't he?
Yeah.
Woof,
he's got.
woof.
If dogs could smile, and I think dogs do smile. He's smiling.
He is smiling. He's at the cricket with some people that absolutely adore him in t-shirts, which is bold. This is banged in short, pulled away, hammered away out by Emma Lamb to deep backward square. And it goes whizzing towards the fielder in the deep with 1 run taken. 42 for 1. Knight is looking in good touch. Well, Roll's an interesting one this year.
Yeah, I was just saying to Winnie, I think it's brilliant, you know, to see her flourish and not have what would be seemed like the weight of the world on her shoulders.
full delivery, left alone, and there's half a question as to whether that was too wide to well, wide or not was one of those questions that Heather Knight had to try and calculate in the split second. In the end, she doesn't quite judge it right because it's just inside the tram lines.
Because the reality is, when you're England captain and you're in the middle of it, it does feel like the whole world is on your shoulders, and you're representing your country, you're leading the team, you're setting the example.
Pushed into the offside, out to point where it's fielded by Nancy Patel on her overseas debut.
On the flip side of that, you take yourself out of the environment and you realise not everybody cares.
Yeah.
So, but you're so engrossed in what you're in as an England team and a captain or whatever, the wider world don't really care. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Heather Knight almost have that weight off her shoulders and can go out there and just play.
Yeah. And actually she can just, get on with it and, not even think about having to do annoying post-match interviews when things don't go right, or endlessly calculating who's got overs left.
Or you go out there, you get 100, your team's won, I don't even have time to get in the ice bath, I've got to go and do the interviews.
Here comes Illing, sprinting in, left arm over, and forward in defence comes Heather Knight. And the ball will be pushed back up the track, and the power play comes to an end. 42 for 1. Phil, what was the New Zealand score at this point?
It was almost the same, 39 for 1 at the end of the power play.
There you go. England will feel pretty comfortable at the moment. Still plenty of experience to come with the 1 wicket to fall on the debutant Jodie Grewcock for 3. So they've still got Bouchier, Kemp, Jones, Gibson, Dean, Filer, Bell and Courtine Coleman. If you've missed anything today, or indeed miss anything throughout the summer, BBC Sport website and app, highlights as we go. It's part of our live text commentary, which is being looked after today by Timothy Abraham and Matthew Henry as well. And speaking of Matt Henrys, New Zealand's men are on their way as well.
They are indeed.
Here comes Nancy Patel. The off spin, and it's a nice looking action in the sunglasses, whirling the arms around and looking busy in her work.
I love seeing Patel playing for New Zealand, and I came across her years and years and years ago. She was contracted in 2022 for New Zealand, didn't play. But a fair break.
Oh yeah.
All those years ago.
Here comes Nancy Patel again, and forward watchfully is Lamb in defence. And she was good there.
She was good there, yeah. And she's a spinner, so I liked her.
Yeah, well, I know you've always got a soft spot for spinners. Quite right too, really.
Shame she's not a left arm spinner, but can't have it all.
You can't have it all. Shirt untucked. It looks a vast shirt, but she's not a tall figure. And she's in now, bowls a little back of her length, but again forces Lamb just to defend into the onside. England chasing a further 169 to win.
I'd have loved her to have bowled from umpire Rose's end to see who was taller.
Well, we may get that treat later on. Nancy Patel, far end of the ground, in the sunglasses, bowls, and it's pushed into the offside by Lamb. Once again, a defensive push. Patel was born in Gujarat, moved to New Zealand. I think I can't think of cricketing climates much more different than Ahmedabad and Chester Street. Driven back to the bowler by Emma Lamb. This is potentially our first maiden of the day.
Oh!
1 ball left to the over. Don't get many in white ball cricket. Here she comes now, Patel. In, and it will be. It's defended by Emma Lamb, who's perfectly happy just to play out the over. And what a very good start that is with the ball from Patel, who looks very organised and tidy as a bowler. England, after 11 overs, 42 for 1, chasing that target of 211. You're singing along to one of my favourites, Al.
Name the artist.
Oh, it's the second album for me that really sings. Phil.
Ed Sheeran.
We were talking about Heather Knight. She's talking about her role, and then she's got a completely different role in the 100, hasn't she?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Mentoring.
Director. Yeah, director of cricket at London Spirit.
Indeed.
So won't be playing in the 100 this year. which, if you look from the outside, you go, what?
Here comes Mare, starting her second over. 4 came from the first, and this is patted into the offside towards Patel at backward point, no run.
But what a great opportunity for the next step in her life.
Yeah, and she's a proper thinker.
Yeah, she's a clever girl. She's looking at what impact she can make now in the women's game and also in a few years' time.
I reckon for about the 800th time on commentary, I'm going to say, turn out a place at Cambridge. In comes Mare, runs into Knight in England. I think by my calculation, the last 14 balls have scored 1 run.
That's 15 balls, yeah.
Oh, right.
You just done that off the top of your head. Nice. It's impressive.
Thank you. 42 for 1. Knight is on 19. 27. Balls faced as Mare runs in past the umpire, and it's going to be another dot ball as it's defended. This is very good, tight bowling from New Zealand, I have to say.
Yeah, it's such a shame they don't have another 50 runs on the board to add that pressure, because still at the minute there is no scoreboard pressure for England. I'm not saying they won't be at any stage if they keep batting like this. Obviously, they could be, but at the minute they have that luxury of just being able to block it out if they need.
Well, they only just got 4.4 and over,
yeah,
which isn't many, is it? 42 for 1. And Knight will defend again. We're going to get back-to-back maidens. This is like watching a test match. This is like watching...
No, it's not. We've had two two-day test matches.
Well, it's true.
Travis Head with the bat in hand.
Well, it's a fair point. It's not quite Knights in white batting, but, you know, it's not far from that sort of vibe. 42 for 1. As we see Mare below us. Running in, mid-on and mid-off for up. And, it's an appeal for LBW. Has the pressure told? Up goes the finger. Yes, Heather Knight's been given out on 19. And that finger from Rose Dovey rose so slowly. And as England lose a second wicket, the conversation about whether to review, well, you've heard it, is one that leads to the decision to go upstairs. Right.
I think this is out.
And it fills it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we obviously had the first one earlier on in the game that was not out but given out. Emma Lamb didn't
Third
speak.
umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check the bowler's feet, it's a fair delivery. Can we move to front on, please?
To Jodie Grucock, but this time Heather Knight and Lamb in conversations. And I think Heather Knight, the former captain, is in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, yeah. That
Just play that
tails
back
in,
forward,
and I think a worst umpire's call.
It's hit her just above the knee roll.
There's a clear gap, we can move straight to ball tracking, please.
Well, have a look at this. This could be the linchpin of England's batting lineup on her way for 19.
She doesn't look confident, does she?
No.
Okay, ball tracking, original decision is out. Pitching is outside off. Impact is umpire's call, wickets are hitting. So we can go back on field to Rose, please, to stay with your decision of out. Signal out now, please. Signal.
Signal. There we go.
With a little grin on your face because you got it right.
Yeah, quite right too. Well, fair enough. New Zealand have bowled really nicely in this last little passage of play.
LBW bowled Rosemary Mare for
and
19.
Mare strikes with a ball that tailed in towards Knight, and I'm actually rather surprised it wasn't more flush in terms of impact. It looked like it was doing all the right things as Maya Bouchier comes to the middle, but now there is a bit of pressure.
Yeah, it was a lovely ball by Mare, wasn't it? Interestingly, she starts the ball off cross seam at the top of her mark, and then it comes out that one seam up, tailing back in towards, almost like a little in swinger. I think it's more with the arm than anything else. But a lovely delivery. So now, openers that have been after each other's places for a while in this England side to bat with Tammy Beaumont are at the crease together. Emma Lamb and Maya Bouchier. England have chopped and changed between the two over the last couple of years. Maya with probably a bit of a point to prove.
Yeah, I think she had a really tough time of it in the Women's Ashes last winter, or the winter before, and yeah, averaging 37 in ODI cricket is a pretty decent effort, with a couple of 50s and 100 in there as well. But she really did fall away quite badly in that Ashes series and looked like somebody that didn't know how to buy a run. Mayer running in and left alone by Bouchier, and that will be a wicket maiden. So goodness me, Phil, more dots than a Dalmatian.
Yeah, two things. Firstly, Maya Bouchier, 2 years ago against New Zealand, made 67 as England won by 9 wickets here. Also, Henry, I couldn't believe there was no pun that you came up with Knight getting out to Mayer.
Oh, no.
I waited and it never came.
Oh, that is so disappointing.
We'll have to remember that for the next time.
Can we rewind? Well, you can on BBC Sounds, actually, if you miss anything.
And then fast forward and Henry go.
It's a nightmare. 42 for 2. It's pushed into the offside by Lamb, who's 15 from 30. Maya Bouchier has got 143 off 111 for Hampshire. And so, good touch. Lamb waits for Patel. This is launched in the air, but straight to the fielder. Yes, gone. It went gently looping so easily towards Jess Kerr, waiting at mid-off, and that is pressure telling. And England are 42 for 3. Lamb goes for 15. And New Zealand are starting to cause some problems for England here, and it all comes down to really good building of pressure through tight line and length. And this is the question, can England cope with that pressure? And the answer at the moment, I'm afraid not. That was a pretty abject dismissal from Emma Lamb.
Emma Lamb caught by Jess Kerr from the bowling of Nancy Patel.
Yeah, the pressure from New Zealand, dot ball after dot ball, building that pressure. Emma Lamb using her feet, trying to get to the pitch of the ball and hitting down the ground. It is one of her strengths. It's something she does so well. But it wasn't the right time for it. Maya Bouchier on 0 at one end. England having lost a couple of quick wickets. And Emma Lamb now trudging up to the balcony.
Yeah, just 1 run, but 2 wickets from the last 21 deliveries.
Wow. I mean, that is proper go slow, isn't it? Let's go converting him backwards.
Yeah.
Freya Kemp, who somebody likes to play with aggression, I think it's fair to say, is playing just her 6th one-day international, and somebody who has been frustrated by injuries. A lot of talk about her threat as a bowler as much as anything, but you feel that England really do view her, especially coming in at 5, as somebody that can really be a very successful batter. So we'll wait and see. Rarity, left-hander as well. So Patel round the wicket now. Will bowl to Kemp, who does get a run immediately. Tapped into the onside. And England finally move off 42 to 43.
Yeah, there's 3 players for me that stand out in this Charlotte Edwards era backing. It's Freya Kemp, Danny Gibson and Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Those 3 for me are the 3 that Charlotte Edwards is like, they're going to be my future.
Right. Here is Patel over the wicket to Bouchier, who plays off the back foot towards cover, no run. New Zealand bouncing in the field. There's plenty of blue sky overhead, just occasionally offering little glimpses of sunlight, but mainly this game under a bit of a blanket of cloud. But in comes Patel, and Bouchier will drive back towards mid-off, no run, times it nicely.
We've spoken so many times over the last few years of how England cope under pressure and how they underperform in big tournaments and under pressure. Well, they've found themselves now in a really sticky situation. So can this new era of England women...
Bouchier clips down towards long on and will get her first run, 44 for 3.
Can they now absorb that and almost punch New Zealand back and almost try and get back on top of the game?
It's going to be really interesting to see how they respond to all of this. And I wonder how many runs I saw in that little stint of commentary. I reckon about 3.
I think you came on for the maiden, so we've seen 2 and they came in that over.
Blimey. There you go. Right, I'm shifting because Fionn Wynne is standing by to take over commentary. Alex Hartley, some more from you.
Yeah, these two have got to build a partnership, Bouchier and Kemp. Right, left hand, which is an advantage now for England. New Zealand constantly having to change their fields, change the lines that they're bowling, might just become a little bit more erratic, just ever so slightly.
Hello again, Al. As my Bouchier just chops the ball to point for no run. And Henry's going to be thinking about that nightmare, isn't he?
Yeah.
You just know
he's going to see it in his sleep.
That is going to be haunting him for days.
He's missed the easy one. It's an open goal, isn't it?
He's
missed it.
It's 2 he's missed in the last couple of years, actually.
Needs to go to the back of the room and have a think. As Mary's in now to Bouchier, who punches off the back foot, and that's well fielded at cover. And, one-handed dive there, just allowing the batters to get through for a single. 45 for 3, England.
Did you have the cheesecake?
I did.
I had 2 pieces.
I was about to say I had one and I regretted it because I feel sick.
I had 2.
You had 2?
Yeah, but which one did you have?
The honeycomb one.
Yeah, I had that one and the chocolate orange one. And the chocolate orange one was sickly, so I just ate the base.
Just the crumb.
The buttery biscuit base.
Nice. With some whipped cream?
No, that'd be far too much, Fionn.
Oh, sorry.
Don't need the calories of the whipped cream.
Body's a temple. As Mary's into Freya Camp, who works the ball to square leg for another single. Well, you did go for a run yesterday, so.
And I sat, and tomorrow, and I sat down.
You haven't been tomorrow yet. You might not end up going.
No, I will. I've got a big blister.
Have you?
Yeah.
New trainers?
Well, I blame my new trainers for me actually falling over, and if anybody's listening going, what you on about, I fell down a bridge on my run just 2.5 weeks ago and made a right mess of my hands. And my mum told me to get trainers that are bigger because the ones that are my actual size keep giving me blisters when I run.
Right.
Your feet get swell as well.
They're into Bouchier, who defends to cover. There is no run.
So my 4.5s keep giving me blisters, so I got 5.5. And I feel like I've got boats on my feet, and I don't know if that's. I think my toe clipped the pavement on the bridge, which is why I fell down it. I am trying to get the CCTV.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it happened right outside the office.
There must be some.
I
just wish I had been there. I received the photo evidence pretty quickly.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I was like, you're like this.
Yeah.
And I rang my mum, like, basically in tears. Her and my dad were laughing at me.
Mare into Bouchier, who drives down the ground, but it's just clips the stumps that saves the run, and that's 46 for 3.
Look for the lady running by wearing clown shoes.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like.
Stomping around.
Brand new shoes, brand new running shorts, ripped my shoes, ripped my shorts, smashed my phone.
That is exactly what happened to me in
Nottingham.
In Nottingham 3 years ago. You just feel embarrassed.
It was the embarrassment.
It doesn't hurt that much physically, but your pride is just in bits.
And then I went to Sainsbury's, and the woman behind was like, "Could somebody get the first aid kit?"
Mare into Maya Bouchier, who chops that into the offside, but it's another dot ball. So another good over for New Zealand, just 2 from it. And at the end of the 14th, England at 46 for 3. Yeah, mine was at about 7 a.m. And maybe a bit earlier. I don't know why I was up so early. And there were a lot of young people going home from their nights out. Because it was in the middle of Nottingham city centre, and there's me just on the floor.
Yeah.
I was feeling smug. I was like, look at you. You lot are all going to be hungover.
Bet none of them fell over.
I'm going out for a run.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, I'm on the floor.
Yeah, it is the embarrassment of it, isn't it? It's that 4 people stopped to ask if I was okay.
It's like, who falls over at our age?
One girl stopped and said, "Are you okay?" She was on a run as well.
Patel in now then to Freya Camp, who's working that off the back foot up to mid-on, no run.
And I'm sat on the floor, legs spread, looking at my hands there, bleeding. And I go, yeah, she went, okay, I'll carry on my run then.
Yeah, she's
True.
fine.
There's nothing she could have done, to be fair.
She could have helped you up.
No, I was too embarrassed.
Oh, okay, leave you to it. Patel and De Kemp again working off the back foot. It's nicely timed, but mid-on is Jessica is being kept busy over there by Freya Kemp at the moment. I feel like she's eyeing up the spinner. Freya Kemp's playing on her patience. As she is down the pitch and she just edges onto her pad. She's getting a little bit frustrated here, Freya Kemp. 2 off 5. And
no need to be
frustrated. No
frustrated.
need, no, exactly. But you can see she wants to take down the spinner, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about the lack of scoreboard pressure 25 minutes ago, but now there is a little bit more. There is scoreboard pressure now.
And there goes Freya Kemp down the ground. She gets hold of that one. And gets the boundary that she was after straight over the bowler's head. And she'll feel relieved to feel that out of the middle of the bat and brings up England's 50. They are 50 for 3, facing 211. And a bit of aggression from the left-hander.
Yeah, great shot from Freya Kemp. It's keeping her head still on the point of contact as well. Brilliant positions from Kemp and just puts a little bit more pressure on the bowler.
As Patel got in reply then, and that's driven beautifully by Freya Kemp. It's going to be 4 more. You could see Patel compensating for the previous shot and was going a little bit wider, but Freya Kemp was waiting for it, driven through the covers, and moves England to 54 for 3. At Freya Kemp's pads, they are absolutely in tatters. She could do with a new pair. Have a look. It's like the Elise Perry helmet thing. That's driven back to the bowler, and Patel finishes with a dot. So 8 off the over. Good, a productive one for England. 54 for 3 after 15.
She played a lot of sweep shots in the moment. She had the paint off her knees coming off.
Or she dives a lot.
Yeah. Really interesting, actually. I was listening to a podcast, a cricket podcast the other day, and it was Chris Green talking to Devon Conway, the New Zealand.
Oh, that he doesn't dive.
Doesn't dive.
Yeah.
He said, right, and people used to laugh at me for this, but he came out and said, I never learnt the technique of diving in my kit, and I completely get where he's coming from. And Chris Green was like, if you're on 99 in a test match, you're not diving. He's like, I don't know how.
I think like diving when you're fielding, like when you're on the boundary and dive, that is very like technical, isn't it, to get that right, to do the roll and the kind of slide as you throw type thing. But diving, you just kind of flop, don't you?
See, no, I don't think you do.
Okay. Rosemary Mayer into my Boucher. It got a nick on that. I'm not sure whether it carried to Izzy Gaze or not. She, no, it bounced just before her. So, again, just prodding outside the off stump Boucher. So you wouldn't just...
I was once batting with Catherine Brunt, as we just see this edge from Maya Boucher, and it just drops short of it Gaze. I was once batting in Jamaica with Catherine Silver-Brunt.
So Mayer in again to Boucher, who clips that down to deep third for a single.
And we were talking about how competitive Catherine is.
No.
And everything she does, she wears a heart on her sleeve, and everything she does is with pure passion. And I'm batting with her. I'm number 11, she's like number 7 or whatever.
And that was no ball there signalled from Rosemary Mayer, so that will be a free hit for Freya Kemp.
No ball called. The next delivery will
she hits one off the last ball of the over to deep cover, and it's like, yes, 1-1-1-1-1. It doesn't quite go to deep cover, it goes to backward point, and she's running through so that I don't have to face the next ball, obviously, because nobody wants me facing the start of the over, and I'm obviously not going to make my ground, and all she shouts at me is, dive, 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 and I'm like, I don't know how.
So what did you do?
I didn't dive.
Oh, you just didn't?
No,
Oh, okay.
and luckily the ball missed the stumps.
Right, okay. Free hit then for Freya Kemp, and it's well bowled by Rosemary Mayer. It's a good Yorker right on Kemp's toes, and there is no run.
I think if Catherine Silver-Brunt was on 99, even Devon Conway would dive, wouldn't he, to get in?
That's true.
He's not doing it for his own century.
Yeah, I don't know, because you got like the bat. You got your bat in your hand. Doesn't she stretch? Don't know.
Look, Fionn, I just never did it.
No.
And no one ever taught me. Or Devon Conway.
Rosemary Mayer into Freya Kemp. That'll be a wide down the leg side. Taking them to 57 for 3. Maybe we'll have to do it. Maybe that could be some content that we could do. We could film you being taught how to dive.
Me and cricket are over. Just on looking on the replay of that edge behind from Maya Bouchier, and it wasn't caught from Izzy Gaze. She's just got caught wrong-footed behind the stumps, Izzy Gaze. So instead of diving forwards to her right first, she sort of went left and then back right.
Freya Kemp, the left-hander, on strike, and that's short from Rosemary Rand, pulled out to deep square leg for a single. So just ticking along nicely, these two, after England lost the wickets of Heather Knight and Emma Lamb pretty quickly. Still 153 runs required, but they've got plenty of time in the 16th over. Rosemary Mayer. Thanks, Lee, and welcome back to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra. England are 58 for 3 in the 16th over. They have lost Heather Knight and opener Emma Lamb, but Freya Kemp and Maya Bouchier we're both back in the side. Just keeping things ticking over for now, as Catherine Siver-Brunt replaces Alex Hartley.
Hello.
Hello again. Rosemary Red is into Maya Bouchier, who drives nicely but straight to mid-off for no run.
I'm out of breath.
Where have you been?
Literally next door. Not as fit as I used to feel. I've probably climbed 4 stairs. Oh dear. Bad times.
All right. Gone are the days of 10 over spells, eh?
I used to win like 8-minute 2Ks. Now look at me. Let's get that out there.
The only way is up.
I was going to sing then.
You've been more than welcome to.
It's embarrassing. How's things going? I missed a bit of the cricket.
They'd be going so much better if you'd sing for us, Catherine.
I know. Be more entertaining. Burn.
Maya Bouchier in.
Shot.
She's driven to deep cover for another single.
It's a lovely drive on the up.
That was lovely.
Cover sweeper.
Technique. And 59 for 3 then, England, after 16. 152 runs required for that target of 211. So just...
What would your analysis be? A few good balls or some terrible decisions?
For the
wickets.
Oh, for the wickets.
Oh, see how I just put that on you?
Yeah, that's terrible. That's not
that awful. That's awful, that, wasn't it?
You put me on the spot. Well, to be fair, I thought the Jodie Grucott's one, I thought it was out, but then I thought, oh, it's so unlucky, isn't it? You're on your debut, you don't want to use the review. She was probably a bit anxious to use it, wasn't she?
Yeah, and she's that kind of personality. She's quite sweet.
Nancy Patel in then to Maya Bouchier, who clips that nicely off her pads. It's going to be cut off out there at deep mid-wicket.
Good running.
They come back for a couple. So 61 for 3.
It's a lovely shot. That was classic Nat, actually. Nat Siver-Brunt, Amy Jones. Very good off the back foot there, playing that straight batted shot. So the time was great. It was powerful, went out nicely. Straight cow.
And Bouchier again drives into the leg side, but it's intercepted by a tumbling Mealy Kerr. Short
heavily strapped thumb on the right hand, hasn't she?
She bowled yet?
No, she tends to, which is a worry because of our start there. I don't think it will affect her bowling much. I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, she's able to field at short mid-wicket, so I would think she's all right. Maybe just giving her a bit of extra support. Seems everybody's got
a bit of something
going on.
Yeah, Patel in, and that's defended by Bouchier back to the, almost back to the bowler. In the end, Mealy Kerr comes round and does the fielding.
Yeah, it's a good little first look at Patel, isn't it? I can't say I watched any of the other series they've had recently.
She's in now to Maya Bouchier. She's using her feet to drive down to long on for a single.
And she's practically a debutante, isn't she? How many games have she got under her belt, Phil?
It's
handful.
definitely her first time playing in the,
One
in the
handful?
UK, so that's a different challenge in itself.
I think they've been here about
She's
a
got her
week.
sunglasses on though, so the weather is clearly holding up. If you need to bowl in your sunnies. As Freya Kemp is punching nicely off the back foot for a single up to long on.
That I love that because I think that's where we've lacked a bit in previous years. Is our bat has been good off the back foot, especially to spin. It's nice to see even someone as young as Freya doing that so easily.
Patel into Boucher now, the right-hander, and that's nudged off her pads, but straight to the fielder at square leg.
17
Another
overs
tidy
gone.
over,
England
just 4 from it.
63 for
But England
three.
just ticking along nicely, 63 for 3 after 17, and we're going to take a drinks break, and that's perfect timing for Phil.
Yeah, very quickly. 4 ODIs and 4 T20s before today's was played.
Yeah, it's a
debutant.
Pretty much.
Practically.
Yeah, it's a lot of inexperience on both sides, really. You feel like, especially in this kind of ODI cycle now, 4 years out from a World Cup, probably going to get quite a lot of experimentation from all teams around the world, pretty much, in this next cycle.
The only people that don't really need to is the Aussies. They
just have an endless stream, conveyor belt.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if their team was, obviously Alyssa Healy's gone right at the end, right at the beginning of the cycle, so that's easily just replaced straight away. So I think they'll still be fairly similar when they get there. They'll still be. Mooney will go till the end of time.
Well, Georgia Voll has been in pretty good
Volley's
form. So
very young.
You would have thought that she would just slot into open instead of Healy.
Ash is still young.
Yeah.
I think the only questionable one is probably Pez.
Yeah, whether she's bowling or not.
Well, this is the conversation I have with Nat actually, and it's how do you keep your career going? How do you get longevity from yourself? And this team would take Nat as a batter only. That she would get in this team as a batter only, and so
in England's team, in
any team, in any international team in the world, Nat would walk in as a batter. So there's no real pressure on her to keep bowling, but and
it's almost an added bonus.
It's absolutely the best thing for it is the franchise cricket. If you're an all-rounder, you're worth more. You contribute more. It's good.
And Hayley Matthews, Nat, Marizanne Kapp. They're always the first ones.
Ash Gardner.
Yeah.
Correct. And so your value is more if you do that. But if she values playing for England more. And so for her to keep doing that for more years, it might be that is the first thing to go.
The bowling.
Yeah. Any bowler will tell you.
Injury-wise as well.
Yeah, the injuries come from bowling. Batting, they don't know how easy they've got it, do they, Leah?
Nods all around the box apart from Emily Windsor.
Honestly, I'm always the last to leave at training because you've just got everything to do.
Yeah.
And then if you're a boundary sweeper, you've got that too. So you got to do your stuff in the ring, then you got to do boundary, and then you got to do those weird catches in and out of the boundary.
Well, and even in terms of England's bowling, it's not even. I'm not saying that Nat is old, but even someone like Freya Kemp and Danny Gibson, who are very much some of England's younger players, have had big injury.
Yeah, and all bloody bowling related.
Well,
that's the beauty of seam bowling. This is why I was trying to convince Freya to become a left-arm spinner. And when I actually talked to her about it, it was actually better to do it then. Now there's about 15 of us now, as if I'm one. But there wasn't. It felt like a minute ago there wasn't. So many good left-arm spinners, but there are now.
Yeah,
I think Tash Farron even thought about it.
Yeah,
she's injury after injury after injury. She thought about being left-arm spinner. And I think she actually did try it at one. Is she county? I think she tried it on a county season. It weren't going so well.
Well, we wondered when she was going to come on to bowl. The New Zealand captain was saying that she did have a bit of strapping on her hand, and captain and leg spinner number 3 batter. She does it all, does Mealy Kerr. She's only 25 and has already played 91 matches for New Zealand, which is pretty incredible. And this is going to be
a
challenge
huge
now.
Challenge. I would have liked to have seen Heather and Amy or Nat at the crease for this, and then the youngsters. But it's
a good challenge.
This is a good challenge. Yeah,
against one of the best bowlers in the world, and they're going to be exposed to that a lot over this summer. So it's a good opportunity. the leg spin, Amelie Kerr just, well, we're waiting for umpire Jackie to get in place at square leg, and we'll be ready to resume.
No rush. No rush, Jackie.
There's a Amelie Kerr in then for her first ball, and it's short outside off stump and punched nicely by Freya Kemp, but it's fielded at extra cover. She feels like she might have missed out on that one. A bit of a loosener from the skipper.
Yeah, it would have been a wide, wouldn't it? And Amelia's normally quite slow, and on this wicket does look very slow, 43 mile an hour,
yeah.
and on this will feel even slower, so they better be waiting for this ball to come to them.
It's back in now, that's much better line, and it's punched up to long on for a single by Freya Kemp, so it'll be the right-hander Maya Boucher now, the different challenge of the ball naturally turning away from her bat.
She won't be going to that much. No.
You wouldn't have thought so.
Absolutely not. No, especially Maya will. My thoughts are she won't pick the wrong one.
So it's gone out.
She's not had much. The thing is, right, none of the girls have really experienced much of this at all, because there aren't many people who can do it.
Amelia Kerr is in then again. That's short, and it's pulled nicely by Maya Boucher, but just for a single out to deep mid wicket, because as you say, with England's main leg spinner for a long time has been Sarah Glenn, who is a much kind of flatter kind of bowler, isn't she?
I admit I couldn't read Mealy. No way. Just like, there used to be this thing that she did that gave it away, but she doesn't do it anymore, which is a bit stressful.
That's floatier, and it's, Freya Kemp
she'll
just got her foot back in time as Izzy Gaze whips off the bails, but that was definitely that floaty tempter from
She'll get
Amelie
plenty
Kerr.
of these. She'll get plenty of wrong ones going away from her. It's definitely what Mealy's after, because it takes the sweep out too.
It's an early warning for Freya Kemp there. Just managed to get her foot down in time.
As well.
Kerr is in again. It's floated up, and it's a big drive from Freya Kemp. It squirts off the outside edge to short third from her. So already Freya Kemp's in a little bit of a pickle here against Amelie Kerr. It's a really interesting battle.
Mealy
between them.
Absolutely needs a gully in here or a second slip, because she is actually turning it, and Freya is not enjoying this one little bit.
It's a good battle brewing between these two. As Kerr's in, and that's shorter and stayed low.
Help.
But, Freya Kemp just manages to plink it up to long on for a single, and gratefully see the end of that Amelie Kerr over. So England 66 for 3 after 18, and a bit on that Amelie Kerr first over is a bit of a warning sign for England there, Catherine, as Emily Windsor takes over.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we just saw there, if she gets the line and length right, that wrong un to the left-hander, gully and second slipper in the game all day long. And with the score and the start that we've got, and two young girls at the crease on fairly low scores, like with what's to come, you have to do it. I'll be disappointed next over if there isn't a conversation and Mealy sets that field. I'll be disappointed in that.
Yeah, if you feel if New Zealand are to win this match, they've got to bowl England out. So they've got to be attacking with their field, and I agree, the youngsters have the pressure on them. There's Patel, the off spinner, into the left-handed Kemp, who just rocks off the back foot up to long off for a single.
Well, she's seen two go now, and when you watch Mealy bowl, she always turns to wrong and more. Naturally, naturally that happens on majority of wickets, depending on wicket. But just through the sight of that, just one of those deliveries, that's got to surely spark that.
Especially against these two, because it makes the batters do something different as Patel in, and Boucher works it out to a deep mid-wicket, again for a single.
Yeah, she's incredibly hard to read. I remember my personal way of playing her was because she bowled slow, you could run at her, because she didn't have a quicker one in her, so it was easy to either run or sweep. Sweeping, you can get out, but it takes the spin out of it
and send it into the stands. Wasn't that the Catherine Bruntley I seem to remember?
I would love to, but it didn't always happen.
Patel, quick and flat and pulled, but straight to mid-wicket, gone through her legs. Was hit hard by Kemp, but should be stopped, and they're going to come back for a couple.
Yeah, Rosemary Red didn't shut her legs quite quick enough. She can't fault the try, though.
70 for 3 England. Require 141 to win.
Guys, you should be ashamed of yourself. Where are your heads going? I was on about a long barrier.
Patel in, and a big waft by Kemp to mid-wicket
It's a bit of
for a
waft,
single.
wasn't it? Love a waft. That was my favourite shot. The waft. I actually called it something else, but I can't be repeated on here.
Please don't.
No.
I don't want to be associated.
I've already pushed the boundary.
Patel over the wicket. In Boucher advances but finds mid-wicket. Mealy Kerr, skipper in there.
It's going to be such a frustrating period of play, this. They've got 46 mile an hour at one end and 43 at the other with some turn.
You've got a feeling something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like that. Either way.
Stop it.
As that's worked to mid-wicket by Boucher. That's 19 overs gone, 72 for 3. Boucher's on 10 and Kemp on 18.
They're still ticking along, right? Obviously, we saw... I don't know what was Maddie Green's first 50 in bowls. I imagine it was pretty slow. And then a second 50 seemed to come a lot quicker. Sorry, not a second 50, but you know what I mean, the runs after the 50. Phil's got the magic number.
Well, I'm just trying to have a look. Yeah, so she made 88. She got to 44 in 68 balls.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and so her second 44 came off 39.
At the Finkel end,
Yeah, so she took her time, didn't she? And that's exactly what we are now allowed to do in this situation as well.
Slightly confused here, unless Kerr and Mealy Kerr wants the other end.
Absolutely. Which, you know, I mean, I saw some night. If I was bowling from this end, from what I saw, liked what I saw. So, yeah, interesting.
So she's throwing the ball to her sister to say, get me an over so I can go up the other end,
Yeah,
I presume.
basically. Definitely that.
Use and abuse your sister, I suppose.
I don't know.
Why not?
Because obviously it kept low, and that's not necessarily a bad thing either, is it?
She looked threatening, that was for sure. But Jess Kerr, the right-arm seamer, into the attack to Boucher. That's short ball, and that's pulled beautifully. Pure timing by Boucher. She's not going to miss out on that. She moves to 14.
Jess is definitely not after the sister right now. I didn't even get a warm-up. I didn't even get to bowl into anybody's hands, but it might be a seamer thing. It might not be a spin thing, because Mills might fancy herself from either side, but one end might be better.
I just
for the
felt
seamers.
that double attack off the spinners could have built a bit of pressure
Patel
on these two.
might be having a blow now.
Kerr in again, Fuller, but this time in defence by Boucher.
Like, obviously, Mills will replace Patel from that end, and then obviously favouring seam from this end. I did think Filer bowled better from this end, but
interesting that though, because
they might
usually prefer the other end.
Yeah, they might see their two seamers as versions of Filer. Like, obviously, is it Illing or Ealing? How do you say it?
She's in
Come
again
on,
off the
Leah,
back
correct
foot.
me. Illing. It's quite simple, Catherine.
She looked at you with pure disappointment then.
So I never want to get it wrong, you know. You know, in New Zealand they call me Catherine. It's not, it's Catherine. For goodness sake. Yeah, so I mean, she is quite similar. Tall, sharp, nips it about a bit, so, but no.
It's Kerr into Boucher again. That's shorter, but that's not got up. They're going to appeal for LBW. She's gone to pull that, so I'm guessing that's missing leg stump, but they are going to have a conversation.
I wouldn't personally review this, but that is, if she wants to get out anytime soon,
New Zealand
keep playing that
review.
kind of shot. You can't play, when you're seeing the ball keep that low, you cannot be pulling balls off a stump off a fuller length. It's just a no-go.
Well, the only hope Boucher's got is if that's missing leg stump.
Well, Bush seems to think that's in line, and she's actually saying to Freya, I think it's high, but I don't think it is high. It has to be going down for it to be saved, doesn't it?
So we hear the voice of Sue Redfern. Who will
I'm nervous.
look at that. We'll see the replay.
Yeah,
I-
probably passing close
Just
to the
missing.
bats. I'll need to check with Ultra please.
Yeah, she needs umpire's decision, doesn't she? But I'm nervous.
Thank you.
It's a fair bit carbon copy to the one earlier, isn't it, Phil? Remember that one we were sort of, you put your finger up and I was like, "Oof, I'm on the fence."
Who won?
Phil. To be fair, I didn't get it wrong. It's just too wussy to make a prediction.
That's unlike you.
I know, what's going
Thanks,
on?
Will. Let's have a look at another
And now
angle.
because of that one, I'm doubting myself. If it's the same DRS machine, then this is probably out.
Still waiting for the DRS.
Yeah, just passing underneath the bats, close to the bats. Still need ultra edge, please.
Oh, she went happy.
Thank you.
Again, Boucher and Kemp just having a discussion. I'd love to know what that discussion was.
If she is out, she will be fuming with that shot selection. It's just not the one, is it?
With that bounce difference, I guess you got to look higher up the ground,
Yeah.
especially if you're going cross back. She was looking very square of the wicket, trying to pull probably back of a length delivery, to be fair to her, but
I think on good surfaces around the country, that's acceptable. But just on this surface today, where some have been keeping low, it's just. And Jess is not. She doesn't bounce the ball. She's a skiddy bowler generally. It's not the smartest shot
Okay,
she's ever
ultra
played.
edge. Play that through. Yeah, play that through.
Sue Redfern,
Yeah,
thorough
flat
as
line.
ever.
Let's just go back again. I just want to go back again and check, please. So just back before the board. That's it. And now just
Come
go
on,
frame by
Sue.
frame for me, please, to check.
Quick game's a
On
good
the
game.
left-hand side. Ball is not yet at the bat. Keep going. Okay. There is a flat line as it passes through all the way to the pads, please.
Not even old.
All the
We're
way.
not even at DRS
Yeah,
yet.
satisfied there is no bat involved. We can move to ball tracking, please.
Oh, thank you, Sue.
Okay, original decision is not out. Pitching is outside off. Impacts is in line. Wickets are umpire's call. So we're
See,
back
Phil,
to
I
Rose,
was
please,
right.
to stay with your not out decision.
I
Stand by,
did say
please.
umpire's decision, but
Signal not out now, please.
we were all a bit nervous.
Certainly
And
wasn't the right shot, was it?
Let's hope she's learnt from a decision, the shot decision. Anybody else tongue-tied?
A lucky girl with Rose on side, and that on-field decision was, as it was, clipping leg stump. So I'm sure Jessica will be looking to do much the same. Two fielders out, square of the wicket on the leg side, and a long on. A deep cover as Jessica into Boucher, and this time off the back foot and plays nice and straight. Will be no run.
Well done, Maya.
She's learned.
Even though it's boring, it's what's required.
76 for 3, requiring another 135 to win from here. 3 wickets to 4 were Grewcock on debut. For 3, Heather Knight for 19, and then Malam for 15.
Wouldn't be opposed to a little paddle, would you? Absolutely no one there. Keepers up. There's not much danger in it.
Okay, and again, driven up to mid-off will be a dot ball to finish the over. 4 runs from it. 30 overs remain. 76 for 3, and we're presuming we're going to see Neely Kerr from the other end.
Well, let's hope. Well, there goes the cap. Here she is. The right thing to do. We'll see if she gets as much purchase from that end as she did this, and she should. Like, it's a Durham pitch, slow turning. Well, I was talking to some of the Durham girls actually at the interval, and they were saying it's normally like the M25.
Love batting on it.
Yeah.
So far.
Yes, it's a bit weird, this one. But like I said, it was under the covers
rain.
for 3 days, wasn't it? So
We've not had much rain up here, and
Switching
it
to
poured
ball,
down yesterday, but
Columbia,
have a
48,
change.
Neely Kerr.
Thank you, Catherine Siverbrunt, and we'll be joined with a different perspective, a New Zealand perspective of Leah Tahuhu.
Nice to see Mealy back on here, isn't it?
Change of end.
Yeah, that's definitely from her as well. There's no way anyone else is getting a preference over her.
Kerr to Kemp bowls, and that's off the back foot. To extra cover will be no run.
She obviously wasn't completely happy at this end and went, nope, I'm pulling rank.
She is the biggest threat, I guess, in the spin attack. So New Zealand need wickets. So it's unsurprising that they're opting for Kerr's preference, or she's opting as captain, as that's floated up and that's played to mid-wicket will be no run. Intent from Kemp using her feet.
Must be good as a bowling captain. I'll choose which end, how many each spell. Just do whatever you want.
Surely that's hard work. Curran again uses her feet and this time drives firmly to mid-off, but again, no run. Bit of pressure on Kemp.
Like you say, though, she's definitely the biggest threat. I don't think just spin, I think full stop. Biggest threat, leading ODI wicket taker for New Zealand.
I like this field. Square legs come up, long off's gone back to Kemp. Curran again flatter, and that's pulled up to mid-on. Will be a single for Kemp. She will move to 19, 77 for 3. Phil?
I wondered if Leah might slip in that Mealy is now the highest ODI wicket taker for New Zealand. She's got 126 as Mealy, 125 the lady to our left, to our right, sorry.
Yeah, I retired from ODI cricket just in time to retire as the lead, and then she took it over about 2 games later.
Did you know?
Got out just in the nick of time. It helps when she took 7 for against Zimbabwe at home, doesn't it?
Into Boucher, a leading edge. She's trying to work that to mid-on, but she can only find mid-off, who's inside the circle. 3 fielders out on the leg side, mid-wicket in play. No one behind square, so a very vacant fine. It's Kerr. And again, loopy and slow and driven nicely by Boucher. She's timed that. Deep cover has some work to do. Does very well out there in the deep in the end. And they come back for a couple. Good bit of cricket all round that. Boucher to 16, 79 for 3.
The exuberance of youth diving around on the boundary, isn't it? They pop straight back up as well. Not like me these days. Get down there, it might take me 10 minutes to get back up.
Can't wait to see some of that in the T20 World Cups. And your left and your spin as well. You promised your left arm spin.
I certainly won't be running around on the boundary. You'll see me hiding. Short third, short fine. Got to look after the old girl.
Are you looking forward to that though? You're looking forward to obviously yourself, Susie and Sophie Devine have announced you're retiring from international cricket after that.
Yeah, can't wait to get started, and then also I think, you know, be retiring alongside 2 of my great mates who I've played my entire career with. It's a pretty special way to go out, I think. It would be an even better way to go out if we're lifting a trophy at the same time.
A trophy that you're current holders of. Double New Zealand is what you're searching for, as Jessica into Kemp, who drives to mid-off. Will be no run.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad to go back-to-back, would it?
Pretty incredible, surely.
It would be. It would be.
It's there to be taken, isn't it? And T20 cricket, I think the beauty of it for me is there's so many players within the World Cup that can win a game of cricket in different teams. Obviously, there's naturally probably the favourites of Australia and India. There's Curran, that's slower delivery, but again driven by Kemp. Just some pressure building here with some dot balls.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of T20 cricket. You can have one person will just take the game away from you. So quickly it can happen as well.
Look at South Africa and think of someone like Laura Wolvaardt and some of the innings you've seen her play in T20 cricket. They're obviously a great side.
Should be one of the most competitive World Cups, I think, as well.
There's Kurt round the wicket to Kemp, who drives again, but can only find mid-wicket. Strong shots, though, hitting hard into the ground, Kemp, but good pressure this from New Zealand.
Great areas here from Jess, obviously. Her bowling in tandem with her sister, Mealy, at the other end. Really trying to put a bit of a squeeze on here and see if they can create one of the England batters into having a bit of a mind explosion.
Do they get on well?
Yeah, they're very well. Really close family, the Kerrs.
I can't imagine playing cricket with my sibling. It's Kurt in, and that's played out to deep mid-wicket by Kemp for a single. She'll move to 20. 80 for 3 England.
Yeah, I'm
the wicket to Kemp, who drives again, but can only find mid-wicket. Strong shots, though, hitting hard into the ground, Kemp, but good pressure this from New Zealand.
Great areas here from Jess, obviously. Her bowling in tandem with her sister, Mealy, at the other end. Really trying to put a bit of a squeeze on here and see if they can create one of the England batters into having a bit of a mind explosion.
Do they get on well?
Yeah, they're very well. Really close family, the Kerrs.
I can't imagine playing cricket with my sibling. It's Kurt in, and that's played out to deep mid-wicket by Kemp for a single. She'll move to 20. 80 for 3 England.
Yeah, I'm the same as you, to be fair. 2 sisters, I don't think we would have gone that well playing cricket together, but no, the Kerrs are certainly close. Great bond. I think Robbie and Joe will be over maybe midway through this tour, maybe the start of the World Cup as well. Always supporting.
Also, I'm not sure how I feel being captained by my sibling. My sibling is a brother, but there's Kerr in, and that's chipped uppishly forward of square. Will be a single by Boucher. She'll move to 17, 81 for 3.
Well, it's your younger sister telling you what to do as well. That's the other thing.
You can't have any egos if you're Jess,
No.
surely.
So you've got to know that they get on well
Yeah.
when you're taking, instructions from your younger sister on the field.
Hopefully this doesn't happen for Jess, but also dropping your sister as captain now, that's got to be a tough
I
gig.
wouldn't want to be in that conversation.
No. Jess to Kemp, and that's driven hard up to long on for a single. 3 runs from the over for England. 129 to win.
Through 22 overs,
38
England,
overs to do it.
For 3 June and July.
Boucher there on 17 off 32.
World Cup will be here across 6 cities, 7 venues.
And Freya Kemp
Best
on
players in
21.
the world going head to head. It's one of cricket's biggest prizes.
Attritional 50 over cricket is what I'd call this.
It'll be interesting how Boucher goes about it here. She's obviously, strike rate's a bit lower. She's put the brakes on her a little bit scoring wise. Probably doesn't want to take any risks against Mealy, but she also, she's trying to prove a point here as well, isn't she? She wasn't in the initial squad, and so it'll be interesting how she goes about it.
3 fielders out leg side to Kemp, and a very, very straight long on. As Kerr in floats it up, and that's driven through the offside. So deep cover will be a single to Kemp. She moves to 22. 83 for 3. Kemp for me has really matured as a batter. She's played some brilliant domestic innings. Obviously, we know Kemp is an all-rounder, and I think we're expecting to see her bowl when it comes to the T20 stuff as Kerr. And again, that's driven beautifully by Boucher through the covers. That's hit the middle of her bat, and that will race away for 4. Bit of intent from Boucher, and she's on to 21.
Yeah, I think you knew as soon as Kemp debuted that she was going to be a special talent. It's been a shame that she hasn't been at the crease. Bowling-wise, I mean, it's great as an opposition that she's not there. She made me look like a bit of an idiot when I was batting against her a few years ago.
Kerr in again, slower and looped up, but this time will just be a single out to deep cover. She'll move to 22. 88 for 3.
Certainly once she's back bowling, she'll bring a real good balance to that England order. And as Catherine was talking about earlier, it probably takes a bit more pressure off Nat as well, not having to worry too much about the bowling side of things if she's got Kemp available.
And just that different angle as well, to have a left armour in your attack as Kerr in. That's a full toss, and Kemp smashed that, but straight to mid-wicket along the floor will be a single.
Yeah, that's why she got me in so much trouble, because the ball just keeps following you from the left armour. And she was bowling it quick too, and it's just not a piece. I just don't want a piece of that.
Batting wise as well, she hits the ball so hard and so clean, and she always has done since she's first come around. Off the back foot by Boucher to mid wicket for a single. Good strike rotation from these two, as well as the boundary of this over so far. But for me, it's more her gameplay. So batting wise, you'd always see the talent and you'd see a glimpse of it. She smacks 6s, 4s, but her ability now to read a game scenario, we're seeing it in domestic cricket. She's going on to get big scores, hundreds. And I guess where she hasn't been able to bowl, she's focused purely on her batting, which is only in turn going to help her as an all-rounder for England in the future. Kerr into Kemp again, who drives to mid-wicket. Well, it would have been a hard stop, but she probably should have been stopped, but they get through for a single. Good over for England, that off Mealy Kerr. 90 for 3, 120 further to win for England. And Henry Moran.
I think you can't undervalue the batting at domestic cricket, scoring big runs, learning how to do that, teaches you the game management of things. Like you say, when Freya's been unavailable to bowl, she's been able to put a good 2 years now probably right into her batting, and certainly seen the reward of that at the moment.
Well, indeed, and I'm really excited to see an England left-handed batter. I mean, my giddy aunt. It was one of those things where, as we walked into the ground, Phil said, there's 2 of the rare things an England left-handed batter we've seen walking in. Neither are playing today. I thought, well, who are they? Here comes Jess Kerr from the other end, round the wicket, and it's driven forcefully by Kemp up the ground towards Susie Bates, who fields at long on. And the answers were Tash Farrant and also Sue Redfern is another one. And it is a small list. It is a small but important list. Did you like Sue Redfern as an umpire?
Yeah, I do. I like all umpires.
Don't give me that nonsense.
I'm still playing T20
I know
cricket,
you
Henry.
are. You've got a World Cup coming up, and in case anyone's listening,
All umpires are fantastic.
driven into the offside and stopped at cover, no run.
That last single brought up the 50 partnership between these two. Came off 66 balls.
I mean, the key is with umpires is keep them sweet.
That's exactly right.
Catherine, I'm not sure she quite... she ruled with fear.
You've got to try and get them on side. The best ones are the ones that put their finger up when the ball hits the pad.
Yeah,
Those
absolutely.
are my favourite.
Yeah. In comes Kerr. It's nicely played with a high elbow by Boucher. Looks in good touch here. Famous last words. I know. 93 for 3. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You want an umpire who is, when you're bowling, very enthusiastic about giving decisions, but when you're batting, slightly more generous.
Yeah, not so much when you're batting, is it? You never want them to put their finger up then.
No.
You got to make sure in the morning you turn up to the ground, say, good morning, how you going?
Oh, they had
Did you get up to
they had a
last night?
spare croissant at breakfast. I thought you might fancy it. Long day in the field for you. You've got the toughest job. Kerr bowls to Kemp, whipped off the pads into the leg side, and there is a single taken. Now, from a purely technical point of view, as a bowler, why is there such stall put on the left-hand, right-hand combination by batting sides? Why is it clearly something that Charlotte Edwards is really keen on?
I think it just mucks up your line, doesn't it? You've got to completely change your point of where you're trying to aim. You've got to change your field, which becomes there, so people can end up in the wrong place, 5 metres in the wrong place because they haven't realised that they've swapped over.
In comes Kerr, and Boucher drives, and it's well stopped. Oh, could be trouble at the non-strikers then. Kemp had set off and ends up in a heap, and then thinks about running again. It's absolute mayhem as the throw came from Mayer, but I don't know, I'd be interested to see this. She might have been in a spot of bother. Let's have a look. Here comes the throw. Kemp would have been gone, yeah. It nearly rattled into the shins of the bowler, Jess Kerr, which would have been somewhat unpleasant.
Rosemary Mayer does not hold back when she's throwing the ball.
No. Well, you know, speed is of the essence. So, absolutely. Final ball of Kerr's over. She's in now, and that's nicely whipped into the leg side. Good piece of timing from Boucher, but a good piece of fielding, neatly done from Brooke Halliday out over to our right. A couple of runs are taken. Good cricket all round. And 5 from the over. So England, with 1 over until the halfway point, require 115 for victory. They're 96 for 3. The partnership is worth 52. So talk me through the left-hand, right-hand thing, because it gets you off your line. It just distracts you, I suppose.
It does. You've got to think about a completely different place you're aiming, and I think as well you just don't bowl to them that much. I know in New Zealand it's a very rare species. For me, I was extremely lucky. I obviously married a left-hand batter, so anytime I was training, I would have spent during the early part of my career 90% bowling to a left-hander. So personally, I don't mind it too much.
Here comes Mealy Kerr. Runs into bowl to Freya Kemp, who plays with a beautifully angled bat. Out to the offside, stopped at cover, and there is 1 taken. See, I like the sound of that. That's, to me, sounds like absolute domestic bliss.
I don't know, there were always some arguments, and that's out, that's not out.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's,
Be careful bowling bumpers, too.
There is that.
Yeah. Got in trouble a few times.
Amelia Kerr comes in now to bowl to Maya Boucher, who waits on a ball which is slashed through the offside for 1 more. They're just managing to tick things over. That's good running, actually, because they've picked up a couple. Boucher pushing hard for it. And this Hampshire duo as former Vipers teammates, amongst other things, and Southern Brave. They know each other very well indeed. And they're playing very nicely together. Yeah, I can imagine the bumper conversations would have been rather lively. Dropped in short, and that's pummeled into the leg side. It'll be 4 runs, picks the gap. And there comes the 100 for England. And this is starting to get a little problematic because The White Ferns trump card, their captain Mealy Kerr, in terms of economy. She's bowled 3.3 overs and gone for 22 runs, and England seem to be taking a bit of a liking.
Well, and for some reason she changed ends as well. She obviously didn't like the other end for a reason, but her first over was pretty impressive. These last couple haven't been as much.
Here comes Mealy Kerr over the wicket, and it's just patted into the offside, no run. So England need a further 108 from 25.3 overs.
Important to get a breakthrough soon here, otherwise I think it's just going to get a little bit out of hand.
We'll keep a close eye on it, and that run rate, and Boucher, who's playing a little uppishly, but will get a run to the left of Susie Bates, who dives with all the enthusiasm of someone 20 years her junior, and indeed it was over 20 years ago that she made her debut, which is frankly mad, isn't it?
It's mind-blowing, isn't it? The fact she's still running around out there, diving around, putting her body on the line. She loves it.
Kerr, who tosses it up, but such crisp timing from Freya Kemp, who drives down the ground for a single. And at the halfway stage of the innings, England are pretty much halfway. They require 106 to win. They're 105 for 3. And Kemp on 28, Boucher on 33. Now, Mealy Kerr bowls googlies twice as often against left-handers as she does to right-handers. And bowls a little bit slower when she bowls that ball that goes, if you think of the left-hander away from the left-handed batter, if you're a right-hander, it's the one that comes back in again, so it's hard to pick, and if you can bowl it well as a leg spinner, it's a wonderful weapon.
Might be a little bit of why Mealy's just struggling a little bit. She can't get into that routine and that, you know, mundaneness of where she knows she wants to pitch the ball. She's got to change it with the right hand, left-hander, and I think, you know, leggies generally don't like bowling to left-handed batters, so it's working in England's favour at the moment that they've got one out there.
Well, the danger always is if you've got one that's turning in and it drops a bit short, it's an easy just whip into the leg side, isn't it? We're going to see Rosemary Mayo, who's bowled beautifully so far. 1 for 11 from 4 overs. Bowls to Kemp, who drives that really nicely, but what a good stop that is. As well as some sharp work from the captain leading by example, Mealy Kerr at mid-off, and you could tell it was sore on the knees because she got up and started running. If Susie Bates was like 20 years her junior, Mealy Kerr got up and started moving like someone 60 years her senior.
She's looked a bit ginger in the field today. I don't know whether she's just carrying something little or... I don't know. Have to have a conversation afterwards and try and find out.
We've got a little word from the England camp in terms of injury concerns earlier, and I'll bring that to you as soon as we've had this delivery. Here comes the next ball, which Boucher is just happy to ride the bounce of, work into the leg side. 3 fielders sprinting towards it, but again, reasonably easy going for Boucher and Kemp, who pick up another couple. England over the halfway mark now at 108 for 3. Em Arlott hit on the head while batting during training yesterday and has been diagnosed with concussion, so she is out of the rest of the series and ruled out to return home from the squad. As in comes the next delivery, and that's clattered out to deep cover for one more from Boucher, who's on to 36. And Izzy Wong felt hamstring tightness during the warm-up and was made unavailable as a precaution, so I think the plan was that she should have played this game. And so no Izzy Wong and no Em Arlott for the series, but Izzy Wong could play the next game. You'd have thought, as they say, precautionary.
Seems to be that England are juggling a lot of injuries or different illnesses and bits and pieces. We've had about 4 different updates from them today, haven't we? It's a good thing they had about 17 or 18 people in their camp.
Well, indeed. And that's just the backroom staff. 109 for 3. Mayor round the wicket to Kemp, who smacks that down the ground. Oh, brilliant stop. Fabulous fielding. And it is a part of the game now that players work so hard on, with Jess Kerr with one that bounced off a used wicket end. And she was already mid-dive and managed to grab it at the easiest or the cleanest opportunity. So really fine work from Jess Kerr to save at least one.
New Zealand's put a lot of work into their fielding recently. Craig McMillan, one of the batting coaches, has taken on a real role with that fielding lead. He absolutely loves it, brings such an enthusiasm to it as well.
109 for 3. And And that's worked into the onside by Kemp to move to 30. 110 for 3 now. England require 101. Well, I think fielding's that sort of thing where you can't paint it as something that is a chore to be tackled. It has to be something people are enthusiastic about, because it's a key part of the game.
Everyone's got to do it. You can't hide anywhere anymore. Everybody can hit 360. You can't put your worst fielder hiding down at short third or short fine, as we probably did 15 years ago. And it's something that we identified as well leading into the last T20 World Cup. Huge difference in the game if you're saving 10 in the field. And so obviously it's just so big in T20 crickets, with the T20 World Cup coming up later, next month it is. Big area.
Met over the wicket to bowl to Bouchier, who drives back past the bowler. Oh, I tell you what, I think that Freya Kemp's in trouble at the non-striker's end. The dive from the bowler onto the stumps, the ball goes. And Kemp, who's looked in such good touch, could be on her way in such an unfortunate fashion.
We saw one of these earlier where Rosemary nearly got her hand on it. Certainly got her hand on it this time round. Has Freya managed to get back in time?
My instinct is not.
You never really see the batter get back, do you?
No.
Okay, third umpire to director. We have a run-out review at the bowler's end. First of all, I just need to check if there's any contact with the bowler for the ball. So check contact with the fielder, please.
Well,
thank you very much.
Key thing first and foremost. Oh yeah, little baby.
Brushed her pinky there.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yep.
Yep.
Past
And
the
just go back to that first angle. I can see the finger moving as the ball goes underneath. It appears there is contact with the ball. Just take me back to the other angle and slow it right down for me, please.
Great effort from Rosemary there to get down. It's never easy and you follow
there's
through.
Contact with the ball. So now we can check for the
She's
run-out.
gonna be gone.
Best side angle, please.
Look at what evidence we've had so far.
Valiant attempt from Kemp to get back.
Okay, I'm checking here if the bat is yet grounded. So play that all the way through. Play it past the bails being broken. Yeah, the bat is not grounded, so I'm ready to make my decision. Thank you.
Oh, it's an unlucky one. It really is unlucky. And it happens, you know, players the world over will have experienced that. And it is such a frustrating way to get out, especially when you're playing so well. But Freya Kemp goes 30 from 38, run out at the non-striker's end, and this excellent partnership, just when New Zealand needed it, comes to an end with the score at 110 for 4.
Yeah, that's a real bonus for New Zealand there. You're never planning to get a wicket that way, but you certainly take them when they come.
We'll be able to see that highlight as well as the rest of the game and key moments available on the red button as part of our highlights programme later on today. And also watch again on the iPlayer and also live on our live text commentary with Timothy Abraham. You can watch in-play clips and highlights, and that is the way to really keep across the conversation as it goes. And you can get involved in the chat too, with lots of ways to join the conversation. Text 81111. You can email tms@bbc.co.uk, and the WhatsApp number is, everybody, stand by, just I'm going to build the tension. Not that I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I want to get it right because I don't want to end up giving my own number. Much as we can happily discuss things all day, but the number on WhatsApp, save it on your phone, 0330 123 1826. Start your message with TMS, so it's 0330 123 1826. And email tms@bbc.co.uk. We love hearing from people around the world. It's a big part of the programme. Yeah, there'll be people following from all over the place. And we had Natasha earlier talking about Sunday roast that she was making.
Be an early start in New Zealand if you're up watching this now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what time it would be.
Well, you're not sleeping, that's for sure.
Patel starts a new over, and Amy Jones, the England right-handed wicketkeeper, who started last summer opening the batting with a couple of hundreds, her first for England, and she finds herself now down at 6.
It's interesting that they've moved her down the order when she did have a bit of success at the top there.
Well, I'm surprised at that. Patel has bowled nicely today. to Amy Jones, who plays very elegantly through the offside. She's going to get a couple of runs at least as Halliday sliding, stopping, will, in combination with Plimmer, manage to prevent the ball reaching the ropes.
Obviously, Amy being so experienced, she won't be too bothered about moving around. She's a pretty relaxed person too, isn't she? So, doing whatever the team needs at the time. Wonder if she prefers to bat, though.
Yeah, I think you probably want to bat where you've had success, I would have thought. Forward comes Jones in the short sleeves, pushing into the offside. Interesting question from Ethan on the email. tms@bbc.co.uk. Given the dry April and May that we've had, how much will spin be a factor at the Women's T20 World Cup? Well, it does tend to be regardless, but I think it's a good point. Dry pitches. Patel to Jones, who looks for a little gap in the mid-wicket region, but can't find it.
I think if you look at the women's game in general anyway, spin plays a massive factor in it. You add in some drier pitches that there might be around the place, used pitches as well, possibly.
Here is Patel to Amy Jones, sweeping hard out towards backward square leg for one more. England, who have got that requirement under 100, are at 113 for 4 with the ball left of the 27th over of the innings.
Just feel one more wicket here for New Zealand and they'll really fancy themselves.
Yeah, well, Jones is a key experienced head in this England lineup these days, as Bouchier will be feeling rotten having been a part of that run out of the non-strikers end. End of the over, 114 for 4 is the score, and with Jones on 3, Bouchier on 37. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary box with Catherine Siver-Brunt replacing Leah Tahuhu. And this, of course, it's the England and Wales Cricket Board. It's a World Cup hosted in name in England and Wales, but it is only in England. But we've got an England and Wales combination now with Catherine Siver-Brunt alongside Fionn Wynne.
What a cracking combo. And I was going to do that in a Welsh accent and I bailed because it was going to be awful. Can you do it?
I haven't got
a cracking combination. That was not bad, was it?
I can't beat that.
I
can't beat that. No.
I was trying to channel my Gavin and Stacey.
Rosemary Mares into my bush, who drives beautifully, but straight to mid-off. Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from that. There's no point in me. There is no point in me trying. No, I haven't got much.
In my head, I was getting mixed between like Ireland, India. All sorts of
the usual combinations.
Like, all the accents into one mouthful.
Going for Gavin and Stacey is usually a pretty safe way of kind of remembering what it sounds like.
What a great show.
Rosemary Mare into Bouchier.
I hope that's a
single to square leg. It is.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can watch Gavin and Stacey on iPlayer.
What a plug. You're welcome.
Plug.
You're welcome. Do you know what? I've just seen Halliday on the TV, and what a bowling change that would be right now. If I was batting, that would be the last person I want to bowl at me right now.
Oh yeah, I'd get out to that.
And also the girls, I can confirm, do not like Halliday's bowl.
Dibbly dobblers. So
it's the bowling off the wrong leg that's
she bowls
incredibly stressful.
Yeah. You're looking at that instead of looking at the ball coming at you.
What you're thinking is, I cannot get out to this part-timer.
So you get out to it.
You get out to it.
It's always the way.
I think I ran at her once and she knew what was happening before I did. Threw it wide.
Classic
Cathy.
Not sure what Rosemary Mare is thinking about here. She's having an intense discussion with Mealy Kerr about some field placings. She's moving fine leg a little bit squarer.
That's good because Amy Jones quite likes the paddle.
It's
but she's only on 3.
Only on 3. New to the crease. And that's chipped straight to cover. And Amy Jones has gone for 3. And that field placing, which was moved to square leg, wasn't exactly to there, but Amy Jones has perished, and it's a soft dismissal. She was driving on the up against Rosemary Mare, straight to Mealy Kerr at cover. Didn't even have to move. There's not much footwork there from it's Jess Kerr, not Mealy, but there's not much footwork there from Amy Jones. She's a bit trapped on the crease. And it's a disappointing dismissal for England's wicketkeeper. Back in the middle order. And it's a big wicket for New Zealand because another of those experienced players is back in the hutch.
And that is classic cricket. Like, you're going to get someone out in their first 10 balls because some things aren't working together. So that was a combination of her head went a little bit and she played the ball too early. Just a tiny, tiny little things. Like I said, those two things, but they didn't happen a lot. It just happened a small amount, enough for that to happen. She hasn't had enough time at the crease to get used to the pace of the wicket, etc., etc. It had nothing to do with the field change. It was just those two little technical things by not being in, or not allowing herself to get in for just 10 balls. Yeah, I don't know. She's had the whole day to watch everybody have that ability to get themselves in, take their time, and
we've seen the pitch is a little bit too paced, isn't it? A few of them just sticking in the pitch, and see how late some of the Maya Boucher and Freya Kent were playing the ball, and again just the lack of footwork. But Danny Gibson on her ODI debut, which we keep saying feels really odd to say because we've seen so much of her in T20 cricket. She's now joined Maya Boucher, England, 115 for 5, and she defends her first ball back to the bowler.
It's a bit of a stressful time now because obviously Danny Gibson, as we know, is a power player, and she wants to play freely, and she's come into a situation where she's just not able now to play freely, probably for a while. Just like obviously Maya needs to bat through the innings and everybody needs to support her with that, but I think I'd actually prefer to see Danny play freely and just think more along the lines of it's okay.
Maya into Gibson, who chops that down to deep third to get her first ODI run. Takes England to 116 for 5, and if she can come out and play a few shots as well, takes a bit of the pressure off Maya Boucher at the non-strikers, then she can kind of just take a step back.
Well, I think she should just play her way. So
if it's there to hit,
the way you will get out on a wicket like this is tentatively. So if you're thinking I need to hit this strong, but I'm not so sure, you're going to do half-hearted shots like that. But if you want to whack it for 6, whack it for 6. Not that she's going to do that, but you know what I mean. Don't play in between. Play one way or the other, I think.
It's Boucher on strike for now. There's one ball left in Rosemary Mayor's over, and it's short, but doesn't get up that much, and Boucher's just able to work it off her hips for a single, so she keeps the strike. Danny Gibson will stay at the non-strikers end for now. England 117 for 5 after 22 overs, so 94 still needed. And we've got a no ball. The last ball of that over from Rosemary Mayer. It was disappointing for her because it was such a good over with the wicket and just 3 singles from it. She's now given away a free hit. So she's
to Danny Gibson.
So this could be a way to get Gibson's ODI career up and running. She's got a nice free hit to contend with.
Yeah. No ball called. The next delivery.
The second one for Rosemary Mayer, I think.
Only seamers are allowed to do that.
It's criminal if a spinner doesn't, isn't it? Yeah, maybe just like stretching a bit much after the wicket, trying to get another one, overcompensating. She's in now to Gibson, and it's a very full delivery, and Gibson bunts it back to the bowler. It's quite a Yorker, not quite a full toss, but either way, Rosemary Mayer gets away with it. England 118 for 5, so a bit of a tricky position for England here, because we've spoken about the inexperience in their middle
I think
order.
she might have done it again, guys.
Another no ball?
The umpire is waiting for third umpire to talk to her in it, Rosemary's looking a little bit sheepish.
Having just got away with the...
she's like, thank God.
No, she's all right. She's got her sunglasses back. She can smile again.
I don't think it was anything about waist height, was it?
No, nowhere near it.
I'm not sure I've ever bowled a beamer that went for none. Have you?
Well, you get 2 chances, don't you?
Mine just go to the moon.
So Maya Boucher will be on strike. Milika, I'd say she's been expensive, not for 24, but by her standards probably has been a little bit.
It's because she changed ends.
Yeah, I didn't understand. I honestly don't.
She's only got herself to blame.
And she's in now to Maya Boucher, who just pulls that again. It's staying a little bit low, but she manages to get it down to fine leg for a couple. So 120 for 5.
She's had some near misses with that, playing across the line to balls that, yes, would naturally bounce more than that normally, but you're on this pitch now, Maya.
Careful.
Please be careful.
Kurt in again. As that's floated up.
Wow.
And, Maya Boucher, be careful. She almost got out how Amelia Kerr got out herself in bunting a full toss, but thankfully that one bounced just in front of mid-off for no run.
It's been the best bowl today.
Just keep floating them up. Just bowl the
That's
full toss.
3 full tossers, one wicket for no run.
That's kept very low again and just worked off the back foot out to deep cover for a single by Maya Boucher. So 121 for 5 in the 22nd. So then after Danny Gibson is Charlie Dean, who is, as we know, very reliable with the bat. But then we're into Phyla Bell and Courtine Coleman. So this is a very important partnership for England, this, isn't it?
Extremely. I have to say this is...
But a good challenge for them, and what we've been calling for them to kind of be in these kind of precious situations.
Well, each
quite
person that
regularly,
comes
so-
in has got something to prove. Everyone. So
absolutely.
Same with this.
Gibson on her ODI debut, of course, faces up to, she takes a wild swing at Amelia Kerr across the line and just finds Susie Bates on the onside. There's no run.
Phil, where were the Kiwis at this point in time? Runs and wickets? Well, they had a stressful last 10 overs, didn't they?
Kerr into Gibson, who's down the pitch, lofting the ball up over, long off. It's going to be a couple of bounces and goes away for 4. So as Catherine was saying, a bit of aggression there from Danny Gibson, using her feet against Amelia Kerr. You see that mid-off was in the ring, so it's a pretty safe option as soon as she got it over there. That's her first boundary.
I think this is just the way that she needs to play. Not recklessly, but she's got to play her aggressive, natural way.
125 for 5 now, England, as that one's flatter and just defended up to mid-off for no run. So 7 off that over as England go to 125 for 5 after... Sorry, go on, Phil.
Yeah, 125 for 5. England at the same stage at the end of the 29th over. New Zealand were 121 for 2.
So wickets in hand, but we know that New Zealand didn't manage to capitalise on that platform. So not much in it. So
no, but it's definitely been a disappointing fight, hasn't it, thus far? We would have liked to have seen a lot more than we have for the 5 that we've lost.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the players say about the pitch at the end of the day, because it has seemed a little bit slow, and some of the shorter balls not getting up in particular, as Mayer is full and straight on the stumps, but Boucher works it down to fine leg for a single. 126 for 5. Boucher moves to 43.
Yeah, she's doing her job, isn't she? And she's quite like that, Maya. She has got a lot of passion in her.
Yeah.
She's
I think early in her career you could kind of see sometimes that Maya Boucher was getting so in her own head about things, and she was overthinking probably almost every shot she played and was analysing stuff, but she looks... She's been very calm, very simple. She's kept it very simple today.
Yeah, maybe she knows because her place isn't in jeopardy.
Into Gibson, who works that round the corner to fine leg for another run. 127 for 5. Yeah, there hasn't been any kind of flashiness. Sometimes you see her play those big drives over the offside and through the covers, but it's just
well, she's
very
travelled.
patient.
She's travelled here, hasn't she? Only a few days out from her 100 and
against
I think it might have been her
Somerset,
first 100 as well. There's been a lot of first hundreds.
It's been a lot of hundreds.
It's been
a lot of hundreds. Into Boucher then, and that's again just tucked off her hips. They set off hard for the first run because the fielders are deep on the leg side, and that's good running. They come back for a couple. Brooke Halliday out there does the field, and they're very deep on the boundary, the New Zealand fielders, so it's good awareness from those two.
It's good, but she split them perfectly, didn't she? Made them work hard to get that in, but that's how it should be doing. They were both on the same page, both set off. Sometimes you get a bit edgy with the running, don't you? When you've had a run out at the non-strikers, generally not, they stop backing up, or you can't lose any more wickets, so you're not taking that extra risk. But that was good to see.
Into Boucher's on 45. She just takes a quick single to cover. Again, good running and good communication from those two.
Lottie will be loving this.
Just very proactive, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Lottie's favourite way to play. Just rotating, nothing fancy, nothing. But then she's still she's still good with that side of it too. She knows Danny could just switch gears, and not from 1 to 2, 1 to 5. There's no really holding back with her, is there, sometimes?
Yeah, taking 4 or 5 and over pretty comfortably without having to take too many risks. So Rosemary Mayer into Gibson, who drives straight to extra cover for no run.
You see, sorry, I just saw the left foot go down and this huge back swing, and then a really weighted on timed just little plod to extra cover. That was very reserved for Danny Gibson.
She's winding herself up.
She's probably thinking, oof, that was slow.
Last ball of...
Wouldn't mind seeing a few slow balls, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, she's keeping it pretty simple at the moment, Rosemary Mayer. Finishes her 7th over, and that's chopped nicely by Danny Gibson for 4. Perfectly placed between short third and point, and that has flown away, just as you were saying, Catherine, to maybe mix up the pace. A bit predictable there, just using the extra pace on the ball to guide it for 4. So England moved to 134 for 5, Gibson onto 10.
Yeah, she'll obviously be really mad with... She had a straight cover, straight deep cover, and then nobody out of third man, so there's easy pickings for Danny. She made the most of it, but yeah, she'll be mad to finish her over like that. She'll feel so sick going back to her fielding position, letting someone off the hook like that after a good over.
Yeah, frustration, and a bit of a freebie it was for Gibson. So, but Mielke is going to continue. She's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 31. Maya Boucher now on 46. 1 shot away from her half century. And she drives beautifully through the covers. Is this going to be her half century? It's no, it's been cut off very well by Brooke Halliday on the boundary. Restrict her to a couple, but it was beautifully timed again by Boucher. She moves to 48. England 136 for 5.
Deceptively a bit sharp out there, Brooke, wasn't she? Oh, she got there.
Yeah, sprinting round from the cover boundary. And that's chopped off the back foot. It looks like she's just going to settle for the single here, Maya Boucher, keeping Brooke Halliday busy at deep cover. So she moves to 49, but she is at the non-striker's end for now.
Yeah, she's just working the ball lovely. She seems to have the timing that the rest of the girls didn't seem to have, other than maybe Freya.
Kerr into Danny Gibson, who takes another almighty swing and just gets an inside edge past the stumps for a couple. And she's riding her luck, is Danny Gibson. You can see she's trying to be aggressive, and gets away with one there. 139 for 5 England, and she's just edged past leg stump.
She's just not getting the timing of the pitches. The bowlers just should keep bowling slower and slower. I would just keep bowling slower.
Kerr is a master of her craft, as that is again slow but a bit flatter, so Gibson can get back in the crease and drive to deep cover for a single. So Maya Boucher is back on strike on 49. She's faced 58 balls so far.
Danny has got this weird ability though to hit a ball, miss-hit a ball, and it go a long way. Yeah. Sometimes she hits it and I'm like, how has that gone?
Kerr is in, and that's floated up, but just defended by Maya Boucher for no run. She had because those injuries that Gibson has had, she's been so unlucky with her injuries, but what it has done is given her so much time to bat
and to get strong,
and to get so strong and so powerful. And she's done so well to push that side of her game. As Boucher again gets another dot ball, just defends the ball out to mid-wicket, so she stays on 49. Mielke closes out the over with a couple of dot balls, and England 140 for 5. But yes, it's the kind of role that England have actually been crying out for quite a long time, hasn't it? In that kind of number 7 role, who can give you some overs and give it a whack at the death, particularly in T20s. But there's definitely a place for it in 50 over cricket as well.
Yeah, I think for so many years we've been tossing and turning about right, what's number 7 going to be? An out-and-out bowler, or an out-and-out batter, or somebody who's not that great at either, or not a superstar. Like, what do we need more of? And it's like, well, what country are you playing in? Is it really hard to face spin, or is it Australia, England? It's always such a hard decision that. But if you've got 11 all-rounders who do everything,
that's why Australia don't have that problem, isn't it?
That's why Australia don't have that.
Yeah,
exactly. Annabelle Sutherland can bat at number 8 or whatever it is. Just Kerr into Danny Gibson, who defends into the covers for no run.
It's like, what's the winning formula? And you only have to look at the last 10 years, 20 years of the Aussies and try and replicate that. But they don't just grow on trees. They've got to be nurtured and
we wish
pushed in that direction, haven't they? So, because there's not a lot of many, cricketers who want to do both or do unusual things like leg spin or bowl fast. It's not the most appealing.
Just Kerr into Danny Gibson, who just again no run. Spoke to Georgia Plimmer at mid-wicket, but she's one of those players, Danny Gibson, who she can go from ball one, and that is something that England have kind of lacked a little bit in terms of that power hitting, is somebody to be that fearless and finish an innings. But obviously it's a different kind of role for her today, but that's kind of how she's made a name for herself, particularly in the 100.
That version of her is spot on. It's the bowling version.
Jess Kerr into Gibson, who cuts into the offside and takes a single, so Mai Boucher takes the strike on 49.
So Danny used to bowl, I would say, closer to 70. She used to bowl 68, 9, and I think through obviously the last couple of injuries she's not been able to work on the bowling as much. So obviously with rhythm, you do gain a couple of miles an hour the more you bowl, so that bit will
take some time. Yeah. Jess Kerr into Mai Boucher's strike.
Was everyone thinks it's 50.
Or was it? I can't. I'm not sure. I have to wait and see what the umpire.
It's a crowd
signals.
50.
No, it's a leg by. So the crowd goes a little bit prematurely. Thankfully, Mai Boucher has noticed that it was a leg by. She hasn't raised her bat or anything yet. Bless her. So she stays at the non-strikers end on 49. She's been kept waiting there for a while.
I feel stressed for her.
She is smiling. She can see the funny side of it. As Jessica continues to Gibson, who drives back to the bowler. Mai Boucher needs to keep her bat in the non-strikers end after what happened to Freya Kemp a few overs ago.
Slightly full of her length, wasn't it? And Danny fancied a bit of that, gave it the full mashings, but Jess was able to get down. As she doesn't bowl express pace and she's not over the 6 foot mark, she can get down timely for that. I never had that issue either. I remember Lise Perry won the World Cup with her foot.
Gibson, who drives down the ground for a single, 143 for 5. And I will let you tell that story, Catherine, as Emily Windsor's going to replace me.
I know, I felt sick for the Kiwis because Sophie Devine was batting, I'm sure, and she absolutely pounded it straight back at Elise Perry, and I'm sure she just stuck her boot out, nearly broke her whole foot, and it still went all the way to the boundary for 2. But that's how they won the World. And it was the worst thing that ever happened. If someone asked me what's the worst thing you've ever seen in cricket, that is it, and it doesn't even involve.
Surely not.
I mean, I could feel sick about myself about not getting in the World Cup semi-final or final because of rain. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, that was.
But honestly, that was so. I felt like they'd been cheated. It's just wrong.
Really Kerr to Gibson, who cuts off the back foot for a single. She'll move to 16.
And then it was probably another 20 years till he literally won the World Cup. So honestly, sickening. Shouldn't be allowed. Like anything over shin high, shouldn't be allowed. No ball.
Kerr into Boucher. He's on 49. And she bends.
47 actually. I thought that would be like 43. 47 miles per hour. I thought that looked like a grenade for 1 second, but I'm feeling Mai Boucher's stress and I just want her to get past this immediately.
There's a lot of stress when we're on camera, actually. There's Kerr to Boucher, who drives and mid-wicket dives and can't cut it off. And that is Mai Boucher's 50. Much needed knock for England of 63 balls.
3 fours.
Fabulous innings from her, and a smile as she raises her back to her teammates. Wasn't originally in the squad, comes in to replace Nat Sciver-Brandt, and the camera hands straight to Charlotte Edwards.
She doesn't look happy with her potential selection, does she? That's almost what that said to me.
Kerr to Gibson, who advances, hits that high in the air over mid-off. And that's plugged a little, but that will trickle. Has it trickled? Is that stopped? That's stopped inside
We've
the
got
right?
the wrong camera angle, I'm afraid.
Is that 4?
And the fielder won't know either. Oh, maybe she does.
If not, that's 3. A very good shot for 3.
It's a valiant effort from Mare. Rosemary, I wanted to call her Scary Mary then, but it's my new nickname for her.
We'll just wait probably for confirmation, I imagine, on the picture. So it's either 3 or 4, but even still, good use of her feet from Gibson. Fantastic shot.
Yeah, she had to sort of wait on that way longer than she wanted, or else she would have been in trouble, but she waited long enough and just sort of chipped it over. And then it trickled horrendously to the boundary, and I don't think any of us know what's happened there. I think it actually stopped like a centimetre before the line.
But then I also feel like she touched it.
Well, I
and
feel
the
like
ball.
Rosemary thinks it's 4 because she touched the boundary. But she's not touching the boundary when she touches the ball, so I think it's not 4, but I don't think Mary would actually know that.
I think she's touching the ball and the boundary at the same time there.
You reckon? We need a side on. We've only got a front on.
But what we
Look
do
at
know
this,
is
guys.
Sue Redfern is looking at this and she will look at it thoroughly.
6,000 times, yeah. So if you need to get a cup of tea, everybody, 500 rich teas, now's the time. Let's do it.
Is that your choice of biscuit?
No, actually, a milk chocolate hobnob. But I haven't eaten one of them in about 10 years, and I didn't ought to start now because I've got about 15 kg to shift.
So any biscuit in the world, milk chocolate hobnob, that's what you're going
We're
for.
talking just like actual biscuits, aren't we?
Yeah.
Maybe not. There's this biscuit called Choco Lebanese. That's the one. You can get like an Aldi version as well. They're just as good, guys. You don't have to go for that brand.
Other brands of biscuits
brands.
are available. Plenty of brands
They're
of
up there.
biscuits.
What about you?
I love the caramel chocolate digestives.
Just a bit.
But you need a lot of them, and it was 3 after all that.
3 runs, guys. After 400 retakes.
Kerr will be bowling then to Boucher, who hits that out to a wide long on. There was a mid-wicket there, and it was
Slightly
officially.
She's in full control. Nobody panic.
And for those who like this kind of thing, it's the first 3 of the day.
Oh, fabulous.
Thought you were going to give us your favourite biscuit then for a minute, Phil.
Yeah, what's that, actually, while we're at it?
Kerr to Gibson again. Advances, stick outside edge and taken. She's tried to play that exact same shot. And yet again, England just find a way to find a breakthrough and get New Zealand in this game. She's gone for 19, 149 for 6, still requiring 62 runs.
I was feeling quite stressed, actually, about Danny's innings from the start because obviously we know the way she wants to play. And to be fair to her, she's stayed true to herself in the manner and the way that she's played that shot. But once she got past 10, she's on 19 now. I thought she'd sort of tackled that bit and was in, but she'll be disappointed with herself. But it's been smart bowling, slow, even slower, and it's worked a treat. And Danny's got to go back.
I'm interested what she actually was trying to do there, because after that boundary they sent out a long off, and she's gone quite hard at that ball. So you're not then trying to, I guess a smart option you'd argue for her would be clearing the infield.
It was almost like, I think she thought I can hit this down the ground for 1, but then I think she thought she was at it enough to actually clear, which...
Or try and go slightly
in this
wider,
sort of
maybe.
Position that we're in is slightly arrogant, but like I said, it is her natural way to play. Not sure how that will be reviewed, though, with the higher powers, but...
Incoming batter, though, Charlie Dean, who's a gutsy cricketer, on debut as captain today, is Nat Sivabrunt injured. She needs a captain's knock here to see her team over the line. 62 to win, 17 overs to do it. But England are 6 down.
Change your bowling for New Zealand.
Well, we do know she's going to give it her everything. We know that about Dino, is that she can dig deep no matter the situation. And actually, the worse of the situation, the better Charlie performs. So, with the bat, and I think, obviously, with her being able to sweep, reverse sweep, all that sort of stuff, be quite beneficial.
There's lots of pockets as well, isn't there? She likes to run well.
Yeah, and Maya is running well today. I don't want to say anything else, touching lots of wood. She does normally run people. But going well so far. So I do. Yeah, you're absolutely right. These two will hopefully run well together.
149 for 6 then as the left-handed Ealing round the wicket, defended by Boucher. And also, without insulting who's to come for England, obviously you've got Lauren Filer at 9, Lauren Bell at 10, Tilly, Courtney and Coleman. You're not going to want them to have a lot to do in terms of runs to get. So these two have to do the majority of work if England are to win this first ODI. In Chester Street, Ealing left arm round, worked into the onside. There's no mid-wicket out, so there should be a couple, if not more. Fielder chasing does well.
Is our second 3, Phil?
It is.
Absolutely. Who'd thought? Do you know what, though? We can't underestimate the last 3 bats, because I would agree that they're not great, right? But Nat saying, she came home the other day and she said they're consistently striking the ball quite well now. It was almost like a bit of a surprise to her. Well, it's like she'd been away for 6 months, which she has, and then come back and she's seen just how hard they've been working. And so I think...
Yeah, Filer's played obviously for us at Durham, and she trains often up here, and she is working hard on her batting.
Yeah, and you've got someone like Arlott scored 100 the other day and a 90 odd. Was that right? Yeah.
So I'm not saying they can't bat, but in terms of what we know probably in their international careers so far,
not been great.
Yeah. Ealing in, and that's driven by Dean into the offside. Will be no run.
Never seen TCC bat.
I actually haven't seen a bat much.
3 Cs.
No, you're right. Tilly County Cricket Club, I like that.
Nice. She does seem to love it enough. Maybe we could call her that. Badger. Wait, you call them Nuffies. Nuffies? Yeah. We're badgers, aren't we?
Yeah.
Badger.
Ealing. A short ball, and that's cut by Dean. It's whipped like hockey-like. Out to backward a point. They come back for a couple. Dean did used to play a lot of hockey, and it's shown there, but she's off the mark.
That was rogue. It's almost West Indian. Though now I know where she gets a reverse sweep from. I'm not sure I knew that.
That she played a lot of hockey. She's very good at hockey, Charlie.
Like Sarah Taylor was a very good hockey player, and hence was probably the first person to play that sort of paddle and reverse sweep.
Played for Hampshire back in the day in hockey and cricket, and she was always juggling what one to do, and I feel like she's made the right decision.
You reckon?
Potentially.
Basically saying she was average.
Ealing in, and that's again hit into that same pocket, but off the front foot this time. Will just be a single. She'll move to 3. 56 required from 97 balls.
I don't feel either way about either team winning this, you know. It doesn't feel, do you know what I mean? It's the whole way through this match. It's not been the most thrilling match, has it? But I've never felt once where it's someone's game at all.
It's been a topsy-turvy 50-over game. Ealing in round the wicket, short ball, but pulled by Boucher out to a deep mid-wicket this time. Like the aggression from Ealing she's showing.
Love that.
End of the over. 16 overs remain. 55 needed for England. Dean and Boucher at the crease.
34 overs gone.
That
England
will be
156
drinks, I believe.
6. 16 overs
During
to go.
this
England need
drinks, can we have another little update, Phil, on the old scenario where New Zealand were at this specific point in time? So I feel like we might be ahead of it now.
Well, we are ahead in runs, if we as England.
Sorry, I do that a lot. I'm institutionalised.
I mean, we can let you off.
But yeah, England 156 for 6 as we take drinks. We also took drinks at the end of the 34th over in the New Zealand innings. They were 146 for 2.
10 runs is a lot in the context of the game.
But so could 4 wickets be. That's the crucial part here. And Phil, just while we are having a refreshment break, I would like your favourite biscuit. I'm not letting that go. And you've had plenty of time to think about it, so I am slightly disappointed.
You've had plenty of biscuits.
There's no doubt I have had plenty of biscuits. I quite like a ginger nut.
Oh, okay.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. A very versatile biscuit, that.
Yeah,
You can have that.
dunked in a cup of tea.
And when you're feeling unwell, I feel like that's a good biscuit to go to. And when you're feeling well, you can also smash the whole pack if you want.
Exactly, which I've done
I'm
a few
okay
times.
with that. Leah, who joins us. And before we talk cricket, biscuit.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of biscuit chat, haven't I? I guess you drink a lot of tea, so you have a lot of biscuits with that.
Not biscuits, then not so big in New Zealand.
Oh, cups of tea aren't as big in New Zealand either, and I feel like they go hand in hand.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, so, but for me, it's probably a digestive, but a dark chocolate digestive.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong with a digestive.
You can't.
So I respect that.
I can hang around then. I can hang around then.
You can hang around.
It's positive.
And you can also give me where you see this game going.
I think it's quite even at the moment. I think I just heard Catherine say that she's not sure one way or the other here. And whilst there's not many runs left to get, the wickets are probably the concern for England. It's the upside for New Zealand, isn't it? Certainly one more here, you're well and truly in the tail. I mean, we can talk about how lower order batters are in the nets, but it's a completely different ball game when you're out in the middle and there's a bit of pressure on. And I just think Charlie Dean has been a real thorn in the side for New Zealand in recent series that we've played against her. She's got a lot of runs at the back end and really made sure that she stayed out there in one game. So no doubt Mealy's got a little bit of a headache here on what she's going to do to try and break this key partnership. And it looks like she's going to bowl herself.
Yeah, and I feel like these are two also that have batted together through the youth setup. Both were at the Southern Vipers before it was county-based stuff. And so they've played a lot of cricket together, but I think this is a great opportunity for them both, as well as how I see it. A new look ODI series. Obviously, Boucher wasn't in the squad so far, but she's played brilliantly. And ultimately, these are the headaches Charlotte Edwards will want. We want players that come in, whoever that is, to step up and put her under pressure to go pick me, because that will make people better ultimately.
It's always the way, isn't it? A player comes in.
There's Kurt in off the back foot by Boucher. That's pulled beautifully out to deep mid-wicket. The fielder's not stopping that. Splits the two boundary fielders and races for 4. She moves to 59. 47 required to win.
Boucher just picks up where she left off after the drinks, doesn't she? Another boundary, but yeah, saying that if a batter or a player comes in that wasn't expecting to be in the series, then all of a sudden, how do you not play her in the second game?
Absolutely. It's Kurt in again off the back foot. Oh, pitch, this should be taken. Susie Bates takes it at mid-wicket. Massive moment in this game. She almost tried to work it and then changed her mind. And she's gone for 59. 160 for 7 England, require another 51 to win.
Massive for New Zealand, that, isn't it? We were just saying this is the partnership you've got to break. We're talking up Maya Boucher, who's played fantastically well today, and then one just probably held a little bit on her. Caught the ever-reliable Susie Bates in at mid-wicket.
Yeah, England have a lot to do now.
Maya Boucher caught Susie Bates.
Lauren Filer coming to the crease. Charlie Dean's going to have to take some control here, but Filer can bat. I feel like I'd personally prefer to see Filer. Is this Filer? Or is this Lauren Bell?
That'd be Filer. No offence to Lauren Bell, but surely she's not batting ahead of Lauren Filer here.
This looks like Lauren Bell.
It is Lauren Bell.
It definitely is Lauren Bell.
Maybe they know something we don't over the last few months.
Absolutely, and well, an opportunity for her as well, but a lot to do for England. That wicket for me puts New Zealand in the commanding position.
Well and truly. I think they've swung the momentum now. They've swung it in their favour. You have to say it's New Zealand's now to really grasp with two hands here. I would not want to be coming out as a number 9 and facing Mealy Kerr straight up.
And a number 9 that's only ever batted at number 11 for England before.
Interesting decision this then, as Kerr in and Bell just drives off the front foot to mid-off. Field obviously to Bell has changed, just 2 fielders outside, which is a deep long leg and a deep mid-wicket. 160 for 7 England as Kerr creeps in and bowls, and that's driven again, but this time to cover inside the circle.
Mealy will be loving this. She'll be absolutely licking her lips. While she probably didn't have the start she wanted her first 5 overs with the ball, she's certainly come back, taking some crucial wickets.
Kerr from the Lumley end shorter, and that's defended by Bell to mid-wicket.
Tried to bowl that one a bit quicker and just dragged it down a little bit, didn't she, Mealy?
Field spreads as there's 1 ball left in the over, and they'd much rather be bowling to Bell than Dean. So long on, deep cover. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square as Bell defends solidly. Big stride to the ball, but that's the end of the over. 4 runs from it, but crucially the big wicket of Maya Bouchier for 59. 51 required from 90 balls, so the balls are not the issue, but the wickets column is for England.
Neely's got 2 overs left as well. How do they play her? That'll be the interesting thing. She's obviously a massive threat, especially bowling to the lower order. She loves to clean up a tail.
Yeah, really positive signs for New Zealand. For me, they've fielded better as a side as well. If we compare the two, I think the stuff that I've watched, I've not seen them make many mistakes. So they've got to be happy with that. I think they've taken off all their opportunities, Phil, off the top of my head. It's Ealing, left arm, round the wicket to Dean. That's a full delivery that's played to backward a point. They think about a single, but very agile is Patel.
Yeah, one of those opportunities was the catch there from Susie Bates. That's now 94 she's taken in ODIs, extends her lead at the top of that list. Stefani Taylor next on this, 71, a long way behind.
Ealing in again, back of a length cut, but straight to Patella. Hit her knee. As
what you did there.
Yeah, that was perfect.
94 catches from Susie.
She needs to get 6 more.
It is quite well. Let's hope she does. Let's hope she gets 3 of them now.
I feel like I'm going to text her that. Be like, you've got 2 games to get 6 catches, Suze. Get yourself in slip or short leg or something. Ealing in, and that's played beautifully by Dean out to deep cover for a single. She'll move to 4.
I'm not sure we want to see Susie in slips, to be honest. I don't think it's her best place.
I wanted to get 6 catches.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that slips is the place to do it for her. I can't remember her ever really being in slips. She's always out in the field. She likes to be part of the action. If she's not getting the ball, she gets a bit annoying.
That doesn't sound like Susie. 50 required then. 87 balls to do it. Ealing to Bell, who goes for a booming drive outside the off stump and misses. Through to the wicketkeeper Izzy Gaze, sorry.
New Zealand will like this matchup here, I think. The ball coming in towards Bell. I can't imagine she's enjoying that very much. A little bit of extra pace, probably one of the quicker ones in the New Zealand lineup, Illing.
Also, you know that she's got the bumper in her, but fast bowler's right, so that's a thick outside edge by Bell, but she's off the mark. She'll pick up a single down to 3rd. 49 required for England. Would she bump Lauren Bell?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They would have done their scouting on the order. They wouldn't have been expecting Lauren Bell to come in at 9. And again, no offence, but batting is not her strength, and I think a bumper would be a great option. It's a long way up though. You'll really bend their back.
Into Dean, that is shorter and cut to backward a point. This time Patel takes it cleanly. That's the end of the over. 49 still required for England. 3 wickets for New Zealand. Sunny here in the evening at Chester Street. It's not been a high scoring thriller, but it certainly had its ups and downs for both sides for the crowd. As I was walking back round, saw people with an ice cream.
I don't know if it's the day for an ice cream.
If you're from the northeast, this is a day for an ice cream.
Well, otherwise you'd never get to eat ice cream, I assume.
You can say that. But 2 runs from that over.
Gets the feeling now, doesn't it, that this game's going to go right down to the wire. New Zealand are going to have to be patient.
As Kerr into Bell, and that's slow outside the off stump. 49 needed for England, and that was a wide. Thanks, Phil.
Really impressive lead from Belly there. Front leg, bat was out of the way.
Kerr in again, defends a thick outside edge and does fantastically well. Patel, just keep that to a single. She's got a lot of energy in there.
Yeah, she has. She loves that point region, does Nancy Patel. A wee nugget running around out there. Low to the ground, agile.
Few off the ring as well, so really squeezing in that position as Kerr in a booming drive from Bell and misses. Hits the keeper on the shin, and again no run.
I'm on each here. I really like this matchup. If something is going to happen, isn't it? You can just feel it.
from an England perspective, I hope I see it through this cover sort of line that we have, racing to the boundary again, as that's Fuller by Kerr, teasing Lauren Bell, but again another dot ball.
I mean, she can't just block it out for the next 10 overs and put too much pressure on Charlie Dean either, can she?
She's got the levers as well, we know that. There's Kerr in again, and that's driven to extra cover again, no run. You can hear the suspense, both the crowd and New Zealand. Something's got to happen.
There's a bit more chirping happening out there now, isn't there? They're up and about.
Kerr to Bell, again driven and through that cover circle. That's a perfect cover drive from Lauren Bell. And that races for 4. 44 required to win for England.
Well, we said something was going to happen. Unfortunately for me, you got your wish through the covers for 4.
I feel like at this point I'm allowed my wish.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I can understand why you do. Agree to disagree.
So with that, cover's gone out, as has long on. It's Kerr in again, and then Fuller off the back foot this time for Bell. But that's the end of the over. Just the 4 runs from it and off the bat and the wide. And a few more words from Leah Tahu, and you'll be joined by Fionn with.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish to see what happens. 44 more. Looks like Rosemary's coming back on here too. Back to one of your best bowlers for the day.
Yeah, it's set up pretty nicely. 44 needed by England. They got 78 balls, so plenty of time to do it. But it's those 3 wickets left, and Charlie Dean has played plenty of handy innings for England with the bat, but it's Bell, Filer and Courtine Coleman. They're a bit of a longer tail than usual that England have, and I suspect they've brought on Rosemary Mayer to mop up Lauren Bell and that tail potentially.
I dare say that'll be the plan. Nice and straight here.
But she's got Charlie Dean on strike first of all. She's on 4. And that is working to the leg side. And Charlie Dean calls for 2 straight away. And they're not going to make it. It's good work from Georgia Plimmer on the mid-wicket boundary, charging in to prevent that second run. And the field does come in now for Lauren Bell. So you can see the tactics quite clearly from New Zealand. They've still got a fine leg and square leg and deep third on the boundary. They've just brought that mid-wicket in to stop that single into the leg side. So Rosemary Mayer, I think, can be looking to bowl very full here with this field. Lauren Bell did hit that gorgeous boundary in the previous over, and that is full, and she drives nicely again. It's brilliantly fielded at point by Patel again. She's been a live wire in that position. Another diving stop keeps Lauren Bell on strike.
And New Zealand are really showing off their fielding here, aren't they? So important, backing up your bowlers. If they don't quite get it where they want to, got that support in the field.
Yeah, brilliant commitment there from Patel's diving full stretch. Lauren Bell would have thought she'd have got an easy single down to deep third. As Mary's in again, and that's on a good length and just poked to cover by Lauren Bell. No runs, they're keeping the pressure on here, New Zealand.
2 of the New Zealand's better fielders as well, Nixie Patel and Georgia Plimmer. You'll see they'll always be in hot spots. You want them to get the ball.
Yeah, Patel at a backward point, Georgia Plimmer on the single at mid-wicket. And, the longer that Charlie Dean stays at the non-strikers, and the happier New Zealand will be, as Mary's in, and that's defended again by Lauren Bell straight to cover. So she's happy to defend for now, Lauren Bell, but England do need to be wary about how much pressure they put on Charlie Dean at the other end. She's a very calm character, of course. She's leading England for the first time properly today. So will want to take that responsibility. So 43 runs required, 3 wickets in hand. As Mary's in, and that's much straighter. And Lauren Bell doesn't quite know where the ball has gone, but it just ends up by her feet, and as he gaze comes to retrieve it. So just a single conceded so far by Rosemary Mayer, very consistent.
This is where you can't get too frustrated as a bowler. You're brought back to get a wicket. You think you're into the tail, should be a little bit easier. I should be getting her out. But Lauren Bell looks like she's just happy to defend the good ball. Rosemary's just got to not get frustrated by that. Keep banging away at the same place.
Wonder whether she will try and go for the Yorker to Lauren Bell. And that's driven uppishly, but does bounce in front of Susie Bates at mid-on. So Lauren Bell survives the over. 168 for 7. So 43 required from the last 12 overs. And Rosemary Mayer has only got 2 overs left. She's bowled brilliantly with figures of 2 for 30. And looks like Mealy Kerr is going to continue from the other end. She's bowled 9, so this will be the end of her spell. She's also picked up 2 wickets. And if she can add Charlie Dean to her tally, if she can add her opposing number, her opposing captain, I think that'll go a long way to New Zealand potentially winning this first game. But Dean is on strike now, on 5. And that's full and driven. But Charlie Dean can't make the most of it. Just goes straight to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, Mealy's the same here. She'll go searching for that wicket a little bit, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit floaty, that first one. Got away with it. She's in again now to Dean. And again, it's full and driven uppishly, but bounces in front of mid-off. That full toss being struck to mid-off has been a bit of a pest today, isn't it?
Oh, you're just getting out to full tosses. It's just criminal.
But Mealy would feel a little bit better about her own if she gets somebody else out in the same way, I think, because that's a little bit flatter and defended off the back foot by Charlie Dean for no run. I suspect she's looking to just see out the end of Mealy Kerr's spell here.
Mealy's trying everything here, isn't she? She's gone full, she's gone slower. So I might be a bit flatter. She always wants to be the person, Mealy. She wants to be the one to really break it open.
That is flatter and keeps a little low, and Charlie Dean just manages to poke it out onto the offside. She takes a few steps away to compose herself. 2 balls left of Mealy Kerr's spell. She bowled 4 dot balls in a row to Charlie Dean here. As that is floated up, but it's just left alone by Charlie Dean. It is called a wide. I wonder, Mealy Kerr might not mind that. She gets an extra ball to try and deceive Charlie Dean with.
She might have done that one on purpose.
169 for 7. So she's in now, and Charlie Dean just squirts the ball out to cover for a single. Another scrambling stop by Nancy Patel in the covers. Keeps it to a single. So Lauren Bell has got 1 ball of Mealy Kerr to survive. 170 for 7. Where does the New Zealand captain go here? Oh. She's playing a few mind games. She just withdraws from her run up there, keeps Lauren Bell waiting.
Changed her mind on what she wants to do here.
That is flatter and quicker, but Lauren Bell gets the big stride forward and defends back to the bowler. So it's the end of a very good spell for the New Zealand skipper. 2 for 54 from her 10 overs to go with her half century in New Zealand's innings. So her form as captain continues to shine. But, still 3 wickets for New Zealand to get, and England just 170 for 7 with 11 overs to go, seeking that target of 211.
This is now Lauren Bell's longest innings in ODIs for England, facing 18 balls so far. Her highest score is 11 not out, the first time she batted for England actually, against India at Canterbury back in 2022.
And Winvis is now 51% in England's favour, 49 to New Zealand, so it's honours even, pretty much, almost as close as you can get. As Rosemary Mayer continues, that's short and wide outside the off stump and thumped through the covers by Charlie Dean. She's going to get 4 precious runs. It was short and wide outside the off stump, begging to be hit for 4, and Charlie Dean doesn't miss out. And frustrating start for Rosemary Mayer. England moved to 174 for 7.
Yeah, Rosemary will be really disappointed with that. The last 2 overs have gone for 3 or 4 runs and they've built some pressure up and kind of that just releases it all.
Yeah, takes all the pressure off Charlie Dean now. Getting that boundary off the first ball of the over. So, yeah, with her reply, it's on a good length, and Charlie Dean turns down the single. There probably was one there to the left of extra cover, but she protects Lauren Bell.
It's an interesting tactic there. I mean, you're going to farm the strike for the next 10 overs. You're putting a lot of pressure on yourself. I rate it. You're obviously comfortable with it.
Maybe thinking she's going to get another boundary away. So Charlie Dean has 10, Lauren Bell 5. Dean waits and defends the ball to backward point. They think about a single, but Nancy Patel is too quick in that region. Keeps it to a dot.
Maybe it's that the pace bowler doesn't want to face a pace bowler.
Maybe.
Don't like it coming quick at you.
Leave the spinners to Lauren Bell potentially. So just 37 required now for England. They've chipped away at this target pretty nicely. But you do feel like it is Charlie Dean who holds the key. They've got plenty of time to get them. Is in, and Dean drives beautifully, but is intercepted by the fielder at deep cover, but they're going to come back for a second. Lauren Bell stretches and makes her ground in time. Those long levers getting her home. So it was a beautiful shot out the middle of the bat and well run as well. 176 for 7 now, England.
It's been a bit of a difference there today, hasn't it? The way that England have run between the wickets. Shouldn't really have been 2 there.
It was a good throw from Maddie Green. She has got a good arm, but Lauren Bell gets the big stretch in. Gets herself over the line comfortably. Charlie Dean on to 12. There's Mary's in, and that's much fuller. It's just worked off her legs, and some work for Georgia Plimmer to do out there at deep mid-wicket. She does well, just gets her hand to it, and they come back for a second. So it's a productive over this for England, and for Charlie Dean, he's already taken 8 from it. And with this being Rosemary Mayor's penultimate over, they've made good progress.
She looks very comfortable at the moment, doesn't she, Charlie Dean? Like I say, she's done this to us a number of times recently. A real thorn in the side of the sort of lower order.
She's not the most flashy of lower order batters, but she's very comfortable and very calm, and it's exactly the sort of batter you do want in this kind of scenario. Just keep it simple.
Comfortable with a bit of extra responsibility.
Yeah, she does seem to take that on board pretty well. Dean has 14 from 18 balls. As the last ball of Rosemary Mayor's over is called a dead ball. She's interrupted mid-run up, I think, because of a field change that Mealy Kerr wanted to make.
Not looking at the captain, someone will get told off later for that.
Just moved their square leg a little bit finer. So Mayor tries again to close out her 9th over, and it's driven by Charlie Dean. Again, it's beautiful timing through extra cover, but she's happy to take the single this time so that she can keep the strike. So that is a very productive over from England. They take 9 from it. 10 overs to go. England need just 32. They have 3 wickets in hand. With Mealy Kerr bowled out, it'll be interesting to see where New Zealand turn next. Looks like it's going to be Nancy Patel, so more spin. It'll be Charlie Dean on strike, who has 15. Lauren Bell at the non-strikers end with 5.
Back to bowl for New Zealand.
One of Nancy Patel's real strengths is her consistency, keeping the stumps in play. You saw earlier she was the same, so that's what she'll be looking to do here as well.
Yeah, figures of 1 for 24 from her 6 overs so far. looks pretty comfortable, Charlie Dean, with pace on the ball, so it's worthwhile having a look at a bit of pace off. Maybe try and force her to do something a little bit different. As Patel is in now, still wearing those sunglasses as Charlie Dean hits the ball up to mid-on. She calls for 2, but it's not going to be there. So Lauren Bell back on strike after 1 ball. Bit of an apology from Charlie Dean, but I don't think there was ever 2 there. So she's trusting Lauren Bell with these 5 balls.
She's saying, sorry, I've given you 5 balls.
She's got faith in Lauren Bell. Now, and that's a little short, and just played and missed outside the off stump from Lauren Bell through to the keeper. Gives a little laugh with Charlie Dean. That's a big heave across the line from Lauren Bell, but pretty effective one. Considering the second, but I don't think Charlie Dean ever really wanted to come back for it, so she does well there. Getting herself off strike, 181 for 7, 30 runs required now, England.
As well as they've run today, there was no chance they were running 2 there.
It's kind of like, oh, should we turn around and look like we're interested? Yeah, maybe for a bit. Patel continues, and Charlie Dean brings out the reverse sweep, but straight to short third, so there is no run.
Always impressive when they bring out a reverse sweep.
Second nature now, isn't it, to most batters. As Dean works that up to long on for another single. 182 for 7. The runs required is under 30. 1 ball of the over for Lauren Bell to survive now. As Patel is in, and that's immaculately defended by Lauren Bell. Straight back to the bowler. No getting past those defences, and that's the end of the 41st over. 29 required from the last 54. And 182 for 7, and it looks like Bree Illing is going to come back into the attack. So Rosemary Mayer does still have 1 over. And as there is a change of bowling, there is also going to be a change of commentary. A double change. It'll be Henry Moran and Alex Hartley to see you through.
Thank you so much, Fionn, and thank you to Leah Tahuhu. We'll be hearing from you at the end of the game, whichever way it goes. 182 for 7, England's target. Only 29 away from 54 balls, and this partnership is holding up what looked like a New Zealand charge. Could go either way. Here is Dean defending Illing's first ball of her 8th over. She's bowled brilliantly. 7 overs, 1 for 23. Alex, who's going to play the role of Deepti Sharma and run out Charlie Dean at the non-strikers end?
Nobody, because everyone in New Zealand is a nice person. Not saying Deepti's not. That sounded really bad.
That is an absolutely extraordinary way to start your summer out. It's a massive call.
By saying everybody in New Zealand's lovely.
That's a very politician's answer. You focused on the element that you wanted us to focus on, rather than the key part of that.
Oh, it came out wrong.
Illing round the wicket, and a big swing and a miss from Charlie Dean, whose eyes lit up seeing the ball short and wide.
If we had TMS Women's Cricket Bingo, Henry mentioned one earlier that always gets mentioned. Heather Knight turned down her place at Oxford.
Yeah. Cambridge.
Yeah. Sorry. At Oxbridge.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
And of course, if Charlie Dean comes out to bat, then Deepti Sharma always gets a name check, doesn't she?
Yeah.
So we've ticked both those off today.
Here is Illing, bowling a full delivery, which is beautifully driven, but straight to the hands of Mealy Kerr. Captaincy has to be absolutely spot on from Kerr, who is wearing a rather natty pair of orange sunglasses perched atop her cap on this fresh day in the northeast.
Fresh it is indeed. It's even cold inside sometimes.
You're shivering. In comes Illing. 29 needed from 51. Round the wicket she comes, left arm. Oh, it's an ambitious stroke, and an appeal for LBW. It hit something of Charlie Dean's as she looked to try and play a little scoop over the shoulder, and they run through for a leg by. Rose Dovey, who does everything she does as an umpire in very slow fashion.
Yeah, Charlie Dean there just looking for the paddle to short fine, but it comes off her pad. No danger of it being out, hit outside the line of off stump and missing off stump.
Illing running in again, with England needing 28 from 50. Keeps low, and Lauren Bell does well to actually dig it out into the offside. We've got one ball left of the over. They'll turn down a single, you'd have thought, if one became available. Good test this for England.
Yeah, we spoke about, or Charlotte Edwards, spoke about, being able to cope under pressure and absorbing that pressure. And there has been moments in this game where England absolutely have done that, but there's also been moments where they haven't. You think of Emma Lamb's dismissal and Maya Bouchier's dismissal.
As that is walloped with really good timing, and tell you what, it's gone to the boundary. Lauren Bell gets to double figures, and with a huge grin on her face. Somebody who I think it is fair to say was part of the school of real number 11s at one stage in her career. Well, she's not taken the single, she's not needed to, because she's hit 4. It's the perfect outcome for the final ball of the over. Banged in short, and when you're that tall, pulling the ball in front of square, well, it's a little bit easier. It wasn't quite Ricky Ponting, but I tell you what, that's one to hang up on the wall if you can get a photo of that being played.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot from Lauren Bell, crunched into the onside, played off the front foot as well, but as you say, she is tall, so it was only coming up to about waist height. Brilliantly played, and now that deficit, England only need 27.
Well, I'm pleased that they're taking time between this over, because it means that we get more of Carnival de Paris from 1998, which is an absolute World Cup banger. It's up there with Waka Waka for me.
Yeah, Waka Waka's better though.
Yes, it's a superior song, no question. Patel bowls to Dean, who drives a little airily towards Susie Bates. 187 for 7. Yeah, I think the age of the World Cup song released by teams has sadly gone, where they used to sing. Dean taps the ball into the onside. That's nicely played. And into space to allow 2. And England fans are just trying to eke them home at the moment. And it's that sort of... I love the atmosphere you get in a tight run chase where fans really see every run as mattering.
I don't know about you, Henry, but there are certain people when they're at the crease that bring an element of calm. So when you think of Natsiva Brunt, you think of Elise Perry.
Patel bowls to Dean, who again looks for a run, and there is one there if they'd wanted it. Arguably there would have been 2, but you couldn't have risked it because Patel wasn't far from stopping it immediately. I know what you mean.
Susie Bates.
Yes.
I also think Charlie Dean has that element about her. She always seems to score runs when needed. She scored loads against New Zealand and got England out of tricky situations before against New Zealand.
Patel bowling to Dean, who clatters the ball to deep cover, and they will take the run this time. 21 needed from 44. It's funny how cricketers get that reputation.
And there has obviously been times where Dean's failed and she's got out, and but it always felt like that chase against India when she was run out at the non-striker's end, that felt like that had to be done because she was going to get England over the line. Feels a little bit like that today. While she's there, feel very calm. But if she gets out, then England might start to feel a little bit frantic. But if Lauren Bell gets out and Dean's still there, I'm still pretty confident.
Yeah. Patel bowls to Lauren Bell. It's been spooned in the air over the infield. It's going to go dribbling towards the boundary. They'll get a couple. And Lauren Bell into double figures is now feeling rather confident as she moves to 12 from 24 balls. And I've got a little Lauren Bell batting stat for you in a minute. There's the lesser spotted Lauren Bell batting stat. Final ball of Patel's over, her 8th. And it's a quicker one, which is edged. And it'll drop down towards short third. And there is no run. So, 4 from the over. England require 19 from 42. 5 from the over. Thank you. And England eking their way towards victory. What was the requirement when these two came together, Phil? It's never good when the scorer looks with his arms outstretched.
They came together at 160, so they've added 32. I'm just waiting if your Lauren Bell stat will be the same as mine, Henry.
Well, give us yours, because I've...
Oh, well, for Lauren Bell now, this is both her longest innings in ODIs and her highest score.
Well, the one I've been supplied with is 12 of 24, the most balls in her innings in her white ball career, and including tests. More deliveries only on one occasion when she got 0-0 out at the MCG in that ill-fated test for England during that Women's Ashes series. So there you go. She's done a good job.
And we mentioned earlier, the first time she's not batted at number 11 for England in an ODI.
Right then, this could be a big over. Rosemary Mayer, who's got 2 for 39, is coming to bowl her final over, with England requiring 19 off 42. It's Test match special, first international of a busy summer. Here comes Mayer, running in, and a slower delivery. 2 is the cry straight away, and scampering away. Charlie Dean is running for all she's worth. No, throw hits at the non-striker's end, and it's Lauren Bell heading in that direction. They will look at this. I don't think there's a lot of confidence.
No, it feels like Lauren Bell was
Umpires
back.
Director, we have an umpire review for run-outs at the bowler's end. Can we go with your first angle, please?
We just see it on the replay here. A great throw from Plymouth. Lauren Bell's back.
Well,
Bat is grounded, batter has made their ground. I am ready to make my decision, thank you.
the advantage of being 6 feet tall, I suppose, is you've got the long reach at the end.
Yeah, Hoover's longer.
Yeah. So not out, and the crowd like that. 2 runs taken, 194 for 7. England needs 17 off 41 deliveries. Charlie Dean with the keeper standing up, waiting and playing aerially, and there's just a moment where it looks a little nervy, but it drops well short of the fielder Maddie Green, who made 88 earlier. She's at deep cover, ground in shadow. No lights on though. Maybe these windows are a bit tinted.
They are.
I'm just sort of spouting the stream of consciousness at the moment.
I came in earlier and I thought, is it going to rain? And it was just darker in here.
Yeah, well, it's like having Michael Fish alongside me.
All right, Fish. I'd be a rubbish weatherman.
Why?
I'd have to be a weather lady for a start. Got that bit wrong. But I'm always like, you got to look out the window.
Which is true.
Yeah, like they'll say, it's raining today, and you go, no, it's not, it's dry.
Here comes Mayer. Bowling to Lauren Bell, who swings and misses. England needs 16 off 39, 3 wickets in hand.
Because you love a radar.
I love a radar.
I don't trust your radar.
Well, I'm using science. You're using the immediate picture. So I'm judging what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You are living in the moment, I suppose.
And
So
that probably sums us up.
It does. I worry constantly about what's to come.
Yeah, and I'm like, just go with the flow.
Yeah, it's very true, actually.
That's why I got stuck in a storm yesterday without a coat or an umbrella.
Exactly. I would have had a coat and umbrella, and then would have been laughing. In comes Mayer. Full delivery, bowler! Lauren Bell goes for a gutsy 12 off 27. England are 8 down, and this game's not done. She's played really well, Lauren Bell, but England still needs 16 from 38, and Mayer gets her 3rd wicket in her final over.
Yeah, great delivery from Mayer. The Yorker just goes underneath Lauren Bell's bat. Not much she could have done about it, just misses the straight one. And New Zealand just give themselves a glimmer of hope at the back end of this innings as England edge closer and closer to that target. And you just start to think, if New Zealand could have got that 30 runs more when they've fallen short, would have been a really close game, this.
It's amazing, isn't it, how a number can look so different, and given the context of a run chase, where you're looking at it and you think 16, oh, they're walking this, it'll be easy, and suddenly you're thinking, oh, 2 wickets and they're not going to get home. But Lauren Filer, who I would have thought would have gone in ahead of Lauren Bell, comes to the middle.
Yeah, I always had Filer down as a better batter than Bell. She can definitely hit a longer ball.
Yep.
Or used to be able to. Maybe England just thought Lauren Bell would be able to stick around and build an innings longer than potentially Filer.
Well, Maya Boucher played nicely for 59. We've seen Freya Kemp make 30, but it's these runs at the back end that feel oh so important, and England left so vulnerable. Get my words out. Tilly Courtine-Coleman's making her way towards the boundary, batted up. It's a big moment on debut, perhaps. And Lauren Filer is doing nothing for my claim that perhaps she should have been ahead of Lauren Bell, because her feet have gone precisely nowhere as the ball goes whistling past the outside edge. I think it's a case of surviving Rosemary Maher's final delivery here. She's got 3 for 42.
Yeah, absolutely. But Maher's got to be bowling at the stumps at the tail enders. That was wide outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Hit the 3 sticks in the ground.
It's a solid tactic.
Works a treat.
Here comes Maher to bowl to Filer. Oh, it was full and it was straight and it was well dug out. 16 needed, 6 overs to do it. That is not an issue. The issue is that it'll take 2 good balls or 2 moments of misjudgment or misfortune for England, as we saw with the dismissal of Freya Kemp. Run out at the non-striker's end, and that will be enough.
Yeah, and how many overs did New Zealand face before they were bowled out?
48.4.
Those balls, it doesn't sound much, but it does make a difference. You just get 1 off each of those remaining deliveries.
Well, it's much like when you see, you know, extras bowled in a T20. You think, oh, well, 6 wides. And you think, actually, hold on, they're over it. It's only a 21-20 game, you know.
Yeah.
So it does make a real difference just keeping a proper check on keeping things organised. So Lauren Bell, the latest wicket to fall in Maher's final over. She made 12 from 27. Patel from the far end of the ground bowls to Charlie Dean, who clips up towards long on. The crowd roar home a single, which goes to Amelie Kerr, and she's immediately trotting in the New Zealand skipper and directing traffic as the sun peeks out here in the northeast.
Yeah, I was going to say they've got to bring an extra fielder up here now. New Zealand put pressure on Lauren Filer, and they have done. They've done exactly that. Deep cover has come up inside the fielding ring, so there's deep square, deep mid wicket, and a long on. Arguably, I'd love to have long on in as well. Let her go over the top.
Filer waiting and forward in defence. How does she approach this, Alex?
There's so much time left in the game. I think just stay there. Obviously, the more you think about not getting out, the higher chance you've got of getting out. But if there's a wide one, hit it.
Oh, down the leg side. Oh, this is going to run down towards the fine leg boundary. The crowd willing it towards the ropes. It won't quite make it. But 3 potentially valuably taken. And what good running that is. Charlie Dean, who has pushed so hard to get there. And big applause on the England balcony, because that suddenly takes the requirement from 15 to 12.
Yeah, brilliant running. And that's why I was saying, just wait for that delivery. That one down the leg side gets called 3 leg byes. Lauren Filer looking to sweep it, but brilliant running from Charlie Dean, who's so quick between the wickets to get 3 there.
She's a very quick runner and pushed so hard. Here is Patel, off spin from the far end of the ground. Dean whipping the ball out towards the deep. It dips just before it reaches Georgia Plymouth. And actually, I think
England's 200s in the 45th over.
There you go, 200 up, 200 for 8. I think, Alex, you waving to the ball to get down probably actually did the job there.
It's wafting it down, wasn't he?
You say, you know, there's no influence from up here, but that, you know, very much England's 12th player today. 200 for 8, 11 needed from 32. Filer defends, and from the crease will pat the ball back towards Patel. And good noise around the ground. Fans have all stayed in. It's not by any means a sellout, but there's a very healthy crowd enjoying watching international cricket here in Chester Street. 200 for 8, 11 needed. And Filer very late defends and then thinks about a single that I think Charlie Dean would not be necessarily wise to have taken. So 11 needed, 5 overs remain to do it.
Not really been nervous watching England for a long time, but I feel like I've got that little bit of giddiness about me.
You're
again.
in the game.
Well, in the game, wanting them to do well, you know, put the past behind. I'd love for England cricket this summer, men and women, to get back to a stage where the fans are behind them again, you know, and willing them on and willing them to win. And if I'm feeling like that with the rocky relationship we've had over the last couple of years, I hope other people can as well.
Well, it was on this ground actually in 2015, that summer, in a game against New Zealand that England's men played after that awful World Cup in Australia. And Johnny Bairstow led England home in a really tight run chase, and that just felt like a little turning moment in terms of public sort of grasping their enthusiasm for the project. Dean says no to a single down the ground to long on. 11 needed from 29. It's funny how these little things can just games that somehow just capture the imagination a little bit. Jess Kerr is bowling from the Finkel end. One of the best named ends.
Finkel.
Yeah, spelt Finch Ale.
Oh, I'd have spelt it Finkle.
Here comes the next delivery, which this time will be eased for a single towards Mealy Kerr. 10 needed, and the message will be a simple one, full and straight.
Yeah, it has to be. Has to be to the tail enders. Can she get a little bit of shape back in towards Lauren Filer? Be interesting to see what she does with the field here. She's got to bring deep cover in, surely. Yeah, that is exactly what she's doing. Otherwise, that would have just been a simple block and run. There's nothing better than a tail ender where the bowler forgets to bring deep cover in and you go, thank you.
Well, there's no fine leg. Will she be tempted, Filer, just to step across the stumps and try and manipulate the ball? Kerr runs in and it's defended. And the crowd's enjoying even that moment. I love it. There's just that sense of jeopardy that's great fun.
This is this moment right now is exactly why I've got a real love-hate with 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
It's been so dull for most of the day, and then now it's like tense and exciting, and I want to watch every ball.
It's like a good slow burning series. Kerr bowls up, and she plays all around it, does Filer. And England are 9 down. New Zealand 1 away from victory. England still require 10. And coming to the middle is an 18-year-old who would rather, you'd imagine, have hoped she wouldn't be required with the bat. But Tilly Courtine-Coleman on international debut comes to the middle, having taken wickets earlier on today, with a job to do.
What a great delivery from Jessica. We were talking about how important it is to keep the stumps in play. That ball angling in towards Lauren Filer, pitches on off stump, hits middle stump. Lauren Filer plays around it, like you say, Henry. And now all eyes back on Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Everybody's been talking about her since the 100 draft, since she got picked up for over £100,000. Made her debut today, bowled brilliantly, hasn't looked out of place with the ball in hand or in the field. But this is where your ticker's going. Your hands are shaking, you're nervous, you're anxious, not only because you're on debut, but because you know you're the number 11 and you're so close to getting your team over the line.
Well, it's a great game of cricket to kick things off. It really is a thriller. England 201 for 9, chasing 211. And you've got the left-handed Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who's having a look around and rather ominously looking towards deep mid-wicket, thinking, well, it's only 2 hits away, this. Stand back, everybody. Here comes Jess Kerr. Full delivery, which is dug out with more than a degree of competence coming forward. 1 ball left of the over. Charlie Dean will be thinking, possibly the next over is the one she has to get it done.
No, she's just got to farm the strike.
10 needed off 25.
Can't get it done in 1 over. It's too many. If there was 6, then yeah, I think 10's too many in the next over.
Round the wicket, Courtine-Coleman waits and plays an ambitious stroke, which is very full. She misses it. It slaps into the pads of the keeper Izzy Gaze, and the over concludes with 1 wicket and 1 run, and England need 10 from 24. Whoa. You say her ticker will be going, her palms will be sweating.
I might not.
Yeah, I know.
Leah's are on the other side. Watch her stand up if they get that last wicket. Phil, sorry, I interrupted you. I got excited.
First time since the year 2000 that we've seen 3 left-handed batters in an England women's ODI game.
Well, there you go. We said they were a rare commodity.
Well, in my sort of era from Lydia Greenway, there was only Lydia Greenway and then Tash Farron, but Tash Farron batted at 11, sometimes 10, and there's been nobody.
Yeah.
And now we can't move for them.
2:01 for 9. 10 needed from 24, and Dean gets a full toss, and she calls through for a single. And I'm not sure why she's done that. And she now is resting her forehead on the toe end of her bat and thinking, oh, I've done something daft there.
That's given New Zealand a huge opportunity here. I think maybe Charlie Dean with the full toss, she thought she might have got it past that fielder, which is why she set off. There's a decent bit of fielding at extra cover. And now everybody from New Zealand will be knowing this is a huge chance to win this game.
Well, England's smiles on the balcony have been replaced by very nervous looks. Brie Illing stalking in, left arm over, it's down the leg side, wide. And that is a requirement of 8. It was actually a very good take from Missy Gaze, plunging low to her right. 8 from 23. Courtine Coleman in the sunshine. Won't forget her international debut. She won't forget it particularly if they can get over the line. Next delivery. Oh, it's a pill for LBW, which is hopeful, I think it is fair to say. And they've run through for a leg by. So, yeah, that is another one that is very, very helpful. They are going to review it, but...
New Zealand review.
Yeah, great running from Charlie Dean, who's going, I got to get up that other end. I've got to get on strike.
Okay, third umpire's director.
This isn't out, I'm sure of that.
We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out.
Well, I don't think so. It didn't feel out.
It's a fair delivery. Can we move front on, please?
But it is nice to have...
But then,
thank you.
But then with these, sometimes as players you don't bother coming together.
Yeah, that's going down the leg side. I mean, it was
Just take that back for me, please.
grisly-looking shot from Courtine Coleman. But it's, impact is outside the line.
Close to the bats. Can I check with Ultra Edge, please?
Well, I thought that might have been a bit closer than we thought, and it's not, but only purely for the fact that New Zealand came together.
2:04 for 9. The decision has been reviewed, but everybody is back together. And in their fielding positions, I think the overall sense is that this is going to be given not out. And though we wait, it is the sort of wait that is ultimately pointless.
Hawkeye probably gone home. Like, that's not out, turn it off.
Well,
Thank
possibly.
You. Ultra Edge coming up.
Oh, we got Ultra Edge
Gap
first.
on the left-hand side. Ball is yet to reach the bats. Play through. There is some noise on the line. Keep playing through. Clear gap on the left-hand side.
Nice.
No spike as the ball passes the bat.
Authority from Sue.
Satisfied. Keep play through for me. Satisfied there is no bat involved.
And
we can move to ball tracking, please.
I'm satisfied there's nothing involved.
Yeah, I can see all 3 stumps. We don't need ball tracking.
Thank you. Original decision is not out. Pitching is in line. Impact is outside. So back to Jackie. Stay with your original decision of not out. Signal not out now, please.
I mean, it's
Good decision from Jackie, that.
it was a good decision, but also the fact that it was impact outside the line of leg stump, we could have seen that anyway. I mean,
I understand why they've gone upstairs.
oh yeah, you got it, haven't you?
Yeah.
7 needed. New Zealand need 1 wicket. Dean pushes forward and looks to try and find a run. She can't do so. 7 needed from 22.
I'm going to look at Leah while I ask this question because I don't know the answer as a seamer. Is there not any part of Illing that will want deep cover up to try and squeeze Charlie Dean a little bit more and put more pressure on? She's going to take one anyway. I'll not take one anyway. Okay, there's my answer. I'm just a greedy bowler. Why risk the 4? Fair.
Round the wicket, Illing bowls. Oh, in the air and dropped! It was a full toss and it went to the hands of backward point and Patel, and Charlie Dean couldn't resist the full toss outside the off stump. She punches her gloves in frustration, but it's been dropped. It's been dropped by the fielder, and it is a 10 out of 10 chance, and she's just lost it. Oh, goodness me.
That's an awful passage of play.
Oh, it's a poor ball, poor shot, poor drop.
Oh,
England
Patel.
still needs 7. Round the wicket. And this time it's on the ground, and inevitably Patel called into action, fields beautifully. End of the over, is it? No, 1 ball left. And 7 needed from 19 balls. Charlie Dean is still chastising herself.
It's such a bad drop from Patel. A backward point. It's gone straight to her. Should have been straight in the breadbasket, but she's almost gone, like step back away from the ball.
Dean is beaten, and beaten in the fashion that means she can't get through for a single, and she's so annoyed with herself. I think she's got a scrambled mind to an extent out there. I wonder, should we bring Leah in as well for this conclusion? You up for that, Leah? Yeah, come on. Come grab a headset.
Henry's making a decision.
I am. Mainly because Alex, I can see how nervous you are.
Don't worry, producer Jack. Henry's got it.
Well, no, I certainly asked the question. But Leah, you look like you were living and breathing every moment, so I thought we've got to get you on.
I am, so I'm not sure how this is going to go with a microphone on. I'm gonna
Terrific.
have to remember that I've got a microphone on.
People are listening.
Oh, it's exciting, isn't it, though? This is why you play the game, though, isn't it?
And this is why you commentate. How great is it?
Yeah.
It's so good from this side.
3 overs to go. Bowling for
But in
New
some
Zealand
ways,
at the Finkel
you've got
end,
no
24,
control.
Jess
So
Kerr.
if you were out there, well, you could G up the team. Jess Kerr has got 1 over to bowl. And here comes the next delivery, which is rather elegantly played by Courtine Coleman, angling the ball down towards deep third. The crowd love it. 6 needed from 18 balls.
Yeah, outside the off
17
stump
balls.
from Jess Kerr. It's so important to attack the stumps at this stage of the game. Otherwise, that becomes so easy just to manoeuvre the ball down to third.
Dean on 27. England require 6 from 17. Kerr to bowl to the England stand-in captain, who's a gutsy player, acquired in a tricky situation. Next ball, in front of a hushed crowd, is defended.
It's well bowled, that, isn't it? Nice and straight. You're starting to think now, what is Charlie Dean thinking? You can't just get one. Can't get one off the over and keep the strike the whole time. It's not going to get you to the win.
And that deficit's coming down so quickly, isn't it?
6 off 16. Yeah. Oh, it's tense. 205 for 9. A cracker to start the summer. Here comes Jess Kerr. Over the wicket, and Dean will defend again. She can do nothing with that.
She's trying to knock that ball into the onside, which is great captaincy from Mealy Kerr, leaving a gap at mid-wicket, knowing that Jess Kerr does slightly move the ball in towards the right-hander, but she's just hanging it just outside off stump. And Charlie Dean's trying to play across the ball and can't, and she looks a little bit twitchy.
You're happy to give her 1. Have another couple of balls at TCC here.
Kerr bowls, and there will be at least 1 there. It's into the leg side. They'll push hard for the first. They'll turn for the second. They run hard, and they get that second run. And England need 4, and this time Charlie Dean, as she punches her gloves together, it's an enthusiastic, come on, we got this. New Zealand, who'll be making the noise out there, Leah?
New Zealand will be disappointed with that. They're too far on the boundary there. You've got to come in a few more. You know that they're trying to get 2 every single ball.
Creeping their way. There has been 1 tie in the history of England-New Zealand one-day internationals in the 86 matches they've played prior to today.
And there's only going to be 1 after today.
Which way? We shall see. 4 needed from 14. Full delivery, and again there will be something, doesn't matter what from England's perspective, because Charlie Dean's going to scamper on through, and I think it has been a bit of bat and pad, so they will get a run. Not that it really matters at this point. There are numbers that matter, a 3 from 13 and 1 ball left of the over at the number 11. You can barely watch.
I can't, yeah, I'm a bit stressed here actually.
She must be a really frustrating player to play against, Charlie Dean.
Yeah, she is. She's a classy batter, and like you say, she really digs in. She's done this to us numerous times, unfortunately.
Courtine Coleman on debut, 18 years old, 3 needed for victory. New Zealand need 1 wicket. And that is going to be punched into the offside, and she's going to keep the strike. And it was a very nice shot. but in the circumstances, rather bold move, I feel. So Jess Kerr finishes 10 overs, 1 for 41. England require 2, 1 to take the scores level. And who's going to bowl this over?
Bree Illing here. She's the only one with overs left, isn't she?
Well,
There must be one other.
Strike bowler, yeah.
Well, this is high drama.
Yeah, this innings reminds me of that one in New Zealand where Charlie Dean got England over the line. Was it at Wellington?
It was in Wellington, yeah. We tried everything against her that day as well. We were bouncing her, we were going full, we were doing everything you possibly could. But she grinds it out like this. But it's an interesting decision to take that run on that last ball.
Yeah. And how Nancy Patel at backward point is probably thinking, I can't believe I dropped that catch.
Well, yeah, that wasn't great, and she'll be haunted by her first game on overseas cricket, and 23 years old. You think, goodness, it's a cruel mistress. Field is in. As in comes the next delivery. Oh, beautifully played, angled away, down towards deep third for 1. The scores are level. Oh, that's lovely batting. Courtine Coleman running the ball off the face of the bat. And that is a really classy shot.
Yeah, just opened the face of the bat there. Courtine Coleman looked in control and a little grin when she gets to the non-strikers end and a nod to the captain to say, well done, Skip.
Over to you. Don't mess it up. I've got us this far.
Imagine if an 18-year-old said that. I've done my job, now you finish it, Skip.
It'd be a shame if you ruined this for all of us, Captain. 1 needed from 11 balls. Field is right in the eye line of Charlie Dean. She comes forward, she drives into the offside, and there it is. Huge roar.
Congratulations
around this ground as England get over the line. And they've won this thriller. What a brilliant game of cricket to start this big international summer. England win by 1 wicket. New Zealand have taken them very, very close. But in the end, it's their stand-in captain, Charlie Dean, who gets them home with a little push through the offside. She ran past the 18-year-old debutant, Tilly Courtine Coleman, who'll never forget today. She was out there in the middle for an England win, batting at 11, did her bit with bat and ball. England win the first of these 3 one-day internationals, and what a positive note, not just for England, but for the series to start the international summer. Alex Hartley.
Yeah, brilliant game of cricket. It's funny, isn't it? Because for a lot of the game, it's almost plateaued, and it's almost been quite, in its own way, quite dull from both sides of almost England picking up wickets, New Zealand facing a lot of dots, but getting up and around that 200 mark, you think, oh, we've got something to bowl at. England then really in control of the game. Emma Lamb gave a wicket away. Maya Bouchier then did the same. Obviously, the run out of Freya Kemp at the non-strikers, and then New Zealand are right back in it. And a few quick wickets, but you've obviously Charlie Dean, the standing captain's got England over the line, but Lauren Bell was exceptional as well, coming in at number 9, facing the 27 balls she did. And England will be relieved. They'll be relieved to start the summer off with a win.
They certainly will. Leah Tahuhu is alongside us as well. And yeah, New Zealand will be gutted, particularly with that drop catch. But ultimately, it's a brilliant game of cricket.
You can't ask for much more to start the summer than that, can you? Edge of the seat stuff, only 10 balls remaining in the game. I think England just held their nerve better at the end of the day. New Zealand gave themselves the chance to win the game. Unfortunately, Nancy Patel wasn't able to hold on to that catch, and England, Charlie Dean, got her team across the line.
How will it affect her? What sort of character is she?
I don't think she'll dwell on it too much. She's played a lot of domestic cricket. She's new in her international, career, but I don't think she'll dwell on it too much. She'll be disappointed with herself, absolutely, but I think it was as much as it went straight to her, it was still a hard catch. You're not expecting a full toss to squirt off to point, and it came across her very, very quickly as well. So you have to take that into perspective. It wasn't an absolute dolly, but yeah, look, what a game of cricket at the end of the day.
Phil Long.
Yeah, just the 3rd time England have won a women's ODI by 1 wicket. All 3 times against New Zealand, and the last 2 times Charlie Dean has been there, not out at the end.
Well, there you go. And we spoke about at the interval, Alex, the need for England to really show grit in those pressure moments. They've done that today.
They haven't.
To an extent.
Yeah, they have and they haven't. I think if you look back on the day as a whole, the batting innings, sorry, I think England can be disappointed. They got themselves into some really strong positions. I think Jodie Grucock going early and Emma Lamb not helping her out with the review as a debutant, I think that was quite poor. I also think then Maya Bouchier gets herself in total control of the game, a leading edge, a simple dismissal. There are positives. England have won. I don't want to say, it was all doom and gloom, but there's still areas to improve on, because if we're being honest, chasing 210 should have been a lot simpler. It was a cracking game of cricket, and actually one you probably want to start off the summer. Keep fans on the edge of their seats. We can't really watch. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't know the way of the result. But going into that second innings, it should have been a cakewalk, really.
Yeah, and so there are certainly things to work on. But look at the back end of the New Zealand innings. Phil, talk us through that collapse as well from New Zealand.
Yeah, so that collapse we mentioned all the way through the innings, didn't we? That the teams were roughly neck and neck. In the end, they first lost 4 for 4 from 13, and at the very end they lost 5 wickets for 7 runs off 20 deliveries.
Yeah, and that cost them, you have to say, in the end. And also the fact that they didn't bat their overs. 8 balls left out there in the middle.
Yeah. You look down the scorecard for New Zealand and you look at Mealy Kerr's 55 and Maddie Green's 88. That's 150 runs between them, more or less. And you think they've only managed to get up to 200 as the rest of the team. So I think New Zealand, when they reflect on the game today, they'll be disappointed with how they went about the back end of that innings, because they did have a brilliant platform. Yes, it was slightly slower than you would have liked, but actually the pitch wasn't as straightforward. It wasn't a road. So 250 could have been a winning score.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so intriguing, isn't it? And that's why we enjoy the format when it comes down to close matches, because you get that wonderful ebb and flow, and you look at things and how it went and how it could have gone. And you have to say, there were some key moments from both sides where they didn't perform brilliantly, and also some key moments where actually massive credit to the teams, because there was that fabulous spell in the middle of the England innings where the pressure built, 1 run off 21 balls, 2 wickets fell, and you really felt the game was going towards New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean, New Zealand bowlers didn't have a lot to defend, but I think they went about it superbly. I think the way that Rosemary Meir was able to really lead at the start of the innings as well, but then come back as well and just be looking to hit those stumps. Brealing, again, impressive. Jess Kerr keeps doing the same as she always does. Mealy probably won't be that happy with how she started her spell, but she certainly came back in her last 4 overs. But really, the batters, they'll have a good hard think about how they finished off that innings and certainly be looking to make some changes going into the next game.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the back end of the New Zealand innings saw the score falling from 205 for 5 to 210 all out, and that really was, in the end, the difference, with England just getting over the line with 1 wicket in hand. So England's innings saw a new opening partnership, Emma Lamb and Jodie Grucock on debut. Grucock made just 3 runs, but she did actually get the wicket, importantly, with her leg spin with a full toss to get rid of Mealy Kerr on 55. Emma Lamb 15, Jodie Grucock 3. Heather Knight was in good touch before she was dismissed on 19. Maya Bouchier top scored for England with 59. Freya Kemp unlucky to be run out at the non-striker's end on 30. Amy Jones 3 from 6. Danny Gibson, well, a healthy enough 19, but she would have been frustrated not to go on. Lauren Filer out without scoring. Lauren Bell made a very useful 12 from 27 balls. But at the end it was Charlie Dean, 31 not out, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman on debut, 3 not out, that get England over the line. And the crowd that have braved the cool weather richly rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely a brilliant game of cricket. I don't know who's going to be player of the match, because there are a few contenders. I mean, Charlie Dean, outstanding, captain in England, standing captain. Siva Brunt, obviously injured, picking up a little calf niggle. Charlie Dean wasn't even meant to be playing in this series, and oh, how New Zealand would have been wishing she wasn't today after she's done it again against New Zealand. And look, she's one of those players for me, Dino, the fact that she just does bring a sense of calm. And she doesn't score a mountain of runs. She obviously takes loads of wickets, and she's a very, very good bowler and a decent fielder. But when she's got the bat in hand, she she just seems focused. She looks like nothing else is going to bother her. She knows the job she's got to do. And look, I think there were a few mistakes when she was trying to farm the strike and took a couple of singles, and we're all sat up here going, what's she doing? But ultimately, she's got England over the line there.
For the game, and we spoke about the sort of feel around English cricket and the importance that, you know, everyone's on side around the World Cup and everything else. Do you feel that this is a sort of game that actually goes quite a long way to generating that feel-good factor?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for England cricket as a whole, to get the fans back on board, they've got to start winning games of cricket. And today they got over the line in a game that they could have potentially lost previously, or we've seen them lose previously. So yeah, look, I think the way you get people back on board and get the fans interested and excited is getting over the line when you are in tough positions as well. And that was brilliant to watch. It was a brilliant game of cricket.
Indeed, and it could have gone the other way had that catch been taken by Nancy Patel, with England requiring fewer than 10 runs. It was slapped to her, and though they were excellent in the field, it did go quickly, but in a right angle. I'm not sure she even got a hand to it. It just seemed to hit her.
Hit her in the chest.
I think it did. And England, in the end, with at that point, I think it was just 7 needed to win, Phil, was it? And it would have won the game for New Zealand. It was 7 needed to win. So, blimey, sure, you feel for somebody early on in their international career, Leah. Nobody means to drop a catch, as the old saying goes.
Yeah, no one wants to drop a catch like that, do they? And like you say, New Zealand fielded very well today. I think they probably outfielded England for everything that we've heard around, I guess, England's fielding and how much work they've done on it. You know, I think, to be honest, the same thing's been happening, but maybe it's a touch quieter for New Zealand, and they really showed today. They were outstanding in the field. It was just that one blemish that, unfortunately, has meant that they weren't able to get over the line in the game.
So great cricket on show this summer. I'm not sure we'll have many closer 50-over matches, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it, Alex, I have to say.
Oh, I felt like a kid at Christmas when I woke up this morning. You know what I'm like in the morning, where we're leaving at 9, I'll set my alarm for 2:45. I was awake at 8 o'clock, and I know people are going, what? That's a normal time to get up. But I was just like, it's back. The cricket season is back. England women are back playing cricket, and yeah, very happy fan up here.
Indeed. We'll hear from Charlie Dean in just a moment. But Phil, statistically speaking, I mean, it was a game that, you know, it had, I suppose, landmark moments for individuals as opposed to statistical moments for individuals. But there was the fact that the 3 England debutants all took a wicket, and that'll be a nice little boost.
Yeah, the 3 England debutants all took wickets. All the England bowlers took wickets. And in fact, everybody who bowled in the match took a wicket.
Oh, what a fact and a stat that is.
Yes, that's a nice little start for them. Just looking at New Zealand's record in England, they've only won 2 now of the last 14. They were both in Leicester and both in dead rubbers in bilateral series. So the last time that New Zealand last won a game in England that wasn't in Leicester was at Lord's in 2010. The last time they won a game in England that wasn't a dead rubber was in 2007 at Blackpool.
Was it really? And do you know what is most remarkable about that? Susie Bates has been playing for a year already.
Susie Bates played them all.
And Susie Bates, who we've mentioned a lot today, you mentioned it earlier, Al, she had started playing ODI cricket before the batter who saw England home had even been born.
I don't know.
How does that make you feel there?
I mean, it makes me feel all right. I'm not Susie Bates, who's been playing for 20 years.
I know. I think as a fast bowler, you'd be going some to be playing for 20 years. I think it's fair to say.
Impressive.
Yeah, it's some effort from somebody that is heading towards the end of her career, but what a servant for New Zealand cricket and New Zealand basketball.
Yep, dual international, as we know. Been to the Olympics.
Oh, God, don't you just...
Commonwealth medal.
Oh,
honestly.
There's really nothing she hasn't done.
Played a test match, and which is outrageous, thankfully.
It still hurts that.
I bet it does. So we'll hear from Charlie Dean, the England captain, in just a moment. And she played brilliantly well, I have to say. She really did guts it out. She was good with the ball as well. Courtine Coleman, very exciting young talent, 18 years old, 10 overs, 2 for 49. I mean, looks very much in place to be an international cricketer.
Absolutely, she didn't look nervous. She didn't look out of place at all, did she? Obviously not got the control and I guess wasn't as economical as Sophie Ecclestone would be, but Sophie Ecclestone is a freak of nature, the best that there ever has been in women's cricket, in my opinion. And Tilly Courtine-Coleman is definitely just proven that she could play alongside Ecclestone when Ecclestone's fit and ready to be back into this side. And look, it's going to be tough for selection for Charlotte Edwards, because you can't play all three left arm spinners. You can, but the problem is if you do, you're missing out on batting, because they're all going to be 9-10 jack, and that's what would be different for this England side. So you could probably only play two of them at the same time.
Yeah, and Courtine-Coleman looks like she can hold a bat at least, and she showed guts there at the end. I mean, you wouldn't bank on her to necessarily score 50, but it certainly can hold a bat, which is very useful to have at the tail end, when New Zealand would have sensed that the victory was probably going to be theirs, actually. But yeah, these are the things that Charlotte Edwards wants to see. She wants to see an England side, and I'm sure the same will be from the White Ferns' point of view, is players pushing and deep squad potential.
Yeah, every time you're given an opportunity, it's something where you're saying, you can't leave me out of the side now. And I think all the debutantes today, Bouchier, who's come back in, wasn't originally in the team, I think she's given Charlotte a lot of headaches.
Right, let's hear from the England captain. Got England over the line with 1 wicket in hand, made 31 not out. Did Charlie Dean, as well as picking up a couple of wickets, and she clutches a bottle of sparkling wine. She's been chatting to Fionn Wynne.
Charlie, as captaincy debuts go, it was a bit of a nail-biter out there at the end.
Yeah, I think we didn't make it easy for ourselves, but to be there at the end, I didn't want to lose that game. And the girls who batted at the lower order were fantastic and really held their own. And credit to Boosh and Kempy's partnership as well, really rebuilding for us. It was just great to get over the line.
In terms of you taking responsibility at the end, something you've done quite often, batting in that 7 or 8 position, what is it about your kind of character that you think helps you when you're out there in the moment? Is it easier being out there than it is being on the side?
I feel like it's definitely easier when you're in control of it a little bit. I'm a nervous watcher, so it's much easier being out there. I think I like to play game situations, and I feel like I know my strengths. So to be able to take low-risk options because of how well we bowled today, a few more runs on the board, and that could have been a little tougher. So I enjoy my batting, so I really enjoy the chance to get out there, and to be not out is fantastic.
And Tilly Courtine-Coleman, 18 years old at the end there, batting at number 11. How are you kind of steering her through that and through those nerves?
Yeah, I mean, she walked out and she was asking me her plans, and their Yorkers were working really well, and she was like, right, I'm gonna come at them, and I was like, yes, brilliant. She had it all nailed on, and we got through there.
And with the ball in hand as well, it's a very accomplished debut from her.
Yeah, she's brilliant. I guess days can't get much better as a debut, to be not out at the end and take a few crucial wickets and bowl really tightly. So yeah, she strides on, and she's fantastic, and I can't wait to see the rest of her future.
And there's quite a few experienced players missing. Obviously yourself stepping in for Nat Siva-Brunt, and a new opening partnership as well. But you mentioned Freya Kemp and Maya Bouchier, and they've really stuck their hands up now in terms of selection for those gaps in the team for the next few games.
Yeah, massively. I guess our batting lineup does look a little different. It might take a bit of time to gel, and the top order to do its business. But it was exceptional from those girls to rebuild the way they did, and more to come.
That's the stand-in skipper Charlie Dean chatting to Fionn Wynne on the boundary edge, having seen England over the line with 31 not out. Let's hear from the player on debut who was alongside her for that moment, Tilly Courtine-Coleman. She's been chatting to Fionn.
Tilly, congratulations firstly on your debut. Did you expect to be out there with the bat in that sort of situation?
Well, I always go into the games prepared, but just for the team's sake, I was hoping that wasn't going to be the case. But it was great to be out there with Dino at the end. Obviously a bit nervy, but she was cool as a cucumber, so definitely calmed my nerves.
what were your conversations like kind of between the wickets? Was it just trying to keep yourself calm and kind of get her the strike as much as possible, or were you kind of a little bit more relaxed than that?
No, exactly that. She was keeping really calm, obviously on debut, especially a bit nervy. But yeah, good conversations. She was kind of leading the conversations, and I was just kind of backing her up from the other end.
And talk us through that first wicket as well. Obviously, I'm sure it must have been nice to get that out of the way nice and early. How were those emotions when that catch was finally taken by Lauren Bell?
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. Got a bit emotional, to be honest, but was holding it together. But yeah, can't believe it. On debut, can't complain. It was amazing.
And we saw you this morning with your parents and all your family there and getting a bit emotional at the anthem as well. It must have been a pretty overwhelming day, but a very positive one in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Very special day. Obviously a huge privilege to be in this environment, and obviously as far as debuts go, I can't really complain with that one. So yeah, really special.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, that's Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who may be 18 years old, but she sounds a very level-headed young lady, I have to say, and somebody who, without question, has a bright England future. Played really nicely today, and I think can be very proud of her efforts. 3 not out at the end, 2 wickets as well. And at 18 years old is somebody who is at the start of a journey, albeit one that has £100,000 from a 100 contract as well. What a start.
105. Don't do her out that £5 grand.
Oh, honestly, yeah.